to the rat house, baby, where the truth ain't quiet, and neither are you. Where the chat rats crew slide in, pull up a seat, crime talk, cold facts, and a jazzy backbeat. We got stories to tell, got some justice to serve. So pour up that coffee or something with a swerve. There's Rat Daddy leading 6'5", a cool Toys the queen with the sharpest of tools. Dean's cracking jokes, Mary B's got the tea, and Lawleen lays the law down, real boss energy. MJ's got the fire, Gingy's taking names, Cassie's dropping Angel Baby's in the game. The clerk's keeping order, Misty's watching close. Pinky promises, keeps receipts, and she does the most. We're the chat rats, baby, worldwide and bold. Stories unfold while the crime scene gets cold. Puff, puff, pass, and the truth gets exposed. At the rat house, baby, that's how it goes. Snap, snap. Cherry lights it up. Cherry lights it up, neon glow behind her head. Tombstones drops the facts that awake the dead. Connor's taking notes, Janine's on the clock. Petty the paralegal keeps the court on lock. Sweet woman, sweet, but she'll sting if you like. Calypso keeps it cool, got that island vibe. Prince Lover's in purple, that Texas pride glowing. Sherry's laughing loud while the facts keep flowing. Bum, 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 bum. Coming through, crazy-eyed cheese, oh you better believe. Robo-Rat clicks sparks, gears in his head, breaking the code till the lies drop dead. Jump, feel the call, jump. We're the chat rats, baby, worldwide and bold. Stories unfold while the crime scene gets cold. Puff, puff, pass, and the truth gets exposed. At the rat house, baby, that's how it goes. Crime solving, cracks. Worlds are stage, that's a fact. Together, we're the chat rats crew. We ain't looking back.
What up? What y'all doing? What's up, Lawleen? Hey, all you cool cats and kittens? What y'all doing?
That was such a great intro.
It is. Gets better and better, doesn't it?
I hope you're paying Toy well.
That's where the donations go. Let's support the channel stuff.
Very cool.
Yeah, it is. It's cool. It gets better and better and better. But now we're name dropping. So that's even more personal. I don't know many other channels that have such a personal
And that's why we keep coming back.
relationship
You're getting it.
with their rats. With their rat suits.
It's much more fun to be here live and watch everything else on replay because of being so interactive with everyone.
Exactly. How's it going, guys?
What's up,
Hey, Murphy.
Murphy?
Sorry, just gonna do some technical things here. Okay, we're good.
I'm doing chore stuff, so I'm gonna mute my mic and listen.
All right, I'm excited.
I wish we had XP in the chat. I don't know when you can do that. I'm sure it's after you monetize, though.
Have what in the chat?
The XP, you hadn't seen that? Or you get
Oh, like
that the
who's
crown
got first
thing?
place?
Hell yeah. So
Yeah,
you
I
get
didn't know what that meant. I just saw like Clark had a crown or something next to his comment or something.
first three people, first 1, 2, and 3 get crowns by their name. So the more you comment, the more XP you get, or super chats get you XP.
Well, we can do that. All we need is 422 more.
6,000 more people.
We'll get there.
426,000 more. Yeah, I ain't worried about that. The watch hours are the hardest thing to get. So if we can just get 20 to 25 people to hang with us for 3 hours, we'll knock the watch hours down pretty quick. Right.
All right. Well, the past couple of streams we've had around 20 hanging out, so
yeah, we really need to get it up to about 30.
All right.
So we need to go through the Discord and just delete people if they're not hanging out.
Well, I did post this in Will's Discord.
Sweet.
So maybe some people will get it from there.
I don't know how active his Discord is.
It's not that active, but even if people
Rubicon
aren't saying anything, they might still see it.
Yeah.
Rubicon and Janine are the only ones, and then I'll go in there and respond to theirs.
Yeah.
What's my nickname? Mary B is my nickname. Toy gave me a nickname.
We're waiting on the nickname.
I hope it's good.
It's probably good. Oh, Angel, give me 1 second.
Samantha.
Safari. I gotta get logged on in Safari real quick.
Well, she's the slutty Sex in the City one, right? Is that why?
That's where you went, was Sex in the City? Toy, surely
Yeah.
That's not why you gave her that
Because
nickname.
that's where she probably went. No, I didn't start parting my hair differently, Petty.
Changed his whole look while you were away, Petty.
Yeah. Actually, I did not. I did not. Yeah, and we lost a subscriber too. That's heartbreaking to me every time. So somebody deliberately went and unsubscribed.
What a fucking asshole.
I wish I could see those people.
It was Dean. I bet you it was Dean.
It was definitely me.
He never subscribed.
How's Maine?
Good. It's really beautiful.
Lobster.
I told you.
Yeah, no, it's super beautiful. Last night I was driving and I saw a giant coyote.
Oh, yeah?
That was cool. I saw a bunch of deer and some baby deers.
Deer are everywhere here right now.
So
He called them kids, though, when he saw them.
I said it's a deer and kids.
How are y'all getting XP in here?
What, really?
It is doing
That's like on your comments for the feed tonight. Like when someone did first, second, I saw it up there, and
it's on there now. Cool. Betty's in first. Can y'all see it?
Surprise. I don't see it.
I'm not in the chat.
I saw it on YouTube.
You can't see it in StreamYard.
Yeah, I saw it on YouTube.
Saying. I'm not in the YouTube chat.
Oh. Looks like Petty and Clark are fighting for number 1, baby. Kick his ass, Seabass. It's XP, Robin G. You don't see it? You probably, I don't know. I see it on my iPad.
Yeah, I don't see it. I have YouTube up on my phone. I don't see it, but it's probably just because my phone is stupid. I don't know.
Look who it is, Sweet Woman.
Hey, Sweet Woman. You're becoming a regular on here now.
Hello. Sweet Woman. I like that part in the song about Sweet Woman.
JD's here. Everybody calm down.
All right. Let's relax.
Yes, we have XP in the chat. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Does that help you with your stuff too?
I don't know. I don't see it in StreamYard. I see it
in a way it might, because it gets people all excited about coming here and chatting so that maybe they can get first place. Yeah, although we have some competitive people in here.
Yeah, very competitive.
Counts your comments during the live, but once you post the video, that comment and like stuff starts over. Of course, you can't like it again if you liked it in the live, but you can comment on it. And the more people that comment on the actual video once it's posted, the more it circulates.
Yeah, I've been commenting on them, I think, sometimes.
I try to always. I used to go and write lame on every one of them just to write something. And it wasn't that the
nice. That'll get people to want to come.
It was just lame that I couldn't think of anything cool to say.
That's fine.
So I just wrote lame. Petty agrees with me though. They're pretty lame. See?
Oh, the heart pushes out the video? Okay. What about if we do little
yeah, I've heard that.
Party things?
Yeah, like if you do any of those interaction things on the side, just repeatedly, it helps too.
It's like that old thing that was like cool for a while in like 2010 or something. What the heck was it called? Began with a P, and you would like go live and people would give you hearts. Someone's got to know in the chat. It like didn't last long, but it was a YouTube-y like TikTok-y type thing. No, it wasn't MySpace. It was like 2015-ish.
Yeah, so I like the XP and the chat thing. This makes it kind of fun because I was doing it in other chats, just random commenting, so I get points.
I think it was like Periscope or something. Periscope. I'm gonna have to find out now.
Eddie says, "What was that?"
Mine. I have no idea.
POF live.
No, it was. I think it was Periscope. Periscope. Okay, here we go. Periscope was a social app that allowed users to broadcast and watch live videos from their smartphones or tablets. It launched in 2015. See? No, YouPorn is still around, JD.
Way more subscribers.
Yes.
And they're always going up. Literally.
Yes, it's not Vine because you went live and you would go for a long time, like an hour or so. Vines were like 20 seconds.
So how do y'all want to cheat? Do you want to continue watching and see it? Because we're not going to catch up that way. And I didn't cheat, but the kid's still on the stand today. So that's like a full watch. I think we need to just skip to him.
Well, I do think that we should finish the guy that we were on for sure, because his testimony seemed important. Because he was in like the Honda Pilot with the dude.
I think Snyder testifies like after him, and I want to see Snyder.
I want to see Snyder.
All right, which one is Snyder?
I think he was day 7.
All right, we'll find Snyder. Let me see how long this kid is testifying.
Partial verdict in Diddy case? Wow. They had a lot of evidence to go over.
I got that notification, but I haven't looked at it at all.
All right, we got about 30 minutes not sped up of this kid that we were on. We can finish him, skip to Snyder, and then skip to the defendant. But
sounds like a game plan.
Got a lot of testimony.
Yeah, if this gets boring, we'll just switch it off.
Follow me. Here we go. Oops. Here we go. Second time's a charm.
Technical difficulties. Okay, you can see it now.
I do.
Is that photograph taken at the Lifer's house?
I believe so, yes.
Appears to be.
Yes.
Can you identify either of these two folks in the background?
Cannot.
But to the best of your knowledge, that was...
Cheryl, did you read my message on Discord? You don't need 50 subscribers to go live on YouTube. You just need to download YouTube Studio, make the request for the channel to go live, and it takes 24 hours. And then you can go live. You don't need 50 subs. I've done it twice now with not 50 subs when I started. But sorry, I want to tell you.
Was taken down there in the basement because you recognize the basement where you were, correct?
Sherry D.
If it's from the same night, I assume it's the basement.
Well, do you recall these outfits being the clothes that they were wearing?
Yes.
And did you see Mr. Valley that evening wearing some sort of neck pillow around his neck?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Do you recall seeing him wearing this motorcycle helmet?
No.
Does this banner on the back wall, does that look familiar to you?
I didn't pay too much attention to the decor.
Anything about that look to you like it's the basement where you were hanging out for 1 to 2 hours?
It's safe to say it is.
Okay. So you were there for 1 to 2 hours. This photograph you think was taken there in that basement. That's Mr. Valley and Mr. Snyder, correct?
Yes.
You don't recall anybody telling them, hey, you're not invited, you got to get out of here.
That never happened.
And while you were there, you were drinking Busch Light, you told us.
Yes.
You had 3 beers.
Three.
And you said at some point you became aware that 3 uninvited individuals showed up. Did you actually see them show up?
No.
You were outside at that point.
My buddy was vomiting.
And what was your buddy's name again?
Ryan.
Ryan?
Right.
Was he also a St. Joe's student?
He was.
And you didn't see the fight that occurred in front of 5 Lazy Brook?
Did not.
Okay. But when you got back to the driveway, you said you saw a car go driving by and you heard some shouting coming from that car?
There was shouting.
What was the shouting?
F you, and then some vulgar language.
Some vulgar language, okay. Did that appear to be directed at anyone?
The people in the driveway.
And in the driveway, did that still include Mr. Snyder, Mr. De Silva, Mr. Valley?
I can't recall if they were in the driveway still or who was out there. I would assume so.
And at that point, you told us you were concerned about trying to get home, right?
Yes.
And you had with you Demetrios Orphanis, who had been planning to sleep over at your house that night,
Yes.
and Will Sensual, right?
I don't know if Will was supposed to sleep at my house. Can't recall what our plans with Will were, but if he needed someplace to sleep, it would have been my house.
Okay, he was a friend of yours.
He was.
And the 3 of you were offered a ride by Jack Snyder.
Yes.
Had you ever ridden with Jack Snyder before?
Not to my knowledge.
Was he somebody that you were close with?
In school, yes.
Tyler De Silva, was he somebody that you were close with?
In school, yes.
And Raul Valley, was he somebody that you were close with?
In school, yes.
When you say in school, what does that mean exactly?
Like we wouldn't go out of our ways to hang out with each other outside of school.
Okay. But on this night, at least, you happened to be at the same party.
Yes, we'd see each other at numerous parties before.
Okay. And so when you got into Jack's car, it was yourself, Jack Snyder, Tyler De Silva, Raul Valley, correct?
Yes.
Demetrios, Will Sensual, and Mackenzie Traficante.
Sounds right.
And so there were 7 of you in that pilot. Is that fair to
Sounds
say?
right. Yep.
Anybody else?
No.
And when you were in the car, what did it sound like in the car?
There was no music played.
No music playing?
No.
So you could hear everybody talking?
No.
Okay. Where were you seated?
In the back.
In the back as far as the trunk area, or in the back as far as the row
Not in the
seats?
trunk area.
So the
In-
row
in this
seats
here.
directly behind
This
the
here.
passenger and the driver.
Yes.
And which end of that seat were you on?
I don't remember.
Were you by a door?
I don't remember. I was in the back row of seats.
Who were you sitting beside?
I don't remember. I just remember Jack was driving and the 6 other individuals, including myself, were in the car.
Do you remember Demetrios being in the trunk area?
That I do remember.
Okay, why do you remember that in particular?
Because when we were surrounded outside the Rich House, I looked back to him and said, we have to get out of here.
Was he the only one that was in the trunk area?
Will Sindwall could have been, but he was in the car.
And you were shown a photograph showing you Stakes Exhibit 30. Trying to show you Stakes Exhibit 30. There we go. And you identified as the vehicle that you were riding in, correct?
It was a Honda Pilot.
And when you got in the vehicle that night, it did not have this shattered windshield, did it?
When I initially got in,
You initially got it.
it did not.
And you told us that you went over to Trumbull High School at that point, right?
We did.
And you met up with some girls there, you said.
Yes.
Were those also girls from the party that you had just been at?
Yes.
Okay. How did you know to meet up with them there at Trumbull High School?
Outside the Lafer household, everybody was piling into cars to try to find rides home. And we ended up mutually going to Trumbull High.
Okay. Was that a sort of known meetup spot?
No.
You saw two other folks there that night too, right? Not just the girls. There was a car with 2 gentlemen in it, right?
Yes.
Do you remember who they were?
Yes.
Who was that?
I know one of them was in there, Shane.
Shane.
Coach.
And was one of them Mike Bagley?
Sounds about right.
Okay. And they were in a white BMW?
Yes.
And how do you know those 2 individuals?
I grew up with them.
Were they also students at St. Joe's?
They were students at Trumbull High School.
Okay, they were students at Trumbull High. The other 2 girls, though, they were students at St. Joe's.
Which girls are you referring to?
The 2 girls that you met at Trumbull High School.
I believe so, yes.
And when you got to Trumbull High School, did you tell us that everybody got out of the car?
Mostly everybody got out of the car. Can't exactly remember how it all happened, but people were scattered.
Okay. And how long did the ride from 5 Lazy Brook to Trumbull High School take?
A few minutes.
3 or 4, 5 or 6?
5 or 6.
5 or 6 minutes. No drinking in the car on the way there?
No.
Was there alcohol in the car?
There could have been. I don't recall.
You didn't see anybody drinking?
No.
You didn't drink yourself?
No.
And you said you stayed there for about 20 minutes, right?
Sounds about right, yes.
And then you got back into Jack's car and you thought that you were going home to your house, right?
Yes,
Because Jack had told you that he was going to be your ride home, right?
because my ride, when I got to the Lifer household, left. So I didn't have a ride. Jack said he could bring me home.
And everybody got back into the car at that point, right?
The 7 individuals that were in the car, leaving the Lifer household, got back in the car.
And nobody said where you were going at that point. You just told us you assumed that you were going home, right?
I assumed I was going home with Demetrius and Will, or maybe Will was getting dropped off after. My house, compared to everybody else, is the closest to Trumbull High. So I assumed I was going home first.
Gotcha. Nobody said, hey, we're going somewhere else, right?
Not that I remember.
And I think you told us that you, while you were there, well, who were you talking to while you were outside of the car at Trumbull High?
I can't recall everybody I talked to or even who I talked to. It just wasn't, I wasn't talking to Lito, Jack, and Tyler.
Okay. So you said they were somewhere among themselves.
That sounds right.
Did you see them or you just assumed that?
It was safe to assume.
Okay. So you didn't see them.
I saw that they weren't with me. So that means they have to be together.
Okay. But you didn't actually see them together is what I'm asking.
I wasn't focusing my attention on them.
I understand that. You were talking to other people.
Yes.
I'm just saying you assumed that they were somewhere together, but you didn't actually see them somewhere together, did you?
They were at the car.
Oh, you saw them at the car?
Yeah.
Where were they at the car?
I can't recall if they were inside or outside, but I was not near the car. So I wasn't with them.
So you don't have a clear recollection of seeing them together at the car, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's, yes, you don't have a clear recollection, right?
Please repeat that.
You said yes, and it was either you do have a clear recollection of them being at the car or you don't have a clear recollection.
Yes, I have a clear recollection. They were at the car.
You have a clear recollection
And I
of
was not
seeing
with
them at the car.
Yes.
You just said that they could have been in the car. They could have been out of the car.
They
Were
could
they in
have
the
been.
car or out of the car?
It's been 3 years.
I'm sorry?
It's been 3 years.
I understand that, sir. I'm just asking you what your recollection is. You said they could have been in the car. They could have been out of the car. Now you're telling me you have a clear recollection. Were they in the car? Were they out of the car?
I guess my recollection's not clear enough. They were around the car.
And
Go again.
do you recall what they were doing when they were around the car?
Most likely chatting.
Not what were they most likely doing, sir? What do you recall them doing when you told us now that they were around the car?
Chatting.
You saw them chatting?
Yes.
What did you see in their hands?
I don't recall seeing anything in their hands.
You sure you're not assuming that they must have been there because you don't recall seeing them with your groups of friends that you were talking to?
I'm gonna object based on it's a little argumentative.
I'm gonna overrule it.
I'm gonna ask you to repeat that, please.
Are you sure that you're not assuming that they must have been by the car because you don't recall seeing them with the groups of friends that you were with?
So where we were near the baseball field at Trumbull High. The car was parked maybe 20 feet away. We were sitting near a curb or talking to a car near the curb. So they were in our point of view. So yes, I saw.
Okay, so you did see them at the car.
Yes.
You saw them inside the car.
Objection asked and answered.
I'll allow the follow-up. There's been some confusion. Go ahead.
They were in the car.
Not outside the car.
They were in the car.
They were in the car.
They were in the car.
Windows up or windows down?
I don't recall.
And when you left the parking lot at Trumbull High School, you said you knew that you weren't going to your house because the car took a left to Shelton, right?
Yes.
And you live in Trumbull.
I do.
And at that point, you said you assumed that they were going to drop off Mackenzie because you knew she lived in Shelton, right?
Yes.
And nobody said, hey, we're leaving right now and we're going somewhere, correct?
No, nobody said that.
The car just started following this direction, right?
Yes, I assumed I was going home.
And there was another car following you, right? The white BMW?
It was.
And that was Shane Cocher and Mike Bagley's car?
They don't share a car. I believe it was Shane's car.
Okay. It was Shane's car. Mike Bagley was with him.
Yes.
And you saw them following you?
They were going to follow me.
And how long was the ride from Trumbull High School to Tyler Rich's house?
More than 5 minutes.
More than 5 minutes? Less than 10?
I don't recall the exact time frame, but it was more than 5 minutes.
Had you been there before?
I have not.
And you said that initially the car came up to 43 Laurel Glen but drove by it, right?
Yes.
When you drove by, you could see that there were people already outside of 43 Laurel Glen?
Yes.
How many people?
I can't put an exact number on it, but it was less than the amount of people that surrounded the car once we turned around.
Okay, and you said that was at least 20 people, right?
Yes.
Could have been as many as 30?
Could have been.
And so when you drove by the house the first time, was it 10 people in the yard, 15 people in the yard?
I can't put an exact number on it.
Was it 5 people in the yard?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
You drove by, you saw these people in the yard, and then the car turned around at the cul-de-sac. Was that down at Farmhouse Lane where the car stopped later on?
I'd have to look at a map, but we drove by the Rich house and turned around.
Crazy, I don't mean to surprise you, but I'm going to come around you now and show you what is on the easel. State's Exhibit 1. Let's see if that can help us a little bit, okay? Yeah, come right there beside you. All right, do you see the red dot? Yes. Does that look like 43 Laurel Glen that we saw in the other pictures?
It does.
And did the car that you were riding in come up Adams Drive and turn left onto Laurel Glen?
I don't recall the exact route we took in.
Okay. But at some point you went past 43 Laurel Glen, right?
We were in front of Laurel Glen and then turned around at the cul-de-sac.
And when you say turned around at the cul-de-sac, which cul-de-sac are you describing using that Exhibit 1 in front of you?
There's only one up there.
Okay. So you went down to the end of Adams Drive and turned around.
Yes.
And that is different than the other end of the street where you have the intersection with Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane, correct?
Yes.
So you were in the vehicle and it drives past. You can see people in the yard, go up to the end of Adams Drive, car turns around, right?
Yes.
And at that point, where did the vehicle go?
After we turned around?
Yes.
It was back out in front of the Rich household.
And when you say back out in front of the Rich house,
In front of the driveway.
blocking the driveway so the cars couldn't get out?
I don't believe it was blocking the driveway,
I'm gonna
but
show you.
it was in the road.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 49. Can you see that up on your screen?
Yes.
And can you describe for us using this picture where that car parked?
Where the driveway meets the road, but in the middle of the road.
In the middle of the road.
It was not in the driveway.
Not in the driveway.
Yes.
Closer to the other side of the street or closer to the driveway?
I can't recall.
And then at that point, the car stopped, correct?
Yes.
And you said that at least 20 people surrounded the car, right?
Not at first.
Okay.
They were on the driver's side.
Okay. How many people were there at first on the driver's side?
Under 20.
Under 20.
Yes.
More than 10?
Yes.
And you said at first they were only on the driver's side and that at first it was peaceful.
Yes.
What was peaceful about it? Can you describe what was happening?
There wasn't any shouting. I would say that's peaceful.
Okay. Were people talking?
Yes.
Were the windows rolled down?
Mine was not. I believe the only window rolled down was the driver's side window.
When you say yours was not, where were you?
In the back.
And you were near a window? You were up against a door?
I don't recall, but I was in the back seat, and the nearest window would have been one of those two windows in the back.
Was there any music on inside the car as you drove there?
I can't recall.
And you said people were talking, correct?
Amongst themselves.
When you say amongst themselves, is that within the vehicle itself or between the two groups?
When we were surrounded,
Yes.
or when they're on the driver's side, like that time.
When they're on the driver's side and you described it as being peaceful and people were talking.
Yep.
Who was talking? Was that within the car or was that between the two
It was
groups?
between the two groups.
Okay. Did you hear any threats being made?
At first, no.
Did you see any weapons?
No.
And then you said things started getting out of hand, right?
Sounds right.
You described tensions were escalating, right?
Sounds right.
And was Mr. Valley uttering threats at that point?
I can't recall Mr. Valley talking at that point.
You don't recall Mr. Valley talking to any of the people outside the vehicle. Is that fair to say?
Fair.
And do you recall where Ms. Trafficante was?
Can't recall. She was in the car.
She was in the car.
She was.
Was she sitting on Mr. Valley's lap?
I can't exactly recall.
Your attention was directed to the people outside the vehicle that were becoming more aggressive. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you've described that things were being thrown at the vehicle.
Things were thrown.
Do you know what was being thrown?
Objects.
What kind of objects?
Hard objects.
Hard objects. Do you know, can you describe any of those objects?
I can't.
How did you know they were hard objects?
Because it made a loud sound.
As they hit the car?
Yes.
Did you hear glass shatter?
I did not.
You said that people were on the back of the car,
Yes.
like on the bumper,
On the bumper.
standing on it,
Standing on the bumper.
bouncing up and down.
Bouncing up and down.
You could feel that inside the vehicle.
If someone's bouncing on the bumper, the car bounces. So
How
yes.
many people were on the back?
I can't put a number on it.
More than one?
I can't remember.
I'll allow it.
You can't put a number on?
No.
There were people on the passenger side as well at this point?
Once things got out of hand, yes.
Once things got out of hand, as you've described it, in fact, the car was completely surrounded, right? People on all sides.
Yes.
At least 20 people at that point.
Yes.
Could have been more.
Could have.
And you said you were pretty scared.
I was.
What do you think those people were going to do to the car?
Reaction calls for speculation.
Sustained.
What was scary about that to you?
You're 7 people trapped inside a car. People banging on it, throwing things at it, bouncing the car.
You weren't driving the car, right?
No.
You had no ability to make that car move, did you?
Did not.
Why didn't you just get out the door and walk away from the vehicle at that point?
Because there was an individual right outside my window,
And what was that individual right outside your window doing?
banging on the car.
Banging on the door?
Yes.
How many people were on the passenger side at that point?
More than I could count.
People in front of the vehicle as well?
Yes.
And could you hear a rumbling sound of fists and feet kicking and punching the vehicle?
I wouldn't call it rumbling. I can't remember the exact sound, but you could definitely hear the car being hit.
Did anybody get on the front of the car and bounce up and down like they did on the back?
I don't believe so.
Did you see anybody reach into the driver's side of the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anybody put their body into the driver's side of the vehicle?
I don't recall seeing any of that.
Do you recall any sort of struggle between the driver, Jack Snyder, and anybody from the group?
No, I was too focused.
Hello, Lisa. Thanks for coming to hang out.
Lisa Eyeball.
Lisa Eyeball. That's funny to me.
Can we see the ring, please?
Okay, I'll find it.
With someone was going on around me. I didn't have enough time or the attention to look in front of me.
You said at that point you're pretty scared and someone said go, right?
Someone within the car did.
Someone in the car said go.
Someone outside of the car wouldn't tell them to go.
I'm sorry?
Someone outside of the car wouldn't tell Jack Snyder to go.
Somebody outside the car would not tell Jack Snyder to go.
Yes, it would not make sense.
He's being like, oh my God, what the? Why does it always look like that?
What?
Like his hand looks all weird.
Because it is weird.
Oh my God. I feel like it looks exactly the same every time you like do this close up, and it should.
He's got those Nosferatu hands.
I just think Scary Movie 2.
Yeah.
Take my good hand.
He may sleep in a casket during the day.
This kid's getting very testy, huh?
Yeah, this kid's not really.
Well, that wouldn't make sense, would it? Like, just answer the question, dude.
Yeah. Just answer the questions. But he ain't gonna do that. Giving him a little feedback.
It
Little-
doesn't come
little
off
blowback.
nearly as absurd as when a sergeant for the Massachusetts State Police is doing it. So it's
Yeah,
fitting way
and-
better with this kid than it did with Buchanan.
Yeah.
Until that last question, and Small Cigar's like, "Do you want to fight me right now?"
So somebody in the car said go. You felt the gas be hit and the car starts going down the road, right?
Yes.
Did you have a sense of relief at that point?
I don't remember how I was feeling, but I was not happy.
Still scared?
Yes.
Terrified?
That's a good way to put it.
And you said towards the top of the photo you were shown, which showed the intersection of Laurel Glen Drive and Farmhouse Lane, the vehicle stopped, right?
It did.
And you saw on the ring video people chasing the vehicle down there, correct?
That's what the video showed, yes.
Do you recall that?
I can't recall it. That's just a blink.
Just a blink.
Yes.
So you don't recall while the car was going down towards Farmhouse Lane that things were being thrown at the car?
I don't remember any of that.
You don't recall being chased?
I must have been in some sort of shock where that part is just a blur. All I remember is getting back on the curb.
What up, MJ? What up, Janine?
Hey, guys.
You see your sister out there?
Hey, brother,
Who's
sister.
winning the XP battle? Did it go away?
I mean, I could never see it, so.
What
Oh.
happened?
Did it just go away?
Well, I didn't see it in the first place.
That's crazy. Why did it do that?
What went away?
They're just teasing. Like, you could get like a crown in the
No,
chat.
there, it's in there.
I know. Why can't I see it?
Because you're in StreamYard.
No, I have it on my phone too. Maybe I need to update it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, right now Angel Baby's #1.
I knew she'd make it.
Yeah. But your sister's here.
Here I am.
Yeah.
Aw, petty girl. I love you too. It's my girl. Hey y'all.
Hey, what up? We're gonna get through this cat right here, and then we're gonna skip
Yes,
to
could-
Snyder, and then we're gonna skip to the defendant.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been seeing pictures of him crying. I haven't watched anything, but so this is
It's where we left off the other night.
okay, because I think I missed that. I'll catch up.
This kid was
Oh,
in
you
the
were here.
Honda Pilot.
You were here.
So
This
he
is-
was oh okay. He was one of the kids that was with Raul.
Yeah, and they dropped him off like down the street.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, he was on the curb when they went back to the house when the stabbing occurred.
Okay.
You know, I guess we've played enough of this video. We might could just play the whole thing one time when we get done. Maybe when we're cheating.
Was that,
Mm,
did
do
you
that.
identify yourself as one of those people who got out of the car there and sat on the curb?
I was within the 4 people that sat on the curb.
So you say you were within the 4 people. You saw in that video that some people get out of the car, but the car itself continued to move, correct?
That's what the video looked like, yes.
Did you get out of the car before it continued to move?
I can't recall that.
So you don't know if you were one of those people that initially got out before it moved.
No.
And when you got out of the car and you went and sat on the curb, where were you as far as using Exhibit 1 there behind you? Can you show us where you sat? If you still have the pointer there, that might be helpful.
I believe we're around this area.
Can the record reflect, Your Honor, that the witness is pointing to the area just in front of what has been identified before as 36 Laurel Glen?
Court will allow the record to reflect that information. Thank you.
And which side of the road did you sit on?
After driving away from the Rich household, I was on the right side of the road.
You were on the right side of the road. So you were closest to that house, 36 Laurel Glen Drive, as opposed to the other side of the road?
Yes, I can't put a number on the house, but I remember there was a house behind us.
And you were on the side where the house was, right?
Yes.
And who was there with you when you were there by that house?
Mackenzie, Demetrios, and Will.
So there's 4 of you there. How close are you to one another?
Pretty close.
As like you could reach out and touch all of them?
I probably could have.
And when you were there, where did the car go, the Pilot that was driven by Jack Snyder?
It went back towards the Rich household.
I'm sorry?
It went back towards the Rich household.
So immediately after you got out, the car turned around and went back?
The car was stationary.
So the car was stationary. Where was it when you were sitting on the curb?
I can't recall how far away it was, but it was within view.
It was within view?
Yes, it was.
Can you point out on Exhibit 1 there where that car was?
I cannot.
You can't?
No.
Do you see the intersection there on Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane?
I did.
Was it at the intersection?
I can't recall.
So you don't know if it was beyond that intersection?
I can't recall.
You can't recall how far away that car was?
No.
And while you were sitting on the curb, you told us that the cars moved some distance away, but you can't tell us how far away it was. But you did see some Shelton High kids come running up from the direction of 43 Laurel Glen. You recall that?
Yes.
How many kids were coming running up?
Can't put an exact number on it. I'd say less than 5.
Less than 5. Did you stay in this tight group of 4 throughout the course of while you were in front of that house, or did people split up a little bit?
I can't recall. They might have split up.
You told us before that you felt like you'd walked into a trap.
Sounds right.
And you said that you were sitting on the curb away from the car and you couldn't hear what was being said between the Shelton High kids and the other kids from St. Joe's, right?
I couldn't hear the exact words. You could obviously hear that they're talking. Can't make out the words. But yes, they were talking.
You said at first everything was cordial, right?
It was.
And then it escalated.
It did.
But you couldn't hear what was being said.
No.
And the car was still stationary at that point?
It was.
You don't know how far away it was?
Nope.
Cool. We lost a sub earlier. Remember I told y'all that? We lost a subscriber, but we just got 2 more.
Yay.
Yeah,
I don't want y'all doing your extra channels either, because those
I'm
are
only
fake
kidding.
people that can never be here. Except for Dean, he can do his 27 accounts.
Nice. Hooray.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yes, congrats, brother.
Yeah, I'm proud of you, Danny.
Yeah, I did all by myself.
Dean, where the hell did you come from?
I've been here. I'm just listening. I'm at my hotel room waiting for some wings to be delivered.
Wings,
Weed?
nice.
They're delivering you weed at the hotel?
No, wings, chicken wings.
Chicken
Oh, I
weed?
see you. I'm used to the other, the white icon with the.
Hi, Janine.
Hey. Oh, wait. Oh, sweet woman. Is that you? What's
It is.
up? I missed you the other night. You were up and I wasn't. That's the night I was visiting my dad at the Not Fun rehab. It was his birthday, so, but I missed you. So it's great to see you. Great to see everyone.
Yeah.
Carry on.
You didn't see any fighting going on between those groups?
I did not.
Did you ever see Mr. Valley over, if you're looking at Exhibit 1, just before the house where you've described yourself as sitting? You see there's an area where there are some woods or some bushes there?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Valley in that area?
If you don't mind, are you talking about this area over here?
No, sir. Remember where you described yourself as being? Okay, look, if you would, just before that house, on the same side where you described yourself as sitting. Sorry, just that. There we go. See that area of bushes?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Valley over there?
No.
Because he was down some direction away from that by the car, according to your recollection, right?
Yes.
You never saw anybody spray Mr. Valley in the face with anything?
No.
You never saw a can of PD blaster being thrown?
No.
And you think that that lasted about 5 minutes down there, correct?
Yes, it was pretty cordial.
It was pretty cordial, but then you said it escalated.
It did.
What was the nature of the escalation?
I believe it was between Mr. Rich and Ty DeSilva. They turned into louder shouting, and then it almost looks like one's trying to calm another down, It looks like Tyler was trying to calm down Tyler Rich, who was pretty hot.
D and Gingy says yee. And it's not we and it's not yay. Yee. Pretty cool.
So now you can tell us that, in fact, you could identify two of those people that you saw down there as being Tyler Rich and Tyler DeSilva.
I know it was those two people.
How do you know Tyler Rich?
I know his name from social media, I'd say.
And Tyler Rich was one of the as many as 5 kids from Shelton High that you saw down there.
He was among them.
Could you identify any of the other kids that were down there from Shelton High?
I could not.
Did you see Mr. Valley interacting with Mr. Rich?
Maybe they were chatting, but I can't put a definite on that.
Okay, so you couldn't tell us that you saw Mr. Valley chatting.
Mr. Valley,
Rich.
Mr. DeSilva, and Jack Snyder were together.
They were together. Which way was the vehicle facing at that point?
I can't recall which way.
Did you see brake lights or did you see headlights?
I don't know.
Were the doors open or closed?
I don't know.
You saw Mr. Valley, Mr. DeSilva, and Mr. Snyder all outside of the car together.
All 3 of them were outside the car.
Which side of the car were they on?
I can't tell you that.
Were they moving around from place to place?
I don't remember.
The vehicle stayed down further away from you in this stationary position, correct?
Yes.
Until at some point you saw 3 people get back into it and the vehicle drove back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes, 3 individuals got in the car and drove back to Laurel Glen.
And you, Mackenzie, and Demetrius, and Will were still on the curb in that same spot.
We were still on the curb.
Did you ever get up and move around to get closer to see what was going on down there?
When they went back?
No, when this was going on, what you've described down as the intersection with the Shelton High kids and the...
I can't recall. I believe we were on the curb.
You think you were just sitting on the curb?
Yes.
And then you said you heard Mr. Valley say to Jack Snyder, "Where's your knife? Where the fuck is your knife?" Right?
That did happen.
That's the only thing that you heard while you were seeing this interaction go on, that you told us you could not see or hear what else was going on?
No, you didn't ask me when I heard about the knife.
Okay.
It was, can't put an exact time frame on it, but it was when I was either in the car, just outside the car, but it happened before the 3 of them went back, and it happened after the 7 of us arrived initially on Laurel Glen.
Sometime between the time that you first got there and were surrounded,
Yes.
and the time that they went back to the house,
Yes.
that's as close as you can tell us when you claim to have heard this.
Yes.
So you could have been in the vehicle when you heard this, or you could have been on the curb when you heard this.
I don't think I was on the curb because I saw with my eyes he was looking in the glove compartment and the center console.
Mr. Valley was seated in the back seat.
I don't know.
Well, sir, who was driving the car?
Jack Snyder.
And Tyler DeSilva was the front passenger, was he not?
He could have been. I don't remember.
But if Lido Valley was seated in the back seat, your recollection is that he was in the glove box looking for a knife.
If he happened to be in the back seat, I think it's within an arm's reach, the center console and the glove compartment. But I do not know if he was in the shotgun seat or in the back.
But this Honda Pilot, do you recall it being, the interior being somehow different than the typical car where the glove box is right in front of the passenger?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. Was there something different about this Honda Pilot that the glove box was not directly in front of the passenger?
I don't believe so. I believe it was a normal car.
But your recollection is that Mr. Valley was able to reach into the glove box and was tearing the whole place apart trying to get it.
The glove box and the center console were being rummaged through.
And you said that he was on edge and he was looking for the knife because he was upset from what happened to Jack Snyder's car, right?
I don't know exactly why he was looking for it, but he was searching for it.
Well, you told us he was in the glove box, he was on edge, he was upset from what had happened to Jack Snyder's car.
He was
Telling
upset.
us that?
He was upset.
Right. So this must have occurred after you had already gotten there and the car had been surrounded, right?
Sounds right.
Okay. So did it happen as the car was driving from in front of 43 Laurel Glen to down where you got out of the vehicle?
Sounds about right.
Okay, so now you can tell us, oh, actually, you know what? That is what happened. It was while we drove from 43 Laurel Glen down to 36.
No, that's you narrowing it down, and it sounds right.
It sounds right. Are you just agreeing with me to agree with me, or do you have
No, he wouldn't be
recollection?
rummaging through a glove box if there was nothing going on. Like when we were just approaching, he would not be rummaging through a glove box.
Do you recall the vehicle moving while he was, as you put it, rummaging through the glove box?
Cannot recall.
Do you recall him leaning up into the glove box area?
I cannot recall.
But you recall him being in the glove box.
The glove box was opened, and the center console was opened.
You saw those things happen.
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Snyder pull the knife out of the console?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Snyder with the knife?
No, I never saw a knife.
You never saw the knife?
Never saw a knife.
All right, I gotta do
it. It's day 36 of the Karen Reed trial. Versus having anything to do before Beverly Cannoni.
Everybody's hoping that the verdict comes in at 2:20, but I don't think Karen Reed would mind if the verdict comes in earlier.
I don't know what it means. What if anything it means? It's 2:03 p.m.
It's 2:09. It's 2:09 on the East Coast. Let's do that 2:27, baby.
The verdict clock continues to tick. We're wasting time. Killing time.
Oh, we knew it was going to be a chaotic day, didn't we? We saw that one in the forecast. I'm so anxious.
Really nervous. Anything is possible at this point. I would just be surprised if they didn't actually announce a verdict.
Ooh, a little bit of anxiety.
So it might be another jury question. Maybe that they're deadlocked.
I have some clarifying questions, like what and the fuck?
In the building. Why is this taking so long?
Wild. Like, I've never seen that many people out there. 20 hours it's been.
I just gotta say, Glare doesn't look like a baby. He looks like he's older.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, a lot of these don't look like, this guy does not look like a baby either.
No.
He's just like a smaller person.
And Glare is like completely bald. Most of them
20 hours it's been. 20 hours.
We're on verdict watch.
Which one?
No, baby Glare is not especially cute, but like baby Yannetti is like a vision of like he's angelic. He makes me melt.
Dimples.
And baby Melanie is gorgeous. It's like it's not fair. Some of them are beautiful. Yeah.
I know Lawleen likes that freeze frame.
Oh yeah, that's your baby.
It makes me feel very dirty.
Yeah.
I think if it is a verdict, they would say that.
Okay.
And Karen Reed, the parties have been summoned back to court. I'm spiraling more than the fan.
I don't know. Somebody's saying the parties are coming back to court. And all the parties have been called back to the courtroom right now.
Clutch, clench, clutch, clench.
Oh man, this is a big day.
It's extremely emotional. I can't even read the tweets. I'm so emotional.
Stop it. Stop it. Immediately.
Yeah, I haven't peed in like 3 hours. So I can't. Like if I pee, the
Is
world's
that
gonna end.
Do not take this stream into the bathroom, sir.
That makes no sense.
Ginger, yeah.
Yeah, but I wish that we could hear more of him. I couldn't tell. I thought, but
yeah, he was on the Bob and Allie's stream when the
it was great.
came in, and it was he was so funny because he had to pee, but he felt like the world was going to end if he got up to pee. Like he wouldn't get up, and they were like, "Please don't take this stream into your stream. It would be dual streaming." Like it was funny.
Don't cross the streams.
That was oh my god, that Bob and Allie panel was phenomenal, and Auntie Deb is great anywhere he goes. Jimmy's amazing. So I wish that they had included a little bit more of his dialogue, you know.
But it looks nothing like him.
It looks a little bit like him. You know who I love though? The Baby Betero. There's one that's mostly Baby Betero. It's hilarious watching him, his expressions. Like he totally looks like a toddler.
Here you go, right here.
Oh my god, that thing's still hilarious. Little Miss, there's your rat. You happy?
Little rat for Little Miss.
Aw. There you go.
Best day ever.
Well
Yeah,
deserved.
we're gonna get it plugged into the new programs and see if we can redo it or we can use it.
See, like, look at that pause. That's not a good pause. That's not a good pause for the glare. If it were cute, right? If it were like cute baby Glare, like, but it's not. Like, they didn't make Glare cute. They use good samplings of him, but like, you know.
Joy says to look at your messages, Danny.
All right.
But the actual rendering of him is not, you know. But some of them aren't, and some of them I can't really tell. Most of them are good.
Got something hot off the press here?
Yeah.
There you go, Mary. I love it.
Ron Kohberger? I can't hardly see on my phone.
So I was hearing something about the possibility. Was it your boyfriend's? I was watching the stream that you posted, Laurleen. I got through some of it, but that perhaps there could be a civil case because we want to hear the case, and the family is so like devastated.
Yeah, I mean, there could be a civil case, but I don't know if this is the plea agreement that he has signed, but if it is, it could go into details like he has to not just.
This is the order approving pool.
Yeah, this just says everyone has to use their camera.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, and then they were wondering if he's going to be required to do the allocution to explain. So if he doesn't, if that's not demanded of him, that is fucking bullshit, and it's a travesty. Listening to Steve I always get the Goncalves.
Yeah,
saying it. I don't want to disrespect them, but I posted the video in the Discord, and just listening to him just made me so upset. It's just not fucking fair. I know why they did it, but well, I don't know.
The prosecution can definitely request it as part of the plea, like that he
Well,
has
they
to go
do.
into details and
but
stuff like that.
this
But
right
it
here
doesn't
says
sound
there
like.
will be no video in the courtroom Wednesday.
No, I think it says that they're taking a video and you can't take your own
No,
video.
no.
You have to use their video.
There's like one
They're
court
taking
cam.
still photographs.
A live stream of the proceedings will be provided by the court on its media streaming account.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Keep reading. Read it out. Read it all.
Therefore,
Maybe.
all right. The court received multiple requests by various media outlets to video record the change of plea scheduled for Wednesday, July 2nd. A live stream of the proceedings will be provided by the court on its media streaming account. Therefore, the various requests by media outlets to independently video record the proceedings are denied. That means they all have to use their video.
I thought that was the original judge's decision anyway. Before the case got moved, wasn't there only going to be one, like,
yeah,
fisheye view of the court that the court controlled?
Well, there was a complaint by the family that this is rushed. Also, like, it's very rushed, and it's who would expect him to have a prepared statement by tomorrow? But they want an accountant.
They can do their statements at the actual sentencing. Tomorrow's just going to be the change in plea, and then there'll be a sentencing date within 6 weeks.
Right.
Yeah.
To ensure that quality still images are available from the hearing, the court will permit a pooled still photographer to be present at the hearing. The Associated Press, having been the first to request still photography access, it will be permitted to provide such coverage as a pooled media resource. The permission to provide such coverage is contingent on the AP agreeing to act as a pooled resource for such photographs for all media entities. The photographer may only take photographs from the location within the courtroom assigned to them by the court personnel. Photographs may not be taken of any victims or members of any family members of the victims inside the courthouse.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
You're welcome.
Well done, Mary. Thank you.
Oh, I was really nervous.
Aw.
All right, let's finish this. Let's
He
finish.
got out of reading one with a whole bunch of legal case names, because that's
I think
always
I'm
nice
right
to
here.
give me.
All right, let's finish this. Let's
Okay,
finish
go.
this.
There are thousands of people standing outside in anticipation.
Jackson is pacing.
Well, dude, it's a big day. It's the biggest day of my life.
All families are here now.
We have been waiting for this moment for 2.5 years. Tweets Aiden Carney.
Well, she looks all business.
I gotta remember to breathe. I always forget to breathe.
Definitely breathe.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates.
Yes.
Madam Clive?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, has the verdict has been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
What say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you. 002. What says the defendant at the bottom, not guilty or guilty?
Not guilty.
Leaving the scene after accident resulting in death. Defendant not guilty or guilty? What say you, Mr. Foreman?
All right, jurors, everybody please be seated.
It happened.
Oh, I love
And we freed Karen Reed.
I love that they
Karen Freed. Hear ye. We the Lawnards of the chat.
I'm glad that I can do my part in helping everybody understand this.
And look at the microphone.
Bringing awareness.
And my face is puffed to the max. Will call me Puff the Magic Kim today. I've cried. I've hugged. I've laughed. And then I'm back to crying again, lovies. This case is closed.
Bye, lovies.
Dude, DePietro coming out of the courthouse.
Oh, it was the
That
best.
was
That
the reason
made-
that's what they need that video because that's the first one
Somebody
I've seen.
put
Of like,
the-
boots on the ground and DePietro.
There must be a new one on their Twitter, Turtle Boys. Somebody send me that again. I saw it in the Discord, but I can't find it. While we
Oh,
try
so
to catch up
good.
on this shit. We gotta catch up. We gotta go.
I know.
Mr. Snyder, Mr. De Silva, and Mr. Valley,
We
who
will
did you
watch
know
the
best?
video. Though. Just send me some stuff. We'll take breaks.
I can't tell you that. I don't know. They were all friends.
They were all friends?
Yes.
How long did you know Mr. Snyder?
Since freshman year.
How long did you know Mr. De Silva?
Freshman year.
And how long did you know Mr. Valley?
Freshman year.
All since freshman year?
Yes.
You were a sophomore at this point.
Yes.
So you'd only known them for about 2 school years?
Sounds right.
Never knew them before that?
No.
And you're certain that this occurred while you were in the vehicle?
I said in or around.
In or around?
Yes, I could have been just outside the vehicle, but I was able to see it.
So when you say in or around, you mean you might have been in the vehicle and you saw him going into the glove box, or you might have been outside the vehicle on the curb and you saw him going to the glove box?
No.
Okay.
I was not on the curb when this occurred.
You're sure of that now?
Yes.
What do you mean when you say around the vehicle?
Within 2 feet outside the car.
So you were outside the car possibly?
I said I could not recall whether I was inside or outside.
And you were within 2 feet. You couldn't tell us how far away that car was before. But now you're saying that when this happened, you were either in the car or you were outside of it, but only within 2 feet of it.
I didn't, the knife, looking for the knife or a knife did not happen when I was on the curb.
Well, when did it happen?
When I was either in the car, because I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
Either when you were in the car would imply that there's an or, and you've told us before, or when you were outside of the car, right?
Possibly could have been once we drove away and we all started to get out of the car. Then I went and sat on the curb. But it was before I sat on the curb,
Careful.
before they went back, and it happened after we arrived.
So you can't be certain of where you were when this happened. Is that fair to say?
I can be certain that I saw it with my 2 eyes.
You can't be certain of where you were when you saw it with your 2 eyes. Is that fair to say?
I was within 2 feet of the car, if not in the car.
When you were down in front of that house, was the car only 2 feet away with you?
When we're where?
When you were down in front of the house where you described getting out on the curb, was the car only 2 feet away from you now?
When I was on the curb?
Yes.
I told you I couldn't put a number on the exact feet I was from the car, but it was further than 2 feet.
Further than 2 feet, right? So
Yes.
far away that you couldn't hear what was going on down there, you told us.
That's what I said, yes.
But you think that you could see the glove box rummaging going on?
Like I said before, it did not happen when I was on the curb. When I was on the curb, that's when Tyler Rich and everybody came over and they were talking. So it happened before I went and sat on the curb.
It happened either when you were in the car, right? Or when you were outside of the car, right?
Not on the curb, though.
But you can't tell us.
I
which
said
of
I was
those two it
within 2 feet.
In fact, you told us you never saw a knife that night, right?
Never saw him.
But you heard about it afterwards, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you told us afterwards you came to learn that there was a claim of a knife being involved, right?
When the police contacted me, yes.
Ah, so the police told you, hey, there was a knife involved, right?
Objection is what the police told them. Sustained.
You learned from the police that they thought there was a knife involved, right?
Objection. Sustained.
That's when I got clarification.
And then you told us that the 4 of you, that being Mackenzie Traficante, Will Sinjwald, Demetrius Arfanos, you were talking amongst yourselves down there, right? The vehicle left.
Yes.
You could not see the car, but you could hear some yelling going on, correct?
Correct.
You heard a high-pitched scream, you told us, correct?
Correct.
And then the car returned, right?
It did.
And at that point, you were how far away from the vehicle?
We got up and approached the vehicle.
Okay. And so you were close enough that you could see that Tyler DeSilva was bleeding, right?
Yes.
Bleeding a lot, you said, right?
Profusely.
Bruised everywhere, right?
Sounds right.
And I think you described him as being just about unconscious, right?
That's what I said.
And you said you could also see Mr. Bally?
I could see him. I was not inspecting him.
Where was he?
In the car.
Where?
I can't tell you exactly.
You don't know if he was in the passenger side or in the back seat?
I know Tyler DeSilva was in the back seat.
Tyler DeSilva was in the back seat?
Yes.
You don't know where you saw Mr. Bally?
No.
Could have been in the back seat?
Could have.
Could have been in the passenger seat?
He could have.
Could have been driving?
No.
No. Who was driving?
Jack Snyder.
The whole time, right?
I did not go down there and see what happened, but it's safe to assume so, yes.
You didn't see anybody else drive that vehicle that night, right?
No.
That was Jack Snyder's car, right?
It was.
And you said that Mr. Bally looked shocked, correct?
Yes.
You said he did not look as battered as Mr. DeSilva.
I did say that.
But he looked battered.
He didn't look as bad as Mr. DeSilva, but it also looks like he didn't, like nothing happened to him. Like he looked like he was in a fight.
Looked like he was in a fight. Looked like he'd been punched in the face.
I can't tell if he was punched in the face. I was not inspecting him like that.
When you say he looked like he'd been in a fight, what do you mean?
Shocked, exhausted, could have been bruising. But my attention was more towards Mr. DeSilva.
You heard Mr. Bally say that he was on his back.
I did.
That he'd been on the ground.
Object. That's closer hearsay. It's a late objection. But to what the defendant said.
This is what Mr. DeSilva said.
No, Your Honor, this is what Mr. Bally
Mr.
said.
Valley said.
It's hearsay.
It is hearsay. It's
This is a statement of the defendant.
it's your client's statement. It's not opposition. I'll sustain the objection based on the hearsay.
Ask that it be stricken from the record, please.
Court will strike it from the record.
Your Honor, may we have sidebar?
Certainly. Let me just take a moment to clarify. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court did strike the last response from the record. And again, the attorney's question is not to be considered evidence. Thank you.
You described him as being not as battered as Mr. DeSilva, but you admit you weren't inspecting him, so to speak.
Yes.
At that point, Mr. Sinjwald got a ride from Carolyn Takis.
Yes.
And Madison Traficante came to pick you up, correct?
Yes, simultaneously.
It was about an 8-minute ride to your home, right?
Sounds about right, yes.
And you were sitting right beside Mr. Bally, correct?
I was.
Were you inspecting him at that point?
No.
Was there any music on in the car at that point?
I believe so, yes.
Loud music?
I don't know.
Do you recall when you spoke to officers about this before, telling them that you did not hear any comments about a knife when they drove down the road and everyone exited the vehicle?
Please repeat.
Do you recall telling officers when you spoke to them on September 1st that you do not recall hearing any comments about a knife when they drove down the road and everyone exited the vehicle?
I'm not too sure what you're talking about.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Counsel just asked you a little bit about when the car goes down the street, people are getting out. There's this moment where you say you get out of the car and then you go sit by the curb. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. The car goes down the street. At what moment when the car goes down the street after the incident in front of 43 Laurel Glen, do you hear the defendant ask, Jack, where's the knife? Let me get the knife.
Objection, Your Honor, has to answer.
Well, this is redirect, so overruled.
Can you repeat that, please?
At what point do you hear in the timeline, right? It has to be a recollection. When you drive down the street towards Farmhouse Road, you say you get out of the car at some point and then you're close to the car and you sit on the curb. But do you hear the defendant ask for the knife as you're getting out of the car and then you go sit at the curb, or do you go sit at the curb and then come back closer to the car and hear the defendant ask for the knife?
It was before I sat on the curb.
So when you drive down the street, there's a conversation between the defendant and Jack Snyder where the defendant asks him for the knife prior to you getting out, or just as you're getting out of the car.
Yes, it was prior.
And when you get out of the car, after you hear that, when do you observe him looking inside the car for the knife?
It was prior to myself and others sitting on the curb.
And at some point after you witness him looking for the knife in the car, is that when you go sit by the curb?
Yes, it was after.
And when you're sitting by the curb, I think you indicated you were sitting on the curb on the, if I may approach your honor. Did you indicate you were sitting on the curb, this is stage 1, in front of what has been referred to as 36 Laurel Glen? You were somewhere in this area here after that conversation occurred between the defendant and Jack Snyder?
Yes, I believe so.
So if the record can reflect, I'm referring to the area in front of 36 Laurel Glen on the right side of the road.
Record can reflect.
So at some point in time, you're seated on the curb. Does the car move away from where you were seated on the curb?
The car does move away.
How far away does it move?
Well, it eventually went back. And
Okay. So when the car is in that area where you're seated, is it facing Farmhouse Road at this point, or is it facing Laurel Glen? I mean, facing Adams?
I can't exactly recall which way it was facing.
But at some point, the car
Turned around. It must have turned
the defendant, Jack, and Tyler get in that car, turns around, and maybe goes back to 43 Laurel Glen.
They did go back.
So to the best of your recollection, the defendant asking for the knife happens after the incident in front of 43 Laurel Glen, but before they go back to 43 Laurel Glen.
And 43 Laurel Glen is the Rich household, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So the next thing I think you said on cross-examination that when counsel asked you, when did Lito ask for the knife, you said it happened before I went and sat on the curb and before Tyler Rich came over to talk. Is that right? Do you recall when the series of events?
Yes.
That's when it happened, before Tyler Rich came down the street? Before
No, it was before they went back and after the car got surrounded.
Okay.
Outside the Rich household.
That's the best you can work with?
That is the best I can work with.
All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Anything further by the defense?
You were seated on the curb, and you claim you saw my client reaching into the glove box.
Not when I was on the curb.
Not when you were on the curb.
I just explained I wasn't on the curb.
You were in the car when you saw him reaching in the glove box.
I was within 2 feet, if not in the car, because I saw it with my own 2 eyes.
You weren't on the curb. You weren't in the car.
I could have been in the car.
You could have been in the car. You could have been out of the car.
I saw it with my own 2 eyes and heard it.
What did you see with your own 2 eyes?
The glove box and center console opened and rummaged through.
Was the defendant in the car or out of the car?
In the car.
Where was he seated?
I told you I don't remember.
The vehicle dropped you off by the curb?
I got out of the car and sat on the curb.
You didn't walk a long distance from where you got out of the car?
I can't recall that.
Nothing further.
Any redirect?
Nothing further.
Thank you. All right, you're all set. Thank you. Watch the step as you exit the witness box. All right, we'll take our afternoon recess, 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury will take our 15-minute break. Thank you. Court stands in recess.
I don't know who Snyder is.
Isn't Snyder the driver of the car that Raul Valley was in?
That's
Yeah, I
my
just don't know what he
understanding.
looks like.
And he's the aggressor over the beer at the first house too.
Yeah, let's see
Okay.
what this says. I don't know.
Now, Dimitri, does the defendant have a nickname that he goes by?
We called him Lita.
And I want to direct your attention to that day, May 14th, 2022. Sometime earlier in the night, did you attend a party?
I don't think that's him.
This is Snyder?
I don't think so.
When I was Googling about the opening statements, there was like one of the first entries, it would break down like who testified each day.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have access to that, or do you need me to look it up to see where he's at?
You can look it up, but I got all the days sitting right here. We can just
Thank you.
If you can show me what it looks like, that'd help a lot.
Good afternoon. Please step up into the witness box, remain standing. The clerk is going to put you under oath. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please raise your answer. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. If so, please say I do. I do. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record.
Dimitri Sarfanis, ARFANIS, 40 Circle, Connecticut.
Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you.
Dimitri, do us a favor, just sit close to the microphone, speak loudly. These ladies and gentlemen need to hear you, okay? All right. Is it Demetrios or Dimitri?
The full name is Demetrius, but I go by Dimitri.
Do you mind if I call you Dimitri?
That's fine, yeah.
Dimitri, how old are you?
I'm 20.
And do you go to school?
I do.
Where do you go to school?
Clemson.
Who is this? What did he say his name was?
Demetrius. He goes to Clemson now. 2 of my son's friends go to Clemson. They're around the same age. I wonder if they know each other. So this was one of the kids at the party, or he was in the car?
I'm sending you his picture, Danny. It says day 6, but I'm sending you the picture.
Okay.
And sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. If so, please say I do. Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the records.
Jack Snyder,
I am. Got him.
So this is Snyder, right?
This is Jack. This is
Okay.
Jack.
The one who was in the red during all those videos and pictures and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, the one that got beat
The
up real
driver
bad.
of the car that Valley was in.
Right.
Yep.
And he was also the one who fought the kid over the beer originally.
Originally at the first house.
Right.
Yep.
Gotcha.
We there. We
Thanks.
own it. We own him.
Yep.
So let's make sure he's sped up just a little bit. I'll probably speed it up faster if he's a slow talker. Because we gotta get through it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Snyder. You may be seated.
Should we just do small cigar?
No, because all of the information is going to come out on direct.
All right.
Do it
All
fast.
right, so this time I am going to ask the prosecution to please provide on the record an outline of the agreement that this witness is made.
Let me approach the witnesses briefly.
And Martha's identification.
Jack, Johnny was marked as Exhibit 94 for identification. Are you familiar with Exhibit 94? Just briefly, Jack, I want to ask you questions about your understanding of this agreement with the state of Connecticut. Is it your understanding that in consideration for your testimony today and cooperation during the investigative phase of this case, as well as any testimony today or any investigative grand jury or any other hearing, that the state of Connecticut agrees not to prosecute you for the incidences or any crime or crimes that occurred on May 14th of 2022? And is it also your understanding that you have to be truthful in your testimony, and if you are not truthful, that you could be prosecuted for any said crimes that occurred on that day? Is it also your understanding, based on this agreement, that if you commit any further crimes during the pendency of this case, pursuant to this agreement, that you could also be prosecuted for the crimes that may have occurred on May 14th of 2022? It is your understanding that the agreement.
I'd like to say we need to summon Sassy. Janine, use your summoning mental powers. Don't
Oh
mess
my
with
God.
Aren't we glad we
Okay.
listened to the direct to know he has immunity?
I'll
Let's
make
go
it. Yeah,
old
I was just gonna
school
say this is the
summoning.
kid who has immunity.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was important. Friggin' Snyder.
Yep, he got the immunity.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna summon.
Agreement extends until the final conclusion of this case.
They all got immunity.
All the occupants of the car with Valley got immunity.
There
Or
were
just
some
Jack?
other bunch of other kids that got immunity too to testify,
I see.
but Snyder was way more involved than anybody else was.
Yeah, but to be offered immunity, there had to have been some form of a crime that you could have been charged for. So I wouldn't think everybody in the car.
Right.
Like it was your knife, you handed it to a guy, he stabbed a guy, handed it back to you.
Like I could see it
He
with
did
him.
the
I haven't heard it
stabbing,
with
but yeah,
DP.
you're not an accomplice because you're gonna testify. We won't charge you, type of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, I just don't know who else would have been offered immunity based off what I've heard so far.
I can't remember. I think it may have been the black kid.
Oh, Faison. But he was in the house. He wasn't in the car. Faison.
No, he wasn't in the car, but they were all out there fighting.
Right.
So it's the assault charges. It's not like they're going to charge him with murder or anything, but they got him on video. hitting
They were still.
people. They could charge each of those people they see throwing kicks and punches.
Right.
The Faison kid, is he one of the 4 that was stabbed?
Yes.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
was the one that was stabbed in
Yeah.
the arm. He was the big kid.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Where was he stabbed?
Arm. He was stabbed in his arm.
Yeah, he got a big slice in his arm and it like fell out the insides of his
Right.
arm.
He had some adipose tissue that was hanging. Right. I mean, for lack of a better word, it had prolapse. Right.
Yep. He had a big old cut and cut a bunch of nerves and all that too.
Wow.
Took him a while to be able to use his arm.
Whether that be by plea, trial by jury, or a retrial on direct appeal. Is that your understanding? And if you break this agreement in any way, that any statements that you gave before during your testimony either today or at any other proceeding.
Petty, you remember that's how we used to have to summon Janine? Because
Yeah,
there was
and
no
it
way to
worked,
contact
damn it.
anybody.
It
See,
works.
back then we couldn't contact each other, or had Discord, so we just have to throw the smoke signals up.
Right.
I
and
do
then we
remember
used to-
several times it working, and it was creepy.
Oh, it worked. It's creepy.
It was.
Give it 5 minutes and Sassy will be
Like,
here.
Be used against you at a subsequent
And
trial.
Petty too. Yeah, we used to summon
Creepy how
Petty.
it works.
Yeah. Cool. We're witch and wizard.
Oh, that's right. And with regards to the 4 individuals that were assaulted on May 14th of 2022, is it your understanding that you could have been exposed as a co-conspirator to an excess of 60 years in prison?
Thank you. All right, Attorney Smith, do you agree that the canvas and the outline adequately and clearly set forth the terms of the agreement that's been marked as an exhibit for identification purposes, and that would be everything?
For the most part, Your Honor, I would just ask that the question be asked as far as he's been questioned about being truthful and who it is that determines the truthfulness. May I inquire?
You can.
As far as your expectation, your understanding is that in consideration for your testimony, you won't be prosecuted, correct? Correct. And as your understanding is you'll be afforded full immunity from any crimes that could possibly be charged, correct?
From May 14, 2022, correct?
And that you have to testify truthfully, right?
Correct.
And what is your understanding about who is going to determine whether or not you testify truthfully?
Just about what I experienced on May 14, 2022.
I understand, sir. Who is it that determines whether or not you testify truthfully?
I guess myself.
Well, the agreement between you and the state, correct?
Correct.
Between you and the prosecutor, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that the prosecutor is the person who can determine whether or not to charge you under this, correct? Would you agree then that it's the prosecutor who determines whether or not you testify truthfully?
I guess so.
That's your understanding, right? It's not whether I think you testify truthfully or whether anybody else thinks you testify truthfully, right? You didn't make this between me and you. Okay. So that's your understanding, is that you have to testify truthfully, prosecutor makes that determination, and if so, you're going to have full immunity. Is that fair to say?
This was my truth. This is what I experienced on May 14th, and what I'm going to say is what happened.
Okay. You understand that this agreement is between you and the state's attorney, right? And that your end of the bargain is that you have to testify truthfully, right? And that the prosecutor determines whether or not he thinks you broke this agreement by testifying truthfully or not truthfully, right?
Yes.
So it's the prosecutor who determines whether or not you've testified truthfully. Is that fair to say?
Did I skip something while I wasn't paying attention? What are they doing?
Oh yeah, because we were in the prosecutor was just beginning.
Yeah, but I think the judge, there was like a sidebar about them going over the immunity. So they're arguing that
I'm gonna watch it again real quick because I
Okay.
missed
the defense wanted to argue at that point.
it. Small cigar.
So this time I am going to ask the prosecution to please provide on the record an outline of the plea agreement that the state is made.
Let me approach the witnesses briefly.
Has this been marked as identification?
Yeah, Johnny was marked as State's 94 for identification. Are you familiar with State's 94?
And just briefly, Jack, I want to ask you questions about your understanding of this agreement with the state of Connecticut. Is it your understanding that in consideration for your testimony today and the cooperation during the investigative phase of this case, as well as any testimony today or any investigative grand jury or any other hearing, that the state of Connecticut agrees not to prosecute you for the incidences or any crime or crimes that occurred on May 14th of 2022? And is it also your understanding that you have to be truthful in your testimony, and if you are not truthful, that you could be prosecuted for any said crimes that occurred on that day? Is it also your understanding, based on this agreement, that if you commit any further crimes during the pendency of this case, pursuant to this agreement, that you could also be prosecuted for the crimes that may have occurred on May 14th of 2022? It is your understanding that the agreement extends until the final conclusion of this case, whether that be by plea, trial by jury, or a retrial on direct appeal. Is that your understanding? And if you break this agreement in any way, that any statements that you gave before, during your testimony, either today or at any other proceeding, could be used against you at a subsequent trial. Oh, that's right. And with regards to the 4 individuals that were assaulted on May 14th of 2022, is it your understanding that you could have been exposed as a co-conspirator to an excess of 60 years in prison?
Thank you. All right, Attorney Smith, do you agree that the canvas and the outline adequately and clearly set forth the terms of the agreement that's been marked as an exhibit for identification purposes, and that would be everything?
For the most part, Your Honor, I would just ask that the question be asked as far as he's been questioned about being truthful and who it is that determines the truthfulness. May I inquire?
You can.
As far as your expectation, your understanding is that in consideration for your testimony, you won't be prosecuted, correct? And as your understanding is you'll be afforded full immunity from any crimes that could possibly be charged, correct?
From May 14, 2022, correct?
And that you have to testify truthfully, right?
Correct.
And what is your understanding about who is going to determine whether or not you testify truthfully?
Just about what I experienced on May 14, 2022.
I understand, sir. Who is it that determines whether or not you testify truthfully?
I guess myself.
Well, the agreement is between you and the state, correct?
Correct.
Between you and the prosecutor, correct?
Right.
And you would agree that the prosecutor is the person who can determine whether or not to charge you under this, correct? Would you agree then that it's the prosecutor who determines whether or not you testify truthfully?
I guess so.
That's your understanding, right? It's not whether I think you testify truthfully or whether anybody else thinks you testify truthfully, right? You didn't make this between me and you. Okay. So that's your understanding, is that you have to testify truthfully, the prosecutor makes that determination, and if so, you're going to have full immunity. Is that fair to say?
This was my truth. This is what I experienced on May 14th, and what I'm going to say is what happened.
Okay. Do you understand that this agreement is between you and the state's attorney, right? And that your end of the bargain is that you have to testify truthfully, right? And that the prosecutor determines whether or not he thinks you broke this agreement by testifying truthfully or not truthfully, right?
Yes.
So it's the prosecutor who determines whether or not you've testified truthfully. Is that fair to say? That's what you understand. Okay, nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any follow-up?
There you go. Thank you.
All right, so at this point in time, I am going to just make a little more inquiry of Attorney Smith. Once again, is there any vagueness about this agreement that you have any concerns on? point in time?
Not at this point in time, Your Honor, with the understanding that I'm able to cross-examine him about it when he's on cross-exam.
Certainly both parties are entitled to.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor, there is the ID that
All right, so in keeping with formality and format, just with respect to the jury and what the jury has seen, I am going to ask the witness to leave the witness box. I'll ask the witness to be formally called for purposes of providing testimony, and we will put the witness under oath. This is for the purposes of the canvas.
Why does she sound so weird?
Exit for room, and then you'll be escorted back in to provide testimony. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good to hear her.
Oh, he had to go back out, come back in for the jury.
As to why that juror is no longer seated on the jury panel. Okay, so I'm just going to direct you with respect to that. Please don't ask questions of fellow jurors or attempt to guess or speculate as to why that juror no longer sits on the case. Thank you so much. As such, if it's easier to view the following jurors who are seated in the last two chairs of the jury box, feel free to move over to your left. Thank you. All right. So with that, then, I just ask again, it appears that we now have all of our jury members. That includes 3 alternates as opposed to 4 alternates. So, counsel, would you agree that we have the panel that we're moving forward with for today?
State will agree. Defense would agree, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
Did they just kick off a juror? Is that what she was talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't make sense of what they were, barely what they were saying. Do you want to replay it and slow it down a little bit?
I did. I slowed it all the way down to normal.
Oh, okay.
And it was still hard to hear. But I
Right.
think they just removed a juror. Maybe not.
Well, I mean, it didn't seem like there was enough time for the jury to leave. Like, they wouldn't just do that in front of all the jurors. So was there a break?
Yeah, there was a little break. I don't think they were in there during that last argument right there.
I was doing
Following jurors who are seated in the last two chairs of the jury box, feel free to move over to your left. Thank you.
What?
All right.
What did
It
she say?
sounded like they said like you could move seats to fill in the empty
Oh,
seats.
you can move around.
Oh,
Because
okay.
there's empty seats. Okay.
Gotcha.
Well, I fucked that up, didn't I?
May 14th, 2022.
And have we met before in connection to this case?
Yes.
And can you tell me a little bit about the circumstances surrounding how we initially met?
Angel says a juror was.
So I hired my attorney, and he went to the state of Connecticut, and they formed an agreement that I would provide full detail and truth about what happened on that day.
So a juror was removed?
That's what Angel's saying in the chat. So if an empty seat becomes available, surely they have alternates. So they were probably saying everybody can scoot down to fill in the empty seat for an alternate to get in the box possibly or something like that. But she says a juror was removed, but I don't know.
Well, that's a little weird. That's a little weird.
So that
In
immunity
consideration
part,
for your-
probably, honestly, like when they started hearing that, I wouldn't doubt if a juror started rolling their eyes or made some kind of comment like that got them removed.
What's your understanding with that agreement?
That I would not be prosecuted.
And is there any consequences if
It'd be faster to Google that than it would to keep rewinding because I can't hear what she's saying.
based on what you tell us today?
If I were to lie about what happened or do any more criminal charges, then I'd be prosecuted or liable for prosecution.
May I approach the witness?
Showing you which the mark of State's Exhibit 94 for identification purposes. You recognize State's 94?
I do.
And what is State's 94?
Our agreement.
And is this the agreement that you executed in the presence of your lawyer and your father on November 2nd, 2022? Does this agreement encompass the agreement between you and the state of Connecticut concerning your testimony concerning the events of May 14th, 2020?
Yes.
I would offer this to Phil, did it?
No objection, Your Honor. All right, the court will accept in evidence of the photo exhibit states 94.
Nothing comes up about a juror being removed in this trial so far.
Yeah, I think it was there. She said move chairs. If you,
Now, Jack, I want to ask you, are you familiar with an individual by the name of Tyler De Silva? How are you familiar with him? And how did you become friends?
St. Joseph football.
And back on May 14th of 2022, how old were you?
16 years old.
And where were you in school?
I was a junior
Where?
at St. Joseph High School.
And did you go to school with Tyler De Silva?
I did.
And what sports were you playing then? Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valley?
Yeah.
Does he have a nickname?
Yep.
And how are you familiar with him?
He was also a friend of mine.
And did he go to school with you at St. Joseph's High School?
Yep.
Is he present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
What is he wearing?
A black suit.
I don't know. You should be able to turn them on right here, can't you?
And can you please point him out for the record? Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses.
Yeah, you can turn them on, and I know we can turn them on in YouTube. I just didn't know if I could do it in StreamYard.
See if it'll read what she's saying.
All of our jury members, that includes 3 alternates as opposed to 4 alternates. So counsel, would you agree that we have the panel that we're moving forward with here today?
I didn't go back.
State will agree. Defense would agree, Your Honor.
Thank you so much for that.
Here we go.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Jury, welcome back. Counsel, please stipulate to the presence of our jury last month.
The state will stipulate, Your Honor. Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
All right, so before we continue with the evidence in this case, I just would like to address you, members of the jury. So you will notice that one of your fellow jurors is no longer with us. So we're in that you not surmise or speculate as to why that juror is no longer seated on the jury panel. Okay, so I'm just going to direct you with respect to that. Please don't ask questions of fellow jurors or attempt to guess or speculate as to why that juror no longer sits on the panel. Thank you so much. As such, if it's easier to view the following jurors who are seated in the last 2 chairs of the jury box, feel free to move over to your left. Thank you. All right. So with that, then, I just ask again, it appears that we now have.
All right, so wife.
And back on May 14th of 2022, how old were you?
16 years old.
And where were you in school?
You want me to turn those on or off? I kind of like it to be on. Well, I mean,
I like them on.
TV at home has them.
Yeah,
on.
I like it too. And Angel, fuck yeah. Angel was right. Our girl was right.
I heard the part about moving seats, but I missed the part about the juror.
It was confusing, and I
But
even looked it up, and
nothing
then
pops up on
trial
Google.
came up. It didn't
When
say
you Google it, it talks about Karen Reed.
it talks about Michelle Troconis, which was another Connecticut trial.
Yeah.
By Jennifer Doulos, the Gone Girl trial, but it doesn't say anything about this, so that's weird. Good catch, Angel. Thank you.
Yeah, good catch. Just remind me to turn them on. I probably have to do it on every video.
Cool.
Yeah, you do.
I was a junior
Where?
at St. Joseph High School.
And did you go to school with Tyler De Silva?
I did.
And what sports were you playing then?
Football.
Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Raul Valley?
Yeah.
Does he have a nickname?
Yep.
And how are you familiar with him?
He was also a friend of mine.
And did he go to school with you at St. Joseph's High School?
Yep.
Is he present in the courtroom today?
Yes.
What is he wearing?
A black suit.
And can you please point him out for the record? Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant in this case. Now, I want to bring it back to the events of May 14th of 2022. There was a party at Lazy Brook that night. Prior to the party at Lazy Brook, tell us what you were doing.
I was driving to go pick up Leo.
And what were you driving?
Behind the pilot.
And you said you were going, is this State's Exhibit 30? Is that a picture? What's that a picture of?
On the pilot.
Is that the car you were driving on May 14th of 2022? And you say you were going to pick up the defendant? Where were you going to pick him up?
His house.
Where's his house? And what time of day would you say you were going to pick him up?
Late at night, probably around 9 p.m., 10 p.m.
It was dark already?
Yes.
And when you got to his house, where did you go after that?
I was over with Tyler Silva,
And where does Tyler live?
in Milford, Connecticut as well.
When you picked Tyler up, was there any alcohol in the car?
At that time, it wasn't until he got in the car.
Wasn't until who got in the car? So Tyler brought alcohol in the car? What kind of things did he bring in the car?
We have 2 bottles of vodka.
And when you left Tyler's house, where did you go?
I think we went straight to the party.
The party at Lazy-Brook? Do you know whether or not you were invited to that party, you and your friends? And when you got there, around what time of night would you say you got there?
10 p.m., maybe a little bit later.
And when you got there, how many people would you say were at the party?
Probably 40 people, maybe.
And what kinds of things were going on at this party?
Just drinking and cup pong, stuff like that.
So when you say drinking alcohol? Was alcohol being provided at the house, or was it bring your own alcohol?
Bring your own alcohol.
And when you got to the party, were you drinking?
I was.
Were you drinking prior to getting to the party?
I was.
And when you got to the party, how long were you withdrawn? Did there come a point in time where you were under the impression that you guys had to leave?
How we were.
And when you were being told to leave, did you encounter 2 individuals that you were not familiar with at that party? And can you tell us a little bit about how that happened?
So we were under the impression that we'd be able to stay at the party if we removed people who were also uninvited. So when these 2 individuals came, I didn't know who they were, and we were told to ask them to leave. So we went up to them and we just told them that they weren't welcome there and we needed to leave.
When you were at the party at Lazy-Brook, between the time you got there and the time those people came, how long a period of time was that?
Maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
And when you got there, you recall what you were wearing that night?
I believe a red sweatshirt.
You recall what the defendant was wearing that night?
I believe a jersey.
Show your station to 53. Can you identify the people in stage 53? And who's the person on the left in the red sweatshirt?
That's me.
Who's the person on the right?
That's Lito.
And is this what he was wearing on May 14th, 2022?
It is.
I noticed he's wearing a helmet and a neck pillow. Did he come to Lazy-Brook like that?
Yeah.
Can you tell us the circumstances surrounding how that he came to be wearing those items?
I think he just found them maybe in the mudroom or in the garage or something.
And just put them on? Did he put them on almost immediately when he got there?
I wouldn't say so. Maybe 30 minutes, 20 minutes after we got there.
So shortly before the 2 individuals that were also not invited, at least that you're aware of, arrived at the house? So when you encountered these individuals, tell us about what happened during your interaction. Well, let me withdraw. Did you have an interaction with these 2 individuals when they came? Tell us about that.
So one of them was holding a piece of beer, and we said that he'd be able to stay if we took his beer, he gave us his beer, and he didn't want to give us his beer. So the conversation started to get a little bit more aggressive, and we moved from the garage to the driveway, and that's when I took his bear from him.
You took his beer from him? And when you took his beer from him, did the, not what was said, but was there another more interaction between you and the individual you took the beer from? And what was that like?
I think he squared up with me initially, and I squared up with him.
So you were going to fight for beer? Is that good? Right. And do you recall how the fight started?
What?
Let me know if you can still hear me when I switch over to this. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, it says in the Preppy murder trial, an alternate juror was dismissed after disclosing a past social connection to someone involved in the case. The
Yeah,
juror who
Mary
was
B put that in the chat, I think.
oh, okay. Well, I
Yeah,
mean, I
she
know
found
you said that an alternate.
Oh, I
was
didn't see that. Thank you, Lali.
It says that the juror not identified realized they had a past social relationship with a woman connected to one of the defendants, Raul Valle.
I
Yeah.
think they saw each other in the court and said something or something.
So clerk was just asking a question about who is the woman in the gallery, but I haven't seen that. So I'm wondering if that has something to do with the juror now that they're saying it's a woman on the defendant side.
All right, so we only got an hour and a half. Do y'all want to keep watching these other kids, or do y'all want to skip to the defendant already?
I like hearing I don't know all the details of the case, so I'd like to watch it, but
I think this is going to be interesting, especially on cross personally. I mean,
Right.
obviously I want to hear the defendant too, but I feel like this is going to get good.
yeah, I would like to hear him, and yeah, of course the defendant. This is it. This is the meat and potatoes of it. He's explaining the whole thing philosophically
yeah.
and chronologically.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think if they rest tomorrow and the jury deliberates and comes back, we're gonna fucking miss it.
Well, we can ignore it.
It's been what, an 8-day trial, and they say it's like an hour per day. I'd be surprised if, I don't know, they may come back tomorrow, but they're gonna have to do all of the jury instructions and closing, you know.
Today's court was 7 hours.
Oh, wow.
They questioned that kid for, and that he did all day today and partial day yesterday.
What, the defendant?
Yeah, so he's got a lot of testimony.
It's up to you then. I mean, it'd be interesting, but if you're worried about that, I understand.
So we'll watch a little bit of it. If it gets boring, I'm just gonna skip to fucking.
All right, thanks, brother.
And how did the fight start?
After we squared up with each other, Lito came around and hit him in the back of the head, and then he lunged forward at me.
And how long did the fight last for?
30 seconds.
And do you recall when he lunged at you? Did you recall what happened after he lunged at you?
I fell to the floor.
And when you fell to the floor, do you recall if anybody else jumped in on the fight at that point in time?
I think Tyler and Lito were helping me out while I was on the floor.
And how long did the fight last for?
30 seconds.
Jack, have you seen a video of this fight before? So Jack, is there a point there? You have your monitor in front of you. I'm going to ask you if you can identify this person in the red. Do you know who that is? The person in the green that appears that you were fighting. Who's that?
That's the Sheldon person that I was fighting.
Is that the kid you took the beer from?
Yes.
The kid here with the dark pants, the light blue shirt. Do you know who that is? Can you rewind it if you can? Can you rewind it a little bit?
I think that's Lito.
It's Lito behind the kid from Shelton. Can you go a little forward now, please? This person right here with what appears to be a light blue jersey and jeans. Who's that?
That's Tyler.
Do you recall the fight happening that way? Yeah. Now, the fight lasted about 30 seconds. You said after the fight broke up, can you tell us what happened after that?
We all got up, and I think Sheldon kicked me down the driveway, and I caught her out, and everyone from the party started dispersing outside, and the mother of the house kind of shut the party down at that point.
And when the mother shut the party down, where did you, what, if anything, were you guys planning to do at that point?
At that point, just go home. I'm supposed to go maybe until we got added to a group chat.
You were added to a group chat? Do you know who added you?
I don't know who added me.
What was the name of the group chat? Do you recall?
Something along the lines of the basketball team.
And when you got added to this group chat, did you know why you got added to the group chat?
After looking at the text, I did.
And why do you believe you were added to the group chat?
Because kids who were at the party were upset at what happened and wanted to meet somewhere to fight us.
So did you engage anybody in that group chat?
I might have sent a couple texts back.
Such as what?
Along the lines of that we were going to fight them, or they wanted to fight us while I was in a com or something along the lines of that.
So you were willing to go meet them to fight? And at some point in time after the fight, did you get in your car?
Yeah.
And how long between the time the fight ended and the time you got in your car, getting ready to leave? How long was that?
Maybe 5 minutes.
And did anybody else get in the car with you?
Yeah.
Who else got in the car with you?
It was Dimitri, Keenan, Will, Tyler, Lito, Mackenzie, and myself.
So you said Dimitri and Keenan. Who's Dimitri and Keenan?
Friends of ours.
Did you go to school with them? And that would be Dimitrios Arfanis and Keenan Frasick. And you said Will. Who's Will? And did you go to school with him at St. Joe's? And you said Mackenzie. Who's Mackenzie?
Mackenzie Traficante.
And did you go to school with her at St. Joe's? And what was the significance of Mackenzie Traficante at that moment in time?
She dating Lito.
So it was 7 of you in the car?
It was.
Who drove the car? Do you recall who was in the front seat when you left? And do you recall who was in your back seat?
Everyone else.
You don't recall where everybody was sitting at any particular time? When you left Lazy Brook, where did you guys head to?
So in the group chat, I think they were initially planning on meeting us at Trumbull High School. That was what I was under the impression of. So we went to Trumbull High and see a couple people there.
And when you got to Trumbull High School, what did you guys do when you got there?
We pulled in the parking lot, and there was a black BMW who apparently was one of, I believe, Keenan's friends or someone in the car knew them. 2 kids, but they weren't who we were looking for. So we kind of just stayed in the parking lot for about 10 minutes or so.
And when you were in the parking lot for 10 minutes, did you all get out of the car?
I don't believe so.
No one got out of the car, maybe to go relieve themselves or walk someplace else, go talk to those kids in the BMW?
We were conversing through the windows of our cars.
And what kinds of things were you conversing about?
I think we were asking them to come along with us to go fight.
Okay, so that you made them aware of a potential fight that was going to happen? And were you having a conversation with the defendant when you were at Trumbull High School about what had occurred at Lazy Brook or this potential fight?
I think conversation.
And what kinds of things were you guys talking about?
So we were going to go meet these kids and fight them.
Invite them? The intent was to fight them?
Yeah.
Now, you said you were there for about 10 minutes. After about 10 minutes, did you become aware that it was time to leave Trumbull High School? How did you become aware of that?
The group chat somebody sent us an address and told us to go over to that house, and that's where they'd be.
And did you in fact drive over to that house? You in the front seat driving, and who was in the front passenger seat?
Tyler. So.
And when you got over there, do you recall what the house looked like when you got there?
I just knew there was a driveway on the right and front lawn.
State Exhibit 49. State Exhibit 49. Does it look familiar to you?
It does.
Is that the house that you went to?
It is.
14th to 2022.
Yes.
And do you recall? You're from Norwalk. Do you recall your path of travel when you got to that house that night?
Yeah, it was from Adams.
It was from Adams. Show you State Exhibit 1. And when you say that it was from Adams, you're talking about this road here to the right, State Exhibit 1. So you came in that way? And when you came in that way, what did you do? Did you drive by the house?
We parked there at the end of the street.
And when you say you park at the end of the street, can you tell from State Exhibit 49 where exactly you parked?
Yeah, right on the right to the end.
So right, if I put my finger, let me know if I'm in the right area, right around here.
Yeah.
Okay, so if the record reflecting State 49, I'm at the bottom portion of the picture, just to the left of the trees that are on the property across the street from 43 Grove Line, near the intersection of Adams and Grove.
Order will allow the record to reflect that. Thank you.
And when you got there, did you see anybody outside of the property at that point in time? And when you got there, did you or anybody from your group indicate to anybody in the group chat that you guys were at the house? And when that happened, what occurred when that happened?
People started flowing out in the backyard of the house. We saw them in the driveway. And they just head after head.
And when you say coming back from the back of the house, do you know exactly what portion of the house they came from?
Yes.
But they came down the driveway? And when they came down the driveway, did they approach your car? And when they approached your car, what was the lighting like out that night? It was dark, but could you see in front of you?
I couldn't tell faces, but I could see the outlines of people.
Could you see, was there light from the house that was shining? Your headlights were on at some point, providing some light? When the individuals, did they approach your car? When they approached your car, how close did they get to your car? And were you familiar with anybody that approached your car at that moment in time? And did you have a conversation? Did you or anybody in the car have a conversation with anybody that approached your car that night? What was the conversation initially like?
Very aggressive. Didn't expect to see so many people there, so we were kind of partying on our backs and they surrounded the car. The windows were cracked, so we could talk to them through the car. And they were screaming, cursing, throwing stuff at the car, getting the bar, stuff like that.
What were they doing? Spitting at the car? Touching the car? Were you guys saying anything back to them?
I don't remember the conversation, but we were both going back and forth, kind of.
So were you arguing with them also?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And how long would you say that occurred for?
30, 40 seconds.
At some point in time after 30, 40 seconds, what did you do?
Kind of left my car a little bit to clear the way, and then we drove off.
And when you drove off, where did you drive to?
I drove down the street, about 5 houses down, and then stopped the car.
And when you stopped the car, what happened?
I let people out of the car.
Do you recall who got out of the car?
We have people in the back who wanted to get a ride home.
And why? Do you know why they wanted to ride home?
Because they didn't want to be involved in what just occurred back at the house.
And at some point in time down the road, and when you say down the road, are you talking, if you're looking at States 1, are you driving down towards Farmhouse Lane?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall where on Laurel Glen, or where on the road, I should say, did you stop the car?
Probably about 5 houses down.
Was it close to the intersection of Farmhouse and Laurel Glen?
Maybe that house right across from the farmhouse.
And when you got out, when you stopped the car, did at some point in time you have an interaction with anybody else that was not related to your car?
I believe we did.
And can you tell us a little bit about that?
I think there was a couple kids running down the street.
And when they ran down the street, do you know what they did?
I think they were talking to people who exited my car.
Do you know who they were talking to?
I don't recall.
Were you still in the car at this point? And do you recall what, if anything, was anything thrown from your car or towards your car at that point?
I don't remember it all the time. With my car.
When you were down the street and there were individuals out of your car, did you see anybody engage in any physical altercation down the road?
No.
Did you see anybody from that other group with any weapons on them at that point in time? At some point in time, did you drive the car down the road and turn back?
I did.
And when you did that, what did you do? Did you get in the car? Did you get out of the car? What did you do?
We went out to check the damage on the car.
When you said we, who's we?
I think they were already down the street. I drove off and I came back around and then I got out of the car and we were all kind of outside the car.
So were you the only person in the car that drove down and came back?
I think so.
And when you came back, Mackenzie was out of the car already?
Yes.
Tyler?
Yes.
The defendant?
Yes.
Will?
Yes.
Keenan? Demetrius?
Yes.
And when you got back, you stopped the car? And when you got out of the car, what did you do when you were looking at your car?
Just observing.
What did you observe?
Dents and nicks on the car and something on the windshield.
Showing you States 31. Is this something that you saw on the night of May 14th, 2022?
Yes.
By the way, what time would you say you got to 43 Laurel Glen on May 14th, 2022? You recall?
Maybe 11:30. 11.
So this defect in the windshield here, was that there prior to getting to Laurel Glen? So that happened when you got to Laurel Glen?
Good.
And when you were inspecting your car, tell us how you.
Dean, post a good link for the Discord.
I got you.
Got you. I get you. Yo.
Dean, if there's a pub or something.
Post it yourself, dude. Fuck it.
And Dean, I second sweet woman's sentiment. You have to find a lobster roll. You
Dude,
must.
if there's like a pub in your hotel, they'll have it in there. It's fucking Maine. They have them everywhere.
Right.
Seriously.
Don't leave Maine without that lobster roll, and we want proof.
Exactly.
All right.
Felt about what had just occurred to you.
pub.
Yeah, Ox Pub.
Yeah.
It's good. Get it there.
Nice. Look at
Oh,
Mary.
all right. Problem solved.
Nice.
I got you.
They want pics
Good looking.
I'm kind of distraught and upset that my car was
of
there.
a lobster roll. Just want to clarify that, not just random pics. It was pics of the lobster roll, Dean.
Danny, you already know I'm
Yes,
sending you
thank
pics.
you for the specificity.
I'm sending you
You
certain
can send
pics, Danny.
mountains and bodies of
And
water.
it better be lobster in the damn lobster roll too.
Oh no, it's not. It's a shrimp. You could say.
Was anybody else distraught and upset?
To eat crab.
Can you please explain how he was upset with regards to your car?
He initially saw the damage before I did. That was the last thing out of my car. He was just going around and, look what they did to your car. All the stories stuff around those lines.
What, was he saying anything else with regards to, look, he just said, look what they did to your car. He didn't say anything else.
He was just distraught about what happened to my car.
Was he more upset than you?
Maybe visibly. I was quite upset.
Was he aggressive?
Yes.
And when he was acting in this way, what if anything happened during this inspection of your car?
He came back around and asked for the knife.
And when you say the knife, what do you mean?
I carried a pocket knife at the bottom of the center console, and it's always been there from when I got the car initially.
Why was it there?
Just any really reason I would need a knife, it was there. To cut anything. Whatever, just at the bottom of my center console. A bunch of random items along with it, but I knew it was there. When they initially surrounded my car, I had taken it out and put it on my waist.
So you talked about down in front of 43 Laurel Glen when your car started to get.
When they were rocking the car, and
you took the knife out and put it on your waist.
put it on my waist.
And when you put it on your waist, did you open it up? Did you show it to anybody? And when you did that, why did you do that?
Just because I didn't expect so many people there, and after seeing what they were doing in my car and how they were talking, I just felt like it was in regard to my own safety. I just took it out and put it down just in case anything were to happen.
Now, after you left that initial interaction where you say you took the knife out and you put it on your lap and you went down the street, could you have just left the area and not gone back?
Yeah.
But you didn't do that, right? And you say that the defendant asked you for the knife. Tell me what kinds of things was he saying?
He just said, "Where's the knife?" Give me the knife along those lines.
Did he say it in an aggressive manner?
Not really. He just kind of asked for it.
Yes.
Jack, drawing was marked as State's Exhibit
1,000-mile stare. See that?
And what is State's 95?
A copy of the knife.
Is this a picture of the knife that you sent me that is a duplicate of what your knife looked like May 14th?
It is.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of what the knife looked like? That you possess that?
It is.
All right, well, this is what we did.
All right, we're to accept an evidence, states 95, full exhibit. Thank
Showing your State's 95. It's not marked as a full exhibit. Is this the knife that you had in your vehicle on May 14th of 2022? Is this the knife that that the defendant was looking for on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
You indicated that you had this in your center console. I'll just show you State's 32. Picture of the inside of your car. And when you say center console, you're indicating that this area here, or are you indicating the glove box?
No, the center console.
So I'm pointing to the left of State's 32, the center console area of the car.
Yep.
And you had taken it out of this area, put it on your lap, and you initially got the 43 Laurel Glen. And when the defendant asked for the knife on May 14th, 22, tell us about what happened. Did you give it to him? What happened? You gave him the knife? And when you gave him the knife, why did you do that?
I wasn't really thinking. I just gave it to him after what I gave it to him.
Now, Is there any conversation between you or anybody else, just slightly before or after you give the defendant the knife?
Yeah, before.
And what are you guys talking about?
Tyler, maybe Lito, I think they knew people at the party. I didn't, but they wanted to go back because maybe they recognized a couple kids, and they were going to go try and talk to them, calm it down, maybe just make peace with them. That's the whole plan.
And did you in fact get in your car? Who got in your car?
I got in the driver's seat, and Lito got in the passenger and Tyler in the back.
And did anybody else get in the car at that point in time? And when you got in the car, where did you go?
We drove up towards the lawn.
When you say drove up to the front lawn, States 49, can you show us in States 49 where you drove up?
Right to the right of the red bush.
This bush?
Red bush.
You stopped here? And when you stopped there, what happened when you stopped there?
Lito got out.
And where did they go?
They started walking towards the crowd of people that was on the lawn.
And when they did that, what did you do?
I was at my window down, and I was kind of watching them, just making sure they were okay.
And did you stay in that area?
I stayed right parallel to them the whole time.
Did you move the car up a little bit?
I crept up as they walked up.
And when you walked up, were you able to observe the interaction between Tyler and the defendant and the group from 43 Laurel Glen?
Dark out, and I could see what was going on.
Now, prior to getting there, were you ever under the impression that were you told to leave and get out of here? Do you recall that?
I can't recall that.
Okay. Now, when you when Tyler and the defendant get out of the car and they're on the property here, they're on the property. What kinds of things was there any verbal interaction between the defendant and Tyler and the people from 43 Laurel Glen?
Yeah, they were conversing, but it didn't sound aggressive at first.
Show you States 4. Do you recall where your car was in States 4 when you noticed they were conversing?
A little bit in between the bushes, maybe.
Would it be over here somewhere?
Yeah, middle of the street.
Middle of the street? Were there cars parked on the side of the street?
Yeah.
So you couldn't be in there near the curb, per se?
I was kind of in the middle of the street just watching.
Okay. And you were in the driver's seat, car was on, you were looking over your shoulder?
Yep.
Through the window? Window was up?
It was down. It was down.
Down? And you said that you heard talking back and forth?
Yeah.
It was normal at first? And how long would you say it was normal for?
10, 20 seconds.
And then at some point in time, did it escalate?
Did.
And can you tell us about that?
Someone came out from the crowd and punched Lito in the face.
And when that happened, what did you observe?
Just all out chaos at that point.
Did you observe where the defendant was after he got punched? Did you observe where Tyler was after that happened? At some point in time, do you stay in that area right as the fight's going on? And at some point during the fight, does anybody come back to your car?
Yeah.
And when he comes back to your car, does he get in the car?
No. I think he opened the door.
Okay.
He came up to the door.
And after he opened the door, what, if anything, did you observe him do next?
He just went back.
And when he went back, at some point in time, how long did he, from the time he left your car to go back, did he come back to the car at some point?
He came back, went back, and then came back. Yeah.
How long did that take, do you think?
10, 15 seconds.
Did you see where he went when he left your car the first time, or the second time, I should say? You didn't see him if he went back into the fight? You just.
I think he went back into the fight. That's where I thought.
And did you see him engage anybody in the fight at that point? At some point in time, does the fight end, or?
I think Lito got back in the car
first.
Got back in first.
And where did he get in the car?
He got in the passenger seat.
The front passenger seat. Okay. And at some point in time, did Tyler come back to the car?
He came in after Lito. Lito got in the passenger seat and first, and he was like all distraught and said something along the lines of like, I think I just stabbed like 4 people or something like that, holding the knife.
He said he stabbed 4 people. He was holding the knife. And how soon after he said that did Tyler De Silva get in the car?
Maybe 10 seconds after. I kind of crept up a little bit more.
So you started to move, and then Tyler jumped in. Where did he jump in? Was it on the passenger side or the driver's side? And when he got in the car, what did you do next?
I took off down the street towards Adams.
Okay. So if we're looking at stage 1, you took off towards Adams when you got to Adams. So this way, the record of motion from the left to the right towards Adams. Okay. And when you got to Adams, where did you go? We to the left. So you went down here. And you hit the cul-de-sac. What happened when you hit the cul-de-sac? So as I was making going around the cul-de-sac, I was told me to stop the car. You told me to stop the car. Do you recall where you stopped the car? 1.0. And so you parked on the side of the cul-de-sac there. Yep. And when you stopped the car, what if anything happened when you stopped the car? Lito got on with from passenger for the night. You saw him for the night?
I did.
Where did he throw the knife?
Directly into the woods area that was right there.
So you stayed to the 45, the cul-de-sac, Adams Road, you pull that?
Yeah, I do.
And does this look like, stage 46, does this look like the wooded area where the knife was tossed?
Yes.
And after he threw the knife in the woods, what happened after that? Did he get back in the car? And when he got back in the car, what, if anything, did he say?
I don't recall him saying anything when he got back.
So you got back in the car, and what did you do?
I took off and took a right back on the street, which is where I believe people were getting their rides.
So you drove back down Laurel Glen? So you came back on stage 1, you came back down this way? You took a right on Laurel Glen, go past the house again? Yep. and you met people down here, people that were originally in your car. And when you got down to that end of the street, what, if anything, happened when you got there?
Dropped the off. I think that's where he was getting picked up.
Do you know who he was getting picked up by?
I think Mackenzie's sister was coming to pick her and pick him up.
And when he, so he got out of the car at that point? And when he got out of the car, what happened when he got out of the car?
Tyler got in the front passenger. Then took off towards Tyler's house.
And when you took off, did you know how to get home from where you were?
I used to go maps to get to Tyler's.
And you drove down to Tyler's house? And when you got to Tyler's house, did you have, what happened when you got to Tyler's house?
We met out in the solo. Tyler's guys was outside.
And
So there's one thing I wanted to watch. So we're taking a lunch break,
Okay.
an 8-minute lunch break, because I wanted to watch this the last couple of days and I keep forgetting. I'm not going to forget anymore. You ready?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Okey dokes.
Well,
Okey-dokey.
local level that was one of the strongest voices, and I mean that in every way possible. Dina, how are you?
I'm good. I almost cried again watching that. I can't watch that clip without getting goosebumps still to this day and almost starting to cry. Like it was so, you had to physically be down there to know the power, to the togetherness, the fight that everybody was in. It was just, I don't think I'm ever going to see that again in my lifetime.
Yeah, it was something. And for those who may not remember, one of my first visits to the Triangle of Terror there in Dedham, I was downstairs in the Registry of Deeds. Why? Because they have a very nice public restroom. So I was down there, and every time I'd been in there a few times because I have a thimble bladder. So I'd been down there, and I see it was gathering in the other room, and this was late February, early March, so still not exactly balmy, right? So when everybody had arrived and there was nothing really going on outside, this group would gather in the basement, and so I was just kind of sneaking in and trying to listen, and then I just said, well, let me just see who wants to speak, and introduced myself. Said, anybody want to say anything? And most everybody was like, look elsewhere. But one person spoke up, and I can't. Oh yeah, it was Dina. And once she started talking, and clearly her thoughts reflected everybody else's thoughts in that room. Then other people popped up. Will the Glarer happened to be in town that day, so I met him then. So Dina, here we are. Obviously, it's still emotional for you. We talked obviously the day of the verdict, and for those who haven't seen the clip where Dina takes over the microphone and starts Nathan.
I was like, screw that Channel 5. How dare that asshole at Channel 5 even get next to me? Like it was a split-second decision. I'm like, oh, I seen your microphone with the justice on it, and I was like, boom, I just took it and put it right in there.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, because I was late to the fray, and so I'm getting like the back of his head. So we got the audio, and I moved around just a little bit. But what was the relationship you had with Nathan? Because you clearly were close with him.
Well, they in the beginning and during the first trial, they had to fend for themselves as far as like security and stuff like that. And this movement, we stepped up to the plate and try to get them through the media and stuff. So that's how now they know us in our faces. So if we're popping in, into the media to get them, they know to come with us. We're going this way or whatever. And it just happened. But this second trial, the police, all the police, the CAT team, the Mass State Police, the Dedham Police, the bicycle police, there was tons of them. They wanted to build a bridge between the supporters and law enforcement. So that way law enforcement wasn't just, they didn't want to throw gas on any fires. So that's how I ended up stepping up to the plate.
So you were kind of the ombudsman, the liaison between the supporters and the cops at a time in which, there were moments that were not, they were ugly, and obviously
they were ugly. I got a lot of shit for it. And I was just on Will's show, and I was just like, you know what? F you people, because I did something for the greater good of this movement. And that was to end this movement for Karen the way we started it, with no violence. That's there was over 2,000 people down there. And at one point, one section went to go stampede when they started putting the fencing up. I went running down. The police were behind me, but I was screaming, no! And they actually stopped. They
You know?
actually stopped. And I didn't think, I mean, I worked up at Great Woods a couple times. You know, when I was a police matron, I worked up at the compound, which Great Woods is a concert venue. And I would work up there. So it's not like I didn't rummage through crowds before. I did, but this was different because
A police matron? I'm hearing something new. I didn't know about you. I'm sorry to jump in, Dina, but wow.
I started off at 911, which I liked 911, but the guy that was training me, and he was a bit of a pervert, and so I didn't want to work with him anymore. Later on, a few years later, he actually was indicted and arrested in a sex ring for pornography. So,
there you go.
but anyways, I went from 911, I went over to become a police matron, and I was a police matron, well, 13, 14 years.
Oh my gosh. Well, good for you. And
It
on
was
that
per
day,
diem, but
yeah, you know, but still, that's a very important job.
Yeah.
And on that
So-
day, and I referenced it as a concert a couple of times. That's what it reminded me of. With the stanchions were there, and people did, you know, they really did charge the street at first.
They did.
And
I
you
was
stopped
screaming.
them, and the stanchions stopped them. But then the cops kind of bent and
Yeah.
said, "Okay, they will close that half of the road," and you know, it was fine. That was the closest that I ever noticed it getting to, you know, sort of unruly. The only time.
Yeah, and the cops were funny because when we walked back over to the original corner, when you know, where we were staying most of the time, they were like, "Jesus Christ, Dina, we stayed back and let you handle it." Like they were laughing. I was like, "No," because you know, a lot of these people I seen every single day, so they wanted it too. They knew Karen's team wanted us to be quiet because we didn't know what Bev would do if everybody was screaming, and to sentence her, you know, for that OUI charge, because it was that was lingering that they, you know, Bev could charge her and give her the full 2.5 years, which would have been horrific if
Would
they
have
did
been
that, because
outrageous,
nobody
no
gets
support
that.
for it,
That would have
et cetera.
started a riot.
But you're right, because with all of the shenanigans we saw, who knows? You know, who
Yeah.
knows? You know?
And not only that, is we still, no matter what, you have to be respectful to the O'Keefe family. The O'Keefe family still lost a son, a brother, an uncle, a cousin. You know, they would have had to walk out to 2,000 people. You know what I mean? You can't avoid that with that. I'm glad they went out the back door, but there was a lot of, you know, they thought a lot about everything. And I'll tell you, the crowd was wonderful. It really was, because we're a community. We're a caring community. A lot of new people that came down, which you can tell there was a lot of new people. They didn't like, they get excited. You know what I mean? Like, so one person kissed me on the lips. Like, don't do that, you know, invade in space. But
Michael, how dare you?
Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
But like I said to you that day, both you and Linda, you know, you guys came down and you did it unbiasedly. Where we everybody in this movement has seen how the media does stuff and edits stuff and doesn't report unbiasedly. Where you did, you came down and you just looked at everything. But not only that, is you gave us an opportunity to speak of how we felt, and you didn't edit anything. You promised not to do it, and you did, and you kept your promise. So
we've had you on a number of times. And Michael's
Yeah.
been there. He went 14 times. You didn't see that from the mainstream media.
No, not at all. And that's why, like, that whole Mike thing, I mean, I saw him in the corner of my eye, and I was like, oh no, you're getting in here. You are more important than these assholes that we deal with all the time. And I just, you know, you're
Well,
lucky
we
I didn't
appreciate
push
that. I
Channel
think we had
5 down.
we had a very nice coexistence, and you know, we only had one goal going into this: justice. You know, tell the story, prosecutor, prove your case if you can.
Right.
And you know, day after day, we would see that the case was horrible.
Lunch break's over.
It's a good guy, right, Mary? He had a great spot.
Yeah, that was his spot on that little. So
right.
yeah, so the first time I went down there, that was still like under construction. They were still building it. But he was still there, like, but he just wasn't on like the little courtyard part. He was like more on the sidewalk, but that was like his spot then
Right.
too.
He was on he was like on his own islands and
Yeah, he had, like, a
removed,
setup.
and he just kind of went into, like, you know, his own little sanctuary. And the day before the verdict, when we were there, when we thought we were going to get the verdict, when we were walking away, and then it was like a downpour, you know, there's Michael Bryant, and he was, you know, covered. He was in this little tent, and yeah, snug as a bug in a rug. So who's better than him? Nice.
Yeah, he was great. He was definitely there like every day, just
yeah,
in it.
Yep.
And the interviews they've done post trial have been awesome.
I
Michael
haven't
Easter,
enough
Turtle
of their
Boy, all of
coverage.
them. They've been
Yeah.
so good.
I have to go back and I mean, because there are so many creators that were putting out great
Definitely
content.
overload, but theirs are really good.
Yeah, thanks. I'll go back and check them. All right, brother.
Hell yeah. Let's do it.
Were you talking with Owen De Silva? Did you tell him what happened? Did you and Tyler De Silva, not what you guys said, but did you have a conversation with Tyler on the way from Laurel Glen to Milford when you talked to Owen De Silva? And what kinds of things were you saying to Tyler De Silva?
I told him that Leo said something like, "Oh my God, I think I stabbed people" or something. We were talking about his injuries because Tyler was all bloodied up and in bad condition.
How did Lito appear? Did you get a good look at Lito?
He was also pretty bloodied up. They were both kind of beat up.
Yeah. And did you say anything else when you were talking, when you were going to Milford?
The conversation was kind of along the lines of like, how are we going to get back at these people? Because like, at the time we had no idea the severity of the situation. Like when Leo said like I stabbed people, I'm thinking like he's on the ground and maybe hit someone in the leg or something and got out of it and got back in my car. So it was kind of like the tension was kind of still there. And in the group chat, kids were still texting in the group chat. So it was kind of just still kind of aggressive between the groups. So we were just kind of talking about like how we're going to get back at these guys.
You didn't understand the severity of it?
It's always something that they were going home.
And did you text anything in the group chat after the incident, 43 Local?
I did.
What did you text?
I guess it's something along the lines of like enjoy the hospital visit or something.
And at some point in time, you talked to Owen De Silva. Do you stay in Milford that night or do you leave? You go to home and home back to Norwalk? And when you go back to Norwalk, when you get home, do you have any conversation with anybody when you get home?
Yeah.
And did you tell your father what had happened? And not what he said to you, but what was his appearance to you when you told him what had happened?
He kind of looked shocked and kind of gave me the impression this was going to be something more serious than I thought it was.
At some point in time, did you have another conversation with another family member?
I did.
Who did you have a conversation with? And who's your cousin?
Mario.
And you talked about what had happened at 43 Laurel Glen? And at some point in time, were you contacted by the Shelton Police Department in any way? Was it how close in time was it from the time of the incident to the time Shelton Police Department contacted you?
It was that morning.
And did you talk to the police at that point in time?
My father picked the phone up, just told him that we were hiring an attorney.
So you hired a lawyer at that point? And again, that was May 15th of 2022? And at some point in time, do you recall in consulting with your lawyer and your father or your parents, do you recall wanting to meet with the state's attorney's office with regards, or the Shelton Police Department, the state's attorney's office with regards to this incident?
Yep.
And is that when your lawyer approached the state's attorney's office to give us potential information about this case, in particular where the knife was discarded? Is the first time that you spoke to law enforcement regarding this case, was that on November 2nd of 2022?
I believe so.
And did you give a subsequent interview with law enforcement to clarify anything that may have been misunderstood? Give me a moment here. I have no further questions,
So he didn't check. He didn't check
Mr. Snyder.
how they were
You-
doing. Just hired counsel. This kid, is that what the basic gist of it is? They
Say it
stayed,
again?
they went home, and then the police contacted, and then they're like, "Oh shit, we have to hire a lawyer." But there are four kids that were stabbed. Don't give a fuck about them. One's dead. Like they had no idea.
They really didn't get into detail about when he learned those facts.
Yeah, I'm curious to know about that because that's fucking crazy. I mean, it's
learned
good
severity.
to me, it's good, right? Yeah, I'd like to know, like, if they had any kind of a fucking care. You stabbed 4 people and just like, okay, let's go home and hire a lawyer. No care. Like, it's just an act of depravity. I don't know if that's the case, but if that's the case, I mean, these are just depraved individuals. But I pretty much have a good idea of the whole thing now. I mean, again, it's just from his accounting, but let's see what the defense comes back with. But it's a good overview.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
I've never met before. Never talked about this case before. Well, so let's talk a little bit about it now. You told us that the evening began with you picking up Mr. Valley and Mr. De Silva in your Honda Pilot that evening sometime, correct? Yes. And then you took everybody over to 5 Lazy Brook Road, correct? Yes. And that's where you had been invited over to the Lifer's house, right?
No.
No.
We weren't invited. I think we just got word that there was a party there.
Okay. Who'd you get that word from?
I can't remember who told us to go, but we just eventually went.
Okay. You got there and you were there for 1 or 2 hours?
That sounds right.
Did you see the Lifers when you were there?
Oh, we did.
You knew Madigan from school?
Oh, I did.
And you knew Austin from school? Did you see Austin that evening?
I think briefly I did, yeah.
You said there were maybe 40 people there when you got there?
I believe so.
You'd been drinking at the party and beforehand?
Yes.
But you didn't bring the alcohol. That was Tyler De Silva who brought the alcohol. And then 2 individuals that you didn't know arrived and you told them that they had to leave, right? Did one of those individuals, the one holding the case of beer, did he give you a beer? Did he give Mr. Valley a beer? Did he seem to you like he was trying to make friends with you?
Initially, maybe at the end of the party, yeah.
At the end of the party?
No, to get into the party.
To get into the party. Gotcha. And you told him that he needed to give you that beer?
Yes.
A dispute broke out about whether or not you were going to actually get that beer from him, correct?
Yeah, it was about like him giving us the beer and then in turn he'd be able to stay at the party.
We say giving us the beer. You were the one asking for the beer, right?
Yeah.
You were the one who was talking with this individual, right?
We all were.
Okay. Tyler De Silva was talking to him?
We all were, yeah. Neolito and Tyler.
Okay. And yet the person that squares up, that's you, right? Because you're the person who took the beer from him, right? So would you agree that you were the person that was having the most direct interaction with Mr. Hines? And you later come to find out that that person was Ryan Hines?
Yes.
And you said that you moved to the driveway and that's where you squared up and you had the fight, right? And you guys were moving around in that course of that fight? The video that we watched, that doesn't catch the initial stages of that fight, does it?
I mean, I don't think the fight started until the end of that video.
Okay, that catches the very beginning of that fight? Yes. So you guys had not begun fighting until you got out into the driveway?
Yes.
And people sort of formed a circle around, right? There were some folks watching, and it was just you and Mr. Hines that were going to have this square off. Yeah. And you said Mr. Valley came around and hit him in the back of the head, right? And that he lunged at you?
Ryan Hines did, yeah.
Or you lunged at him?
No, Ryan Hines lunged at me.
Sorry. So Ryan lunges at you. You'd already taken a punch at Mr. Hines at that point? He tackles you to the ground. He's on top of you. A group descends and tries to break that thing up, right? At some point, you all get up and you go your separate ways.
Yeah.
The kids from Shelton High that had just been involved with the fight, they walk down the driveway and get in the car somewhere?
Yeah.
Did you see them do that?
Yeah.
And where was your car parked?
To the left. Looking down the driveway, it was off to the left.
Okay, so nearby. And you, how long before you got in your car and left?
5 to 10 minutes. Maybe.
Did you see at any point Mrs. Lifer come out, shut the party down, and give the beer back to Mr. Hines?
I remember her coming out. I don't remember her giving back the beer.
In any event, you didn't have the beer anymore at that point, correct? He said after that the plan was to go home, right? When you say go home, to your own home?
No, I was going to be sleeping out that night.
Where were you going to be sleeping that night?
Most likely Tyler's.
Tyler De Silva. And as far as Tyler De Silva, that was a close friend of yours? Do you remain close friends? And would you say you were closer with Mr. De Silva than you were with Mr. Valley?
I would. I think that's fair to say.
You weren't going to sleep at Mr. Valley's house that night?
It was possible, but I think the plan was to sleep at Tyler's.
Okay.
So we frequently slept out at.
And you said at some point you got added to this basketball group chat, right? Correct?
Yes,
sorry, we've got the court reporter here and you have to say out loud something. You didn't create that group chat. Mr. Valley didn't create that group chat. Mr. De Silva didn't create that group chat. But you got added to it. When you got added to it, was Mr. Valley also added to it at that same time?
I'm not sure if he was added, but I knew a couple of us were. I'm not sure exactly who, but we were all kind of talking about it.
Okay. Who else was on that group chat?
There were probably a good 20 people in it, and about probably 3 or 4 of us in it. So it was majority kids I wasn't aware of. I didn't know.
So when you were looking at that group chat, you couldn't see the names of the folks that you didn't know. You just saw numbers. Is that fair?
Yep.
But you quickly got an understanding of who those unknown numbers were, right? And you understood that that was the kids, at least some of the kids and kids who were related to the kids that you had just gotten into the fight with, right? Yep. Because you said that there was, your understanding based on what they were texting was that they wanted you to fight with them, right? And you sent text back indicating you were willing to do that, right? And so you got back in the car with Demetrius, Keenan, Will, Tyler De Silva, Raul, and Mackenzie Trefcanti. And did they all know that you were getting in the car to go fight these kids?
Yeah, we made it pretty apparent that people who were going to be in my car were going to go with us to go fight.
So Mackenzie Trefcanti knew that you were going in the car to go fight? When you say that people in the car knew that you were going to go fight, what led you to believe that they knew that?
I kind of went up, and after we were in the group chat, I was like, I can't remember, are you in the car or driving? But I said, if you're in the car or you're getting in my car, we're going to go fight these people. And I think the people in my car agreed. They were going with us.
Demetrius? Keenan? Wilson as well? Tyler De Silva? Rollo Valley? Mackenzie Trefcanty?
Yep, I believe so.
You told us you were driving and that Tyler De Silva was the passenger at this point, right? And so you got in the car and you went over to Trumbull High School. And there you said that you were expecting to find the kids who were using this basketball group chat to invite you to fight, right? They weren't there. You said there was a black BMW there?
Black and blue. I think it was dark colored.
You don't think it was a white BMW?
I don't think so. I don't remember the origin.
It was dark.
So, yeah.
As far as the time of day, it was dark that night. And the people in that BMW, those were people that your group knew, right?
I didn't. I believe someone in my car did that.
Okay. And you said you were there for 10 minutes. Nobody got out of the car.
I don't remember that. I didn't get out of the car.
What were you doing in the car?
On my phone, probably.
Music on?
Most likely.
Car running? Yeah. 7 of you in the car talking through the window, you told us, to the other vehicle. Was there another vehicle there with a group of girls in it?
I don't remember
that. And then you said while you were sitting there on this group chat text, somebody, not from your group, sends the address 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right? And it was your understanding that that was now where these kids wanted you to come in order to have a fight. And you drove there because you wanted to have a fight.
Yes.
Did you know these kids?
I didn't.
And you didn't even know where this was, right? You're from Norwalk.
Sassy.
And so you get this address there, 43 Laurel Glen Drive. You got 6 other people in the car.
Bang.
You don't even know where it is. You don't even know who these kids are. And you decide you're going to drive everybody over there.
Well, I didn't know it was a party. I'm assuming that that maybe the kid was just in a scuffle with us. He maybe had a couple friends and wanted to settle it or something. So that's why we drove over to go fight.
You're responsible when you're driving for the people that are in that vehicle, right?
Yes.
You thought that was a good idea to drive all those folks over there to 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
It was a mutual understanding.
You thought it was a good idea?
I wasn't thinking about the potential consequences.
You were 16 years old, right?
I was.
And you didn't think when you got there that there were going to be 30 or 40 people, did you?
Absolutely not.
And you didn't know.
All right, I got to do it. I ain't got to listen to it very many times. Been trying to download it too damn much.
Yay! Welcome to the Rat House, baby.
This is getting good.
Where the truth ain't quiet, and neither are you.
There is an updated version of this already. I just can't get it to download. So
Don't doubt it. I think that's what Toy does all day long.
Where the Chat Rats crew slide in, pull up a seat, crime talk, cold facts, and a jazzy backbeat. We got stories to tell, got some justice to serve. So pour up that coffee or something with a swerve. There's Rat Daddy leading 6'5" of cool. Toy's the queen with the sharpest of tools. Dean's cracking jokes, Mary B's got the tea, and Lawleen lays the law down real boss energy. MJ's got the fire. Gingy's taking names. Sassy's dropping Angel Baby's in the game. The clerk's keeping order, Misty's watching close. Pinky promises, keeps receipts, and she does the most. We're the Chat Rats, baby. Worldwide and bold. Stories unfold while the crime scene gets cold. Puff, puff, pass, and the truth gets exposed. At the Rat House, baby, that's how it goes. Snap, snap. Cherry lights it up. Cherry lights it up, neon glow behind her head. Tombstones drops the facts that awake the dead. Connor's taking notes, Janine's on the clock. Petty the paralegal keeps the court on lock. Sweet woman, sweet, but she'll sting if you like. Calypso keeps it cool, got that island vibe. Prince Lover's in purple, that Texas pride glowing. Sherry's laughing loud while the facts keep flowing. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum. Slim's OG coming through. Crazy eye cheese, oh you better believe. Robo-Rat clicks, sparks, gears in his head. Breaking the code till the lies drop dead. Jump, feel the pulse, and jump. We're the chat rats, baby. Worldwide and bold. Stories unfold while the crime scene gets cold. Puff, puff, pass, and the truth gets exposed. At the Rat House, baby, that's how it goes. Rat solving cracks. Worlds are stage. That's a fact. Together, we're the Chat Rats crew. We ain't looking back.
All right, we gotta do one more because
It's awesome toy. Awesome.
Yeah, this one's kind of cool. I like that. It's got a good beat.
She was looking like a dream in neon light, standing close to him on a Friday night. I pulled up slow in my old plow truck with a flask full of whiskey and a head full of lust. Ain't no secret round this little town. Who pulls the strings? Who wears the blue crowns? Yeah, I tip my hat. We played it real cool because girl, you forgot the rules. You forgot I got friends in low places, wearing badges, holding cases, judge in my pocket, long but dial. Ain't no use running, won't take but a while. I could have made you smile, could have had me, but you chose him. Now it was me or him or nothing, that's the rules. Yeah. It was me or him or nothing. Yo, put a little shot, watch your laugh and sway. Your hand in his was a slap in my face. Brian knows when I show my grin. Somebody not ain't gonna end with a win. Snow falls, blue walls are near. Whiskey burns down, but I see it clear. Girl, you thought you could just walk away, but you forgot. Round here, I got friends in low places, wearing badges, holding cases, judge in my pocket, long but dial. Ain't no use running, won't take but a while. I could have made you smile. You could have had me, but you chose him. Now it was me or him or nothing, that's the rule. Yeah. Now it was me or him or nothing, that's the rule. Ain't no witness when my blue brothers were walking by my side. Ain't no saving when the truth's been tied. A calling out a toast in the air. Whiskey and power, baby, life ain't fair. Got friends in low places, higher than you think. Deputies and feds and judges pour my drink, flashing them blue lines. Put your girl in cuffs, ain't about the law, girl, it's about me. Yeah, it's me and nothing, baby, that's the rule. In this crooked town, I'll make the rules. Pop, 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 pop.
Music break. Music break's over. Did y'all fall asleep? What's going on?
Let's go.
Yeah, we're
I'm
waiting to
listening
watch
and
it.
folding clothes.
Huh? Oh, you're folding clothes.
GPSs, right? And it was a kind of confusing layout when you got there because there's through roads and cul-de-sacs, right? You didn't know which one was leading to which end, right? Could have been a dead end, could have been a through street, but you didn't know. And you say you didn't drive by the house when you first got there. You went straight there and you parked the car to the right, right? When you got there, there were people already out in the yard. Nobody was out in the yard. And you indicated to the folks in the group chat, we're here.
Yep.
And then people started coming out of the house, right?
Yes.
One person came out of the house, right?
Yes.
Quickly followed by a second person, right?
Yes.
Then a third person, right?
Yes.
Then a fourth person, right?
Yes.
A fifth, a sixth, a seventh, an eighth, right?
Yes.
At that point, you're outnumbered now, right?
Yes.
a 9th, a 10th, an 11th, a 12th, right? Now what are you starting to think in that car?
We're not going to be fighting anymore.
You're not going to be fighting anymore? Why not?
It didn't seem sensible at the time. It wasn't what we expected to see when we initially arrived. We were going to arrive.
You weren't in control of that situation at that point, were you? No. Drove all those folks over there, parked them. Wasn't what you expected, was it? It was getting scary, wasn't it?
It was.
It was getting terrifying, wasn't it?
It was.
You worried about what was going to happen now, I bet.
It was.
How many people do you think ultimately came out of that car, out of that house?
Maybe 30, maybe a little bit more.
All came over to your car. 7 of you in there, 30 on the outside, right?
Yes.
Surrounding the vehicle, right?
Yes.
And at first they came up to the driver's side, some of them, didn't they?
Yeah.
You had your window down?
I had it cracked, I believe.
Cracked. Didn't want to put it the whole way down at that point, right? And people started coming up and started talking to you through the window, right?
Yes.
And you say at first that was peaceful.
I don't think it was peaceful at first when they all kind of walked up. Everyone was kind of screaming. I think I heard something along the lines of like, "Where's the kid who did this to me?" I think it was someone from the party even before.
That was Ryan Hines, right?
Could have been. I didn't see his face.
Spit at you?
Yes.
Did it make it into the car or just on the car?
I don't think it hit me, but I think it made it into the car.
There's people in front of the car?
There's
people on both sides of the car?
That's true.
There's people behind the car?
Sure.
Some of those people get on the car.
That's possible. I don't remember anybody getting on top of the car.
Do you remember the car rocking?
Yeah.
Do you recall if somebody was on the back bumper jumping up and down?
That's possible. I wasn't.
I'm gonna overlook. Thank you.
I wasn't really looking at the back of my car. I was kind of focused on what was going on in my area.
Why didn't you just drive away?
I did eventually, but I didn't want to run anybody over, so I kind of started itching my car out a little bit, and then people started eventually making way.
You couldn't just pull away, right? If you just pulled away, you'd have hit somebody who was standing directly in front of the car, right? You'd hit somebody who was on either side of you, possibly, right? There was lights on the street, but it was dark, right?
Yeah.
About 11 o'clock or so. Misty, kind of rainy that evening.
Sounds about right.
People inside your car were terrified, weren't they?
Sustained.
What was the demeanor from the people inside your car? What did that indicate to you?
They wanted to go home.
They didn't want to be there anymore, right? They were terrified, right?
Most likely, yeah.
And you were thinking to yourself, oh my God, what have I gotten these folks into, right?
Yeah.
I brought all these people here. I'm the driver of this vehicle. I'm the one who put us here, right?
I think that's fair that I drove them there, yeah.
Well, nobody could reach over and you wouldn't let them take the car from you and say, let me drive now, right?
Right, but I didn't drive anyone somewhere where they didn't want to be. And then I dropped them off at the end of the street when they wanted to go home.
Because Mackenzie Jeff Canty wanted to go and get in a fight.
So I think everyone was just kind of under the impression that they knew we were going to go meet a couple of days to fight. No one really expected 30 people to walk out of the house.
Keenan Frasick knew that you were going to go get into a fight. Something about Keenan's demeanor indicated to you that he wanted to go along for a fight.
I think I made it pretty apparent before we got in the car that that's what we were going to do.
Something about Demetrius Arphanis' demeanor indicated to you that he wanted to go get into a fight.
Yeah, I think I told the people that getting into my car, that's what we were planning on doing.
You know Keenan?
I did.
How close were you to Keenan?
We weren't super close. We were teammates.
Teammates on the football team. Demetrius Arphanis, was he a teammate on the football team?
Yes, he was.
They starters?
I don't believe at the time of the incident. No.
How many people were on the driver's side of the car?
Initially, when we were at the end of the street.
When you're right there parked in front of the house, when you first stopped at the house?
There was a crowd of people. I don't really know. I mean,
Too many to count?
Yeah.
How many people were on the passenger side?
It was kind of a big crowd all around the car.
And you said they were touching the car, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hands on the vehicle?
Objection has to answer.
Sustained.
Were they punching the car?
Objection has to answer.
I'll allow it.
I believe so. Throwing stuff at the car, taking the car, stuff like that.
At some point, the windshield gets smashed while you were there in front of the house, while these people are surrounding the vehicle. Are people inside your car saying anything?
Objection is what they said.
I asked, are they saying anything?
I'm going to overrule the objection at this point. Just yes or no relative to the question. Please ask the question again.
Are people in your car at this point saying anything?
Yes.
And did that indicate to you that they were scared?
Yeah, I think we all were.
In fact, you were so scared, you reached into the center console where you knew you kept a pocket knife, right?
Sure.
And you did that because you were so scared, you thought, I might need to defend myself, right? You thought somebody might smash this window, right? They just smashed the windshield. What's going to stop them from smashing my window, right? And I'm stuck here in this vehicle, can't move forward because there's people surrounding it, right? And you thought, what am I going to do if people reach into this vehicle after smashing my window and pull me out of it, right? So you reach in and you grab the knife out, right? you told us you put it on your waist. Did you mean you put it in your lap?
Yeah, that's right.
Because you didn't like take it and use the clip to put it on your belt or something, right? You didn't put it in your pocket, did you? You didn't think, well, it's right here in the center console. If I need it, I can get it out at that point, right?
I was buried in a bunch of random wires and stuff like that.
You didn't know what these people surrounding the car were going to do, did you? But you were scared enough to think that you needed that knife, right? Mr. Valley didn't know about that knife, did he?
Sustained.
Had you ever told Mr. Valley about that knife?
Never came up in conversation.
Never came up in conversation. You had never told him about it, did you?
There wouldn't have been a reason to.
As far as you knew, he had no knowledge that that knife was there.
Sustained.
And you were shown a picture of what you say is a copy of that knife, right? You said, though, that that knife that you had in the car had been in that vehicle since it was given down to you by your brother, right?
It was just in the family, that car. It was in the family.
And the knife had been in there as well, right?
And that's why I kept it for years, yeah.
So it wasn't a brand new shiny knife that you got for that purpose alone that day, was it? It was a tool that you kept there. You said for fishing?
Yeah, for anything you'd really need a knife for, it was just there.
Were you raised as somebody who was told, you know, it's useful, helpful to have a pocket knife when you need one?
I just think a knife is useful in a lot of random scenarios in life, just something to have, yes.
At some point, the situation became so terrifying inside that vehicle that despite the fact that there were people in front of it who might get hurt if you were moving, you thought that's what you needed to do to protect yourself and protect the people in the car, right?
To grab the knife?
Well, you already had the knife, but now you thought, I got to move this vehicle. Even if these people in front are going to get hurt, we might get hurt if I don't, right? And so you moved the vehicle forward. People backed off of it, or they stayed off, they fell to the side. What happened?
I just started pushing the car forward, grabbing it and then pushing it forward. People started dispersing a little bit, so it made a path for us to just kind of speed right off.
You saw a path and you took it. Car took off down the street at a high rate of speed, right?
Yeah.
And then you drove back and forth, up and down the street, right?
I don't remember that.
Throwing things out the window at this group, right?
I don't remember that happening.
That didn't happen, did it? You drove down, some people got out of the car around that area where you showed us on Exhibit 1, right? And in fact, do you recall that people from the party were now chasing the vehicle down the street as you were driving away?
Initially, yeah.
In fact, when you let these folks out, or when they got out of the car when it first stopped, a group of these Shelton kids were coming down chasing them, right?
So, yeah.
And you could see that at least in your rear view mirror, could you not? And then you drove the car off up ahead, correct? And at that point, you were alone in the vehicle?
So, yeah.
And you drove up and you went and you turned down Farmhouse Lane, right?
No, I think I went down straight.
Down to the end of Laurel Glen?
Yeah. That it is.
Okay. We can't see that dead end on Exhibit 1, can we, behind you?
No.
It extends a further way down there, right? So you lost sight of the people that you had just dropped off at some point, did you not? You couldn't see them anymore because you had driven down to the end of the street, right? And you thought, oh my God, I just left all these folks at the street that I just drove them to with this crowd of people that just attacked the car, right? You were scared for them at that point, were you not?
I turned around and went back.
You went back even though you were scared?
Yeah.
What did you think was going to happen if you didn't go back?
That calls for speculation.
So,
You were worried if you didn't go back that your friends were going to get hurt, weren't you?
Yeah. That's fair to say.
Now, when you got back, can you show us again on Exhibit 1 where you stopped the vehicle when you came back to your friends after going down to the Laurel Glen? Near the intersection of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse? And where at that point, and when you stopped the car, you got out at that point, right? And where at that point was Keenan Frasick?
I believe on the curb, I think.
Did he come over to the vehicle?
The vehicle was kind of right up to it. I don't remember him walking up on top of the vehicle, but he was around. Yes.
Did you talk to him or did he stay on the curb?
I don't remember any conversation I had with Keenan.
And did Mackenzie Trafcanti come up to the car or did she stay on the curb?
I don't remember if Mackenzie was up on the curb. I think she was on the curb. I don't remember any conversation with her either going up.
Will Sinjwald, did he stay on the curb? Demetrius Arfanis, did he stay on the curb?
So yeah, they were all kind of just right there.
And so at the vehicle then, near the intersection of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Lane, is yourself, Mr. Valley, and Tyler De Silva?
Not yet in the car, but yeah, we were all kind of there.
Inspecting the car, you told us?
Yeah, I got out and I started looking around.
And do you remember some Shelton High kids coming up and having an interaction with you?
I don't remember any conversation I had with them. I remember that the day that they were there or just around the area. Then I got back in the car.
How close were you to Mr. Valley?
Around the car. I was inside of it. So.
You didn't get out of the car or you got back in the car?
I got back in the car.
Okay. But do you know Tyler Rich?
I don't.
Do you know Ricky or Enrico Fiola?
I heard about him prior to the incident. I didn't know him.
Did you see either Mr. Rich or Mr. Fiola down there at the vehicle when you were at Farmhouse Lane in Laurel Glen Drive?
I think they were in the area. I don't remember. I don't recall seeing them. I don't remember that.
Okay. And you told us that there was some discussion down at the car about the damage, right?
Yeah.
You told us you were upset about the damage, right?
It was. Yeah, I was going around looking at the damage on my car.
You told us you were distraught about the damage, right?
I explained to my parents stuff like that, thing about damage, insurance, all that.
And you didn't know any of these kids at 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
I didn't know.
But you knew that the kid that you'd gotten in the fight with at 5 Lazy Brook was there at that party at 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yeah, I didn't see him particularly, but I kind of got the impression he was there from what they were kind of screaming and stuff, and why we were there in the first place.
And you told us that there was discussion about, look what they did to your car, right?
Yes.
You were visibly upset.
Yeah.
Mr. Valley, you said, was visibly upset.
Yeah.
Mr. De Silva also visibly upset.
Yeah, everyone kind of was. We were kind of all in a state of shock about what just happened.
While you're standing there by the car, and these Shelton High kids, how far away were they?
I don't remember how they were.
Further down towards the house?
I would assume so.
Not close enough that you could say to them, hey, what'd you guys do to my car?
I don't remember having any conversation with them when they were there.
They were too far away to have a conversation with them, right? They didn't approach you guys and say, hey, let's squash this beef right now, did they?
Not me, no.
Did they approach anybody in your group?
I drove off. I don't know. I wasn't really there.
Okay. When you drove off, though, was before what you've just now described with everybody being at the car and inspecting it for damage, right? So when you're at the car inspecting it for damage, you didn't see any of these Shelton High kids come down and have a conversation with you guys as you're inspecting the car, did you?
Conversation with them.
And then you told us at some point you understood that Tyler De Silva wanted to go back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right? Because he knew, as far as you understood it, some of the kids there. You live in Norwalk, right? Is that where you grew up? So you're a lifelong Norwalk resident? And Tyler De Silva is not from Norwalk, right? He was living in Milford at this time, but he had grown up in Shelton for some part of his life, had he not?
I believe so.
And he knew some of these kids at the Shelton party. And he told you, your understanding was that he knew some of these kids at the Shelton party, and he wanted to go back and make peace.
But his family, I guess, knew a lot of their families, so that was the whole purpose.
And at this point, you could have just left the area, right?
Could have.
You could have hopped in the car and said, everybody, let's go home. This is a bad idea, right? You were 16 at the time.
So I think Diane G approves of hers.
I love yours, Diane G. And it's all toy.
Yeah.
Everything here's toy.
Toy is my
Mimi
wife.
just comes on and talks to us.
No, I make all these things. I made a lot of the background.
I'm messing with you, Danny. Jeez.
Trust me, I like doing that stuff. It's my own style. But we've been together so long. We've done this before. On a bigger scale. But yeah. She's getting to where she's got the AI like tuned in. It's getting good.
Supplemental income. Go for it, toy.
Yeah. That's why I told her start making sure that she posts all of the videos on her page. And all of the songs that she makes. Same with you, Mary B. Where's your songs at? I thought you were.
I need to get a subscription.
Like most big stars, they played your song on Seeking Justice and JFK,
Yeah.
and you turned to alcohol and drugs. And
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I have to be able to tweak it more, and in order to do that, I need a subscription, and I just can't get that right now. Because they're always just messing with they're saying words wrong, and it's supposed to be a female voice and it's a male voice.
Oh, it still does that when you pay for it. You have to sit there and keep doing it until it does it.
Yeah, but at least I can keep doing it. This way I only have 2 tries.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, but
I will again soon though. Once I can
pay for it. That's where all this cool crap for the channel comes from.
Yeah. I knew at some point it was gonna
So
require
you kind of gotta have it. I mean, unless you just want to sit there with that wavy background. and I'm not that good looking. I can't sit there and just put my face all up in people's face. Who wants that? Nobody.
Yeah. I'll get it soon.
All right, here we go.
How long have you been driving?
You're making it awkward for us to defend you because your wife's in the chat.
Making it what?
You're making it awkward for us to defend you when you say stuff like that because your wife's in the chat. So we have like to walk a line here. You're on panel with a bunch of women talking about you being unattractive. So you put us in a bad spot.
No, you're not. You're okay looking.
No.
But I'm saying we can't like reassure him because his wife's in the chat.
Well, yeah, we can't be like, oh, yeah, you're ugly. But we also
Part
can't be like, no, you're looking hot, dude.
part of the
Yeah,
part of the
Danny, you're not
line.
so
a
ugly
lie.
that like I wouldn't have sex with you, but I just wouldn't look you in the eyes while doing it.
Well, I knew Dean was liking it.
I just wouldn't look you in the eyes while doing it. That's all.
I mean, everybody
look
knew
anyone
that
in the
already,
eyes?
Dean. Everybody knew that already.
Yeah, I mean,
But Dean.
the chemistry is undeniable.
Oh, it's there.
Bigger bromance than Yannetti and Alessi right here going on.
No,
Yeah, we have to come up with-
I'll be soaping on a roping if Dean ever comes to hang out or we ever meet up. It'd be soap on a rope. First, it'd be awkward they were here in the shower together, but it'd be more awkward if I had to bend over and get the soap.
Yeah,
Prepare.
you'll get used to it.
Life's about preparation. It's like construction work. Better you prep, better it goes.
We all know whose role would be what in that relationship, though.
I don't want to talk about that.
Almost. Were you supposed to have these kids in your car?
Janine, did Bobby knock you out of the StreamYard?
Wait, who's Bobby?
He's up there on Brother Council right now.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. No, I put a note in. My girl FaceTimed me. So she's in California, so she's like 3 hours behind.
We
Yeah.
can all go back and watch Brother Council and TB, though. We're here.
Well,
Let's get the watch hours.
I know she has. She is. They've already met and they had the spark.
Yeah. We were I was FaceTiming my girl, but I told everybody. But then when I came back, I was like, do you guys hear me? Do you guys hear me? And nobody heard me. So I had to, like, when I get a call and I come back, you can't hear me. So I have to come back.
I have to leave too.
Bobby is married, I found out. Fuck.
happily married to an attorney with 2 beautiful daughters.
Yes. Who could hate that, right? Who couldn't love it? So it is what it is.
Let's be real though, Janine. He's almost 70. You can do way better. Come on.
Oh no, not them Bobby. Oh man.
Yes, there's plenty of Bobbies out there your age or younger. Go for them.
I'll find myself another Bobby for real. We're manifesting, but I still love him. And they're so dreamy together. Oh my God, those two, that's like 7th heaven. Watching Yanesi. Oh, so good.
I mean, but would you really be comfortable in a relationship with him hypothetically? Because he would make me extremely insecure about everything in my life.
No, I wouldn't feel insecure at all. I would learn. I would just be like learning nonstop.
Yeah. What's the word of the day, hubby?
Yeah.
build on my dialect.
I can be very geeky too, like not in the same ways, but like, with, like we would have so much fun, but whatever. I'll admire him from afar. Love the guy. Anyway.
That's the safest thing to do.
He's a cutie. He's a super cutie. Love him.
I don't think we're gonna get anything much more out of Snyder, do you? There's some kind of motion or something after Snyder. No. It's more cross.
I mean, they haven't even gotten to the stabbing. Wait, yeah, he did. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that was
I thought the cross was going to be like way more
pizzazz because he went hard on that other kid.
Yeah.
Yesterday.
And he may not be there yet. I don't know, but.
What about you want to go to the recross? Because I just looked through it and they took advantage of.
I feel like the
Yeah,
longer it goes, the
nice ball
spicier it's going to
recross.
get. And they're going to talk about the immunity, and you're just here lying because it's saving your skin, right? And all that kind of stuff. But I'm good with whatever you want to do.
Yeah, whatever you want to do.
Yeah, if we go ahead, then we'll just have to come back at some point.
Right.
Right.
Backtrack.
And
Catch holes. Right.
Mr. Valley came up to you and he said, "Where's the knife? Give me the knife, right?" Like that aggressively?
I wouldn't say it was that aggressive, but it was asking for it.
He was just like, hey, "Where's that knife that you had?" Right?
I don't think he was that aggressive. No,
he wasn't that aggressive about it.
I want to see what do you want to do, Ginger? You want to? I think Ginger wants to skip.
Well, I mean,
Gingy's
this
the
part right
tiebreaker.
here is interesting.
I think she
I mean,
wants to skip.
It is.
Whatever
it is
whatever Ginger says, do. That's what we're gonna do.
right
It
here
is.
is kind of important about the conversation with the knife. Like, how did the
I
knife
think
go
that
down, and when did the
that's
knife get handed off, and all that?
it's the meat and potatoes of it. I mean, that's why we're here, right? So I don't know. I defer. I defer.
Can't
But
just get out of jury duty because it sucks.
What you just presented.
And he didn't want something else at that point, did he?
Just a knife.
Oh, and also before everybody hauls ass or whatever they're gonna do, I have to say thanks because this many people like staying above 20. We need to really be at 30, but just getting to 20, we've already got more views when we stop this than the last two videos had when they've sat for days. So it makes a difference.
nice.
Y'all honestly
y'all.
have a
Indicate to
really
you.
good. Y'all have a really good business model, Danny. Between you and Toy, the way y'all make it personal, it's very smart.
Yeah, but you couldn't do that with 500 people.
Well, no, but that's how you build, and that's a good
Well,
business model.
you're looking at all the moderators. If the channel ever got bigger, these will be winches with their inches. That's for sure. I want to do it again. If I knew that wasn't it, I'd go right back to it in a heartbeat.
I heard Turtleboy mocking Grant's channel the other day that everybody in there has a wrench.
Yes, right. Yeah. Well, if
He
it's
did
not
that
for
to
that,
somebody
it'll be
when I
for
was in there
something
one night,
else,
and I was
right?
like, "Oops, that's me." That's
Yeah, I
me.
said in the chat, I was like, what kind of idiot gives everyone a wrench?
Only the
Nice,
smart ones.
MJ. MJ out there
Only the
getting us them
coolest.
subs.
MJ.
And also, I think we were talking about the other night that me posting the channel name in other chats might be spam. So I'm not going to do that.
I don't know. It's as I'm saying hi to you, I'll be like, oh my God, hi, Rat House Media, the best YouTube channel, the best new channel on YouTube. Subscribe today.
Look
Best
at
little
you
guy.
marketing.
Just a little guy.
How come
Hey,
Dean
let's all
only
grab
pops
some weapons
in
and
when
go.
there's sex talk?
When they're what?
Like, Dean only pops in when there's sex talk. Like, nothing about legal, nothing about nothing else.
And
But
it's
we talk
never
about gay
complimentary
sex,
to
and Dean
him.
comes in.
He's the sex correspondent.
Yeah, that's
He's
that's what I'm here for.
He's looking for it if anybody has any.
That's why we call him Dirty Dean.
He needs to look for the lobster roll, though.
Yeah, that's
You
why.
found it, Dean?
No, I'm driving right now. I decided to go to Cape Elizabeth. I figure I'm awake. I'm gonna drive to like the shore.
Yes.
Pick.
So beautiful.
Definitely
I love
All you
post
gotta
that.
do is turn
pictures.
your video on when you get there so we can see it.
Yeah.
Post
Yeah.
some pics.
Coming
Yeah, it's gonna
live
take
from
me like an
somewhere.
hour to get there, but yeah, I'll definitely.
Shit.
Maybe
just
you
gonna
should
be on
order
mute.
something to pick up, though. Are there any? What time are the restaurants closing?
No, I'm just driving over there just to check it out and look and see if it's beautiful like you guys say it is.
You don't need to eat
No, I had chicken wings earlier.
in Maine. Okay.
Yeah, he was just eating.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was
that's true. That's right.
Now he's driving. That's kind of weird. I don't know why you're doing all that, but
Wow.
you
He's
should have
still
went to
young,
sleep.
Danny.
Should have went to sleep.
It's pretty.
Gotcha.
Back there, right? He didn't say, "I want that knife so that let's go back and get our revenge," right? In fact, you understood from his demeanor that he was also scared, right?
Yeah, like my wife just said, we might be his alibi. No telling what that dude's doing.
More upset, I presume.
You presume.
He was a little bit more angry in his demeanor.
You were still scared.
I was.
You thought these kids might come back down the street again, right?
Not necessarily.
That didn't cross your mind?
Well, I knew I had the car, so if anything, we could have just driven out of there.
But you didn't. Tyler De Silva was adamant that he wanted to go back and make peace. But Tyler De Silva was adamant that he wanted to go back and make peace, correct?
Objection, that calls for hearsay.
You understood that Tyler De Silva wanted to go back and make peace?
Yeah, humanly though.
You understand?
People there?
Mr. Valley knew people there?
Both of them at the time knew people from Sean since they were from Oakland.
So you got back in the driver's seat, right?
Yeah.
You saw Mr. Valley go digging through the console to get the knife, right? You saw Mr. Valley go digging through the glove box to get the knife, right? You saw him tearing up the car to try and find the knife, right? You didn't see any of that, did you?
No.
You gave it to him?
When you asked for it.
He opened the blade to inspect it, right?
No.
Took that knife and he got it ready, right?
No.
Took that knife that you gave him and he put it in his pocket, right?
I believe so. I don't remember where he put it. He didn't open it.
And you understood or felt like you needed to take Mr. De Silva back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive?
I don't understand the question. Can you repeat that?
You didn't say, I'm not taking you back to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right? All three of you get back into the car. You say that Mr. Valley got into the passenger side?
Yes.
Beside you? And that Mr. De Silva got in the back?
Yep.
On the passenger side as well?
Yes.
You drove up, and did you park sort of near the driveway at that point?
No, I was a little further back. I wasn't ever parked. I was always in drive, just
foot on the brake.
Yeah.
You weren't expecting anybody to get out of that car and get into a fight, were you?
I wasn't aggressive at that point.
There was no talk in the car as you drove down there about, we're going to get him now.
Objection, that's what was said in the car.
I'm going to strike the last answer, and follow the jury. Thank you.
Was there conversation in the car on the way down there?
It was a very brief drive. I don't remember any conversation.
Nothing about what was occurring in the vehicle on the way down there led you to believe that there was about to be a fight, was there?
Besides the other fights.
And as you got there, you're in the middle of the street. There's cars parked on both sides, correct?
Yeah.
And you stop the car.
Yep.
You don't put it in park, but you keep it running and got your foot on the brake. You see Mr. De Silva get out of the car. You see Mr. Valley get out of the car. Mr. Valley doesn't have the knife in his hand at that point, does he?
I don't remember what he had in his hand. I just know they both got out of the car and just started walking towards him.
Not in an aggressive way. Not screaming threats at the people that are already in the yard, right? You saw them. You said you were looking over your shoulder, looking out the window, watching them the whole time. How many people were in the lawn?
The same amount, probably about 30 kids.
Your two friends get out and they walk up, right? You can see them approach these 30 kids. Those 30 kids swarm forward to meet them. They start getting aggressive with these two kids, right?
I don't remember getting aggressive until someone punched Lito. It was kind of cordial, I guess, initially.
Okay.
Maybe somebody in the crowd screaming or something, but it wasn't a fight at that point.
Could you hear either of your friends screaming anything?
No.
Did you see either of your friends approach them in a fighting posture?
No.
Did you see either of your friends square up with anybody? You just saw Mr. Valley get punched in the face, right?
About 10 seconds, 15 seconds in, yeah. Someone just came in him.
Did you see Mr. Valley with his shirt up over his head?
No, I don't recall that. No.
And you told us that once Mr. Valley got punched in the face, chaos broke out, right? You couldn't see Mr. Valley anymore, could you? You couldn't see Mr. De Silva anymore, could you? But you could see bodies moving and rolling around, right? And it looked like 30 people had descended onto 2 people, did it not?
Yeah, I did.
You could see punching and kicking going on, could you not?
I did.
You could see stomping going on, could you not?
Yeah.
You were scared for your friends at that point, were you not?
I was.
Terrified about what was happening to them, right?
I was.
So scared that you didn't even get out of the car, did you?
I wanted to be there just in case they got out so they could get in my car and we could leave.
You didn't want to go get into that scrum, did you?
I felt like I'd be more helpful just as a way to escape rather than jump in. So I stayed in the car.
You didn't know if your friends were going to come out of that fight, did you?
I hope so.
But you didn't know, did you?
No.
You didn't know what was going to happen when 30 took on 2, did you?
No.
That was practically the whole Shelton High School football team, wasn't it?
That's fair to say, I guess.
You were so scared, you didn't want to get out of that car, right? Because it was terrifying to watch, was it not? At some point, you were able to see Mr. Valley and Mr. De Silva again, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Valley came up to the car, correct?
Yes.
Door opens slightly, correct?
So, yeah.
Interior light comes on because the door is open, right?
Yep.
In fact, when he came up to that car, his momentum was moving forward towards the car as though he'd been pushed, was it not?
I don't remember that.
Did you hear a bump as he hit the car?
I don't remember that.
He opened the door. Could you see his face?
I don't remember literally at that moment. It was kind of real quick.
You didn't see Mr. De Silva anywhere, did you? You could still see that a fight was going on, could you not?
I did.
Could you see what appeared to be flashlights or phone lights at that point?
I believe so, yeah.
When you saw Mr. Valley, but you didn't see Mr. De Silva, you were terrified about what had happened to Mr. De Silva, were you not?
Yeah.
You wondered if he was going to get killed, didn't you?
Yeah.
And then you lost sight of Mr. Valley again as he headed back in towards the fight, right?
Yeah.
You saw Mr. Valley go to the yard, right?
He left my car. I think he went towards the yard.
And at some point, as he got onto the yard, you couldn't see him anymore, could you?
No.
But you could still see that those 30 kids hadn't gone anywhere, right?
Everyone was kind of still scattered along the line, along the lawn.
And then at some point, you saw Mr. De Silva come back to the car.
Yes.
He gets into the car, right?
Right.
And you can see him at that point, right?
Okay.
You told us he's been battered, right?
Yeah.
He looked beaten and bloodied, right? You could tell he had obviously been injured in the course of the fight where you lost track of him, right? He said Mr. Valley got back into the car, into the passenger seat, right? He said he was all distraught, right?
Yeah.
What was distraught about his face?
It wasn't necessarily his face. He just got in and he was just in shock. I think, and he said, like, "Oh my fucking god! I think I just stabbed somebody, or I think I just stabbed people, or something along those lines."
He didn't say, "Man, I just got us payback for what happened," right? He didn't seem happy about what had happened. He seemed distraught.
Yeah, he looked in shock. Yeah.
Still scared?
Yeah, probably.
Probably this. Speculation.
That's the answer. The question was already asked.
And then you took off down Laurel Glen Drive, right? That's what you told us.
Went to Adams.
Towards Adam.
Towards Adam, yeah.
You hit a cul-de-sac and you told us that Mr. Valley told you to stop the car. And he got out and threw the knife. You could see the knife in his hand?
Yes.
You could see it in his hand. Was it open or closed? Still open?
When he got in the car.
From when he got out of the car?
The car.
He got into the car and he still had the knife open on him, you're saying?
Yes, when he got in the car and said what he said, he had the knife in his hand.
Could you see blood on the knife?
I can't recall seeing any blood on it.
You saw the knife leave his hand and go flipping into the woods?
It was pretty dark.
It was pretty dark, wasn't it?
It was.
How far away from the car did he get in order to throw that knife?
Step right outside.
Just right outside the car? In front?
I was angled parallel to the woods, so he just opened the door, stepped right out into it.
So he got back into the car at that point, didn't say anything.
Yep.
He drove back down to Laurel Glen Drive where the people you had left were still there.
Yes.
And some of those people got into Madison Traficante's car, Mackenzie's sister.
Her sister arrived around the same time we were driving down.
Mr. Valley got into the same vehicle. Tyler gets into the front passenger with you.
Yes.
You had to use Google Maps to get out of there, right? Because you didn't know where you were. And then you went and you met Owen De Silva?
Yep.
Where was that?
At Tyler's house. Tyler's house.
And you said when you saw both Mr. Valley and Mr. De Silva, they were both beat up and bloodied up, right?
Yeah.
There was no conversation in the car about what had happened. It was just, how are we going to get back at these guys?
That was kind of what was going through my head almost. I'm not sure about Tyler, but that was a conversation we were talking about majority of the time.
And you texted on this group chat, enjoy the hospital stay?
I didn't know the severity of the situation. When Lito told me he stabbed somebody, I just assumed it wasn't anything major, just because people were still texting in the group chat. Like, the group chats were still flowing, like spamming after everything happened. So I just assumed that they just jumped us, Lito stabbed maybe someone in the leg or something. And that was just my sparkly response, I guess. I didn't really know what was going on. I didn't know what happened.
You went home and you talked to your dad, and he said, "This is more serious than what you think, son."
Yeah, it was kind of that tone. Yeah.
And when the cops called you on May 15th and said, "We'd like to talk to you about this," you told them you weren't going to come in and talk to them, right?
I wasn't on the phone. I believe it's something my dad always said.
You didn't go in and talk to them, right? You were worried about your involvement in this, right?
Yes.
And you waited 6 months until you got an agreement concerning prosecution in place before you talked to them, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you did that right here in this courthouse, did you not?
Yes.
And after you got that, it's the first time that you talked to anybody about this, right?
That is true.
And you're telling us now today that you gave Mr. Valley the knife before driving everybody back down to 43 Laurel Glen Drive, right?
Yes.
And this prosecution agreement that you have, it's for complete immunity, right?
From the events that happened on that day, yeah.
You can't be prosecuted for anything that happened on May 14th, right?
Not at this time, though.
And those potential things that you might have been prosecuted for could be murder, right?
I was told assault in the first degree or something along those lines.
You would agree that the agreement itself talks about the homicide of James McGrath and the assaults on Thomas Connery Jr., or Ryan Hines, and Faison Teal that took place on May 14th, right?
That's correct.
One of the things that you could be prosecuted for would be being an accessory to a murder, right?
I think that's possible.
And could be prosecuted for assaults, correct?
I believe so.
You could be possibly prosecuted for conspiracy to commit those things, correct?
I guess so.
And you've had what's explained to you, what's known as your maximum exposure explained to you, right? That if you were prosecuted for these things and if you were convicted of these things, you could spend your life in prison, correct?
Yes, so.
Right? 60 years for accessory to murder, right?
So.
20 years for an assault in the first degree, right?
Yep.
You didn't want to tell anybody your involvement in this case until you got that in place, right?
Yeah.
And your understanding is that you have to come in here and testify truthfully in order for this agreement to hold, right?
Yeah.
Your immunity from all those things depends upon who thinking that you testified truthfully.
I think the state.
Not me, right? I don't make that decision, do I? The state's attorney makes that decision, right?
I believe so.
You got to come in here, testify truthfully, or you could find yourself prosecuted for all those things.
I believe so.
And so you gave them a statement on November 2nd, right? And then they told you, you know what? We want to talk to you again. And you talked to them again on November 28th, right?
Yes.
Because they wanted to clarify some things, right?
Yes.
They wanted to clarify the timing of when the knife was exchanged, right?
I believe so.
And they wanted to clarify why your phone had been reset on October 1st, 2022, before you spoke to them, right? Factory reset, right?
No. I had water damage in the phone, and I got a new phone, and the iCloud messed up. I was syncing between my mother's and mine. Our texts are kind of merged. Nothing was deleted, but they couldn't find the group chat. I removed myself from the group chat after the event happened.
So by the time you went and talked to the officers after you'd gotten your immunity agreement in place, your phone had been reset.
It wasn't reset.
It was a new phone altogether?
I got a new phone, but everything was still on it and intact.
That's what they told you? We want to come in and clarify why your phone is everything and intact?
I didn't respond. I didn't respond to anybody texting me for the first month, 3 weeks, a month after it happened. But people were texting me, so they assumed, I think, that I was reading the messages that I was sending back and just wasn't responding. So I think they wanted to have me come in and just explain why there weren't any texts on my end. I was advised not to text people.
So, sir, you're coming in here and you're telling us, or trying to tell us, as close to what you told those officers, right?
Yes.
Because you fear if you change any of that, the state's going to think you're not testifying truthfully, right?
There wouldn't be any need to change it. It's all been the truth.
And you're telling us that the knife that you gave to Mr. Valley, right?
After you asked for it, yes.
That was your knife, right?
My knife.
That you kept in the vehicle, right? That you drove these folks back down to this party, right?
Yep, Tyler and Lido.
Tyler and Lido, right? After you gave them this knife, right?
After I handed it to Lido, yeah.
And now you're telling us that the knife was thrown by Mr. Valley.
Yeah.
That's why we can't find the knife, right?
I would assume so.
Sir, it's not that you needed to get rid of that knife because, again, for 6 months you didn't want to talk to anybody about this, right?
No.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Under-
Jack, counsel just asked you a little bit about the group chat. You indicated on cross-examination that you removed yourself from the group chat. Why did you do that?
I wanted to disassociate myself from everything that happened on that day.
So once you understood the severity of what happened, you got out of the group chat. So what happens when you remove yourself from the group chat on your phone? What happens?
I think it deletes it off my device, but I think and it says something in other people's phones. I got off the group chat.
Not the group chat. So in other words, if you wanted to go back into the group chat, you couldn't do it?
I couldn't unless I was added back into it.
Is that something that is saved on the cloud for some reason or no? Do you know?
I think it would be.
It would be, okay. And with regards to, tell me the circumstances surrounding you getting a new phone. Why did you get a new phone?
Maybe. Did you watch Daily Dose of Dana after Turtle Boy when she
Yes.
was talking about his camera?
Yes. She was, yeah. I watch her anyway because I follow her for the Baldoni news.
That's
But-
the interview from last night that he did or whatever, or 2 days ago.
It was
No, he did
today
it
at noon
afternoon.
or 1 or something.
I saw some
Yeah.
links on X, but obviously I haven't watched it yet. Was it a good interview?
Yeah,
I enjoyed it. There was a
Mhm.
lot of, he went on a couple like really big rants and like swearing and shit. And there were a lot of people in the chat that were getting like really triggered by it. They're like, who is this guy? Get him off.
Wait, triggered how? Oh, her chat, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah,
didn't-
there was a
I
lot
didn't
of us
know.
in there too, but like the ones who like obviously weren't with us and just are her fans, they were like, what is this?
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, I get it. Uh-huh. Oh, well.
Crap, I've got so much to go back and catch up on, but
Yeah,
I'm
I
here
wanna
for the
catch
long
up
run.
on that. Yeah, I love a good TP rant.
Yeah, they were fun.
Well, we gotta at least finish this dude.
Yeah.
On a Black Island, or I'd gone somewhere for like to just get away, I think, and I'd walked in the water where they got water damage. It was fine, but the battery was draining, so I just brought it to Apple. Said it can repair it. It was water damage, so I needed to get a new phone.
And when you got a new phone, did the contents of your old phone, was it saved in the cloud? And
Yeah, there was like a SIM card, and I just used the same one. I got a new phone. I got 2 new phones. One from my father's coworker right after the thing happened because they had taken my phone, the state. So when the state took my phone, I needed a phone, and I couldn't buy a new one. So I had my dad's friend lend me her phone. So syncing with that phone, I have contacts on my phone right now from her phone still, mom's phone on my phone still. So I think merging was kind of not really error filled, I guess. But I got a new phone eventually after the water damage.
so the phone that you had on the night of May 14, 2022, that was seized by the state of Connecticut or Shelton PD.
Right. So I'm pretty good.
And with regards to, we're asked a little bit about going over to 43 Laurel Glen. When you were driving over there, you told people, or at least the discussion in the car was apparent that you were going there to fight. And what was your understanding about going there to fight? Did you think you were going to fight a couple kids?
Yeah.
It was going to be like a 3-on-3 fight?
That's what I assumed it was.
Right. On the fight back at Lazy Brook, that was 3-on-1, right? That was you, Lito, the defendant, and Tyler on Ryan Hines, right?
Yeah.
Right. So that wasn't really a fair fight. But you think you were going to go to 43 Laurel Glen to kind of hash it out and have a fist fight? Were you going there to going to 43 Laurel Glen to use any weapons in the fight, or was it going to be a fist fight?
Fist fight.
And was the defendant in agreement to go there and fight?
Yeah.
And when you got there, you said that people came out of the house and surrounded the car, and then you guys eventually got scared, right? And you left and you went down the street, right? And people who didn't want to be involved got out of the car, right?
Yeah, I think everyone got out of the car.
But at some point, when you were down the street, do you know whether or not people from the Shelton crew came down to talk to or confront anybody down the street?
They did.
They did, right? And was the defendant out of the car at that point?
Yeah.
And was Tyler out of the car at that point?
Was.
And was there any physical altercation down the street at that point when people were out of the car?
So.
What kind of things were going on? Were people arguing?
I don't remember any arguing at all, any fighting at all.
But at that point, at some point in time, those individuals left. Do you recall them leaving? What do you recall about down the street?
Coming back down the street, and then getting out of the car, and then looking at the damage after I driven down the street.
And do you recall where the Shelton kids were at that moment in time, or no?
Where they were.
But there was no physical altercation that took place down near the corner of Laurel Glen and Farmhouse Road. Nobody complaining about we just got beat up, right? No one said we got beat up. No physical altercation. Did you observe anything? And you indicated that when the defendant asked for the knife, he was more aggressive, more angry with his demeanor. What do you mean by that?
He was just, you could tell he was angry.
Is he mad, pissed off?
Yeah.
Where you before you gave him the knife? Do you know where it was before you gave it to him?
I think when I got out of the car initially to look at the damage, I just put it down at the center console with the area right in between it, the radio.
Showing you stage 32. So you're talking about this area here?
Yeah.
So it would have been just below the radio area.
Yeah, that's the whole platform right there. So anywhere right there.
By the way, while we're looking at stage 32, in order to drive your car, put it into drive versus, is that up here on the
Yeah,
column?
yeah.
Okay, so this is one of those cars where it has the lower, it's up on the column.
It's the lower. That's also at the bottom, but it's also the platform.
But in other words, if you have to drive this car forward or backwards, the gear shifter is on the column. Now, when you indicated that after you got out of the car, you assessed the damage, the defendant asks for the knife. There's this conversation, and you agree to go back down to 43 Laurel Glen.
Yes.
You could have left Laurel Glen at that point, right?
Yeah.
You could have driven the other way. Could you have?
I thought it was an end.
Could you have put maybe Tyler's address into your phone and followed Waze or Google Maps and driven out of the area? But you didn't do that. And when you went back down to 43 Laurel Glen, you indicated there was a lot of people in the front yard. Counsel asked you on cross-examination about people swarming everybody, and you indicated that, yeah, look, 30 people were involved. Are you certain that 30 people were fighting during the fight?
No, it just appeared like a lot of people. I asked probably 30 people there.
So you're not sure? Not everybody was fighting. Were there a lot of people watching?
I couldn't really tell who was fighting, who wasn't, but it was pretty chaotic.
So when counsel asked you about, 30 people were fighting your friends, you can't really tell for sure who was fighting. You just know there was a lot of people and it was chaotic.
Right. I don't know who was fighting, but there was a lot of people there.
Right. So when he indicated that it could have been, 15 kids on each person, it could also have been 2 or 3 kids on your friends. You just couldn't say, right?
No, I saw more than 2 or 3.
All right. But it wasn't all 30.
No, I don't think so.
Now, when you get down to the Adams Drive and the defendant throws a knife, he doesn't say, let's get out of here, let's go.
That's possible. I don't remember the conversation.
Now, with regards to your immunity agreement that the defense counsel brings up, did the state of Connecticut approach you about your testimony in this case?
I think my attorney did.
Your attorney approached us?
Yeah.
Because you had information for us?
Yeah.
And with regards to your exposure in the case, was it explained to you that you could be paroled on certain crimes if you were convicted because of your age?
I believe so.
And why did you withdraw? In your understanding about your agreement is what?
My understanding of the agreement
of the agreement with the state of Connecticut is what?
So, I gave a detailed explanation on what happened. The truth on what happened, that I wouldn't be prosecuted for it.
And is that explanation from your perspective about what you remember happened on May 14th of 2022?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any additional comments?
Just briefly. And you were just asked, the state didn't approach you about this prosecution agreement, right?
Right.
Your attorney, I guess, approached them and said, hey, can we get a prosecution agreement here?
I believe so. My attorney went to the state.
State's attorney didn't come to you and say, nope, sorry, son, we got to arrest you. We're not giving you an immunity agreement, right?
No.
That's just what the state's attorney said.
State's attorney didn't say, no, we're not good. The state's attorney didn't refuse to give you this immunity agreement, did they?
I don't believe so.
No, you signed it, right? In this courthouse, right? Nothing further.
Anything else? You may step out of your response. All right, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I indicated that it would be a half day today, so we are prepared to return. I'm just going to once again remind you to abide by the rule of jury conduct that I have described to you again at the beginning of the trial and as we've been going through the trial. Just highlighting, please try to stay away from media. Also, no conversation with anyone in the screen, each other about the state.
So the next testimony is going to be Raul. Is that no?
No, we have to skip like 2 days.
Okay. That's going to be rough. I mean, I already saw. I didn't see any clips, but I saw him crying, and I mean that's not going to be fun.
I'm saying let's start it. Like I'm on board. It's early. Come on, let's get it going.
Get what going?
Raul's testimony.
Oh, you want to? Oh, but you want to jump into Raul? But then
I thought that was the game plan.
I think maybe listen to his girlfriend. I don't know who that lady is.
All right, whatever you want to do.
If it's that long of a testimony, I think we should probably get on it.
I don't know who that is.
So you mean this is Raul's girlfriend?
Well,
Well, there was
one
a
of the
girl in
one
the
of the
car that it's been insinuated she was sitting in his lap at one point. I don't know.
Mackenzie, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm looking for
No, you're good.
Wait, I don't understand Toy. Like, is Toy wanting to continue with the prosecution?
right, that's what I'm saying. What is she saying? I'm trying to look for the
I'm waiting for her to
start.
answer. There's a lot of yes, no, him, no, yes. I'm not following. Defendant or prosecution?
Well, let's just go here for now.
She said go to the defense and she rules. Let's go.
Say it again.
She said go to the defense. And so does Dean. Is anyone going to be upset if we continue with the prosecution's witnesses?
No, I actually like the idea of backtracking if we can't, if we miss things.
This might be a long deliberation with the jury, so we might have time to go back and watch stuff after we've talked.
I don't know. Yeah, it's hard for me to tell because Milford, so that area is it's middle class, but it's like, I don't know, like Fairfield County is very liberal, but that is a much more down to earth working class area. So I had no
I
idea.
think the age is going to be the most important factor. Like, if the
Right.
defense, I feel like they would have tried to go for every young person they could.
Right, but also the victim was the same age. So when they start getting into that, when they do their closing and they talk
Yeah,
about,
but I'm just saying, like, I feel like younger kids understand this testimony better than older people would. Older people, I think, would look at it very much more black and white, very clear cut.
oh, the breakdown of the jury.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I would be curious to know. I think if there's a younger jury, they would deliberate much longer and possibly be hung.
Right. I don't know. I think they're all, I don't know. I don't know.
I think I've got it where they're going to rest their case. Let's see what they say.
That evidence, that it simply cannot be deemed as rising to the level of proof beyond a reasonable doubt that my client had the specific intent necessary to prove the murder charges, nor to prove any of the assault charges that have also been levied against him. And for those reasons, I would move this court to grant a judgment of acquittal pursuant to the practice book sections I've already cited.
Thank you, Attorney Smith. Does the state wish to hear?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would oppose the motion for judgment of acquittal at this time. We believe that the jury and the evidence could allow a reasonable jury to find that the defendant brought a knife to a home that he had no right to be at, that he started a fight, and during that fight, he had the specific intent to injure the first three individuals that he stabbed, stabbing Ryan Hines 3 times in the chest, side, and lower area, stabbing Faison Teal once in his upper elbow, and stabbing Tommy Connery 4 times in his legs by going after him with the intent to injure him. He then runs back, gets back to the car, and then comes back into the fight. Heard evidence that people were leaving him alone, no one was going after him. He turns around and specifically goes after Jimmy McGrath and stabs him in the chest. I think that a reasonable jury can infer what his intent was based on the manner in which these wounds are inflicted. They weren't slash marks, these were purposeful stabbings. They can infer his intent based on the number of injuries that were sustained by the 4 individuals who were harmed here. There were 9 stab wounds. They can infer from his conduct by returning to the area with a knife that his intent was to not only, 1, cause serious physical injury to those individuals, but by coming back and stabbing Mr. McGrath where he stabbed Mr. McGrath in the chest
that his intent was to kill Mr. McGrath. So I would oppose the defense's motion at this time. We believe that viewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state at this point, that we've sustained the right for the evidence to go to the jury and for the jury to decide this case.
At this point in time, the court is going to take the motion and the opposition to the motion under consideration. I think it's a good time to go into our 15-minute recess, and I'll come back on the record with a decision. Finding of guilty beyond a reasonable doubt does not require a court to ask itself whether it believes that the evidence at trial established guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Instead, the relevant question is whether, after viewing the evidence in a light most favorable to the prosecution, any rational trier of fact could find the essential elements of a crime beyond a reasonable doubt. I anticipated the defendant's motion, as it is commonly made at the close of the prosecution's case in chief, wherefore I did review and had the opportunity to look at the following: pattern jury instructions, the notes that I've taken. I've reviewed the statutes that apply in this case, and after careful consideration of the evidence presented at trial and the logical and reasonable inferences that can be drawn from the facts presented and that evidence, I find that the jury reasonably could conclude that all elements of the crimes charged in the information, which include murder at count 1, assault in the first degree at count 2, assault in the first degree at count 3, and assault in the second degree at count 4, have been proved. Therefore, that's moving us now to the defendant's presentation of the evidence. So this time, Attorney Smith, before bringing the jury back in, I'd like to inquire what is Mr. Valley's decision with regards to testifying in this matter.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. I have spoken with Mr. Valley, and it is his intention to testify here, Your Honor, and I would ask that he be canvassed as that decision.
All right, so in accordance with current case law, the Morel Vargas matter set forth in the Supreme Court, I am going to go ahead and canvass Mr. Valley regarding his decision, as it is a constitutional decision. Constitutional rights apply here. So at this point in time, I'm going to actually start with counsel. Attorney Smith, have you informed the defendant that he has the right to testify as well as the right not to testify? And should he not testify, the fact finder may not draw any adverse inferences from his choice to not testify.
I have, Your Honor.
Did you also explain to the defendant his right to testify as well as to not testify belongs to him alone and that no one else can make that decision for him, including counsel?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Did you also discuss the advantages and disadvantages of testifying in this particular trial?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Mr. Valley, I would ask you to please stand. I am going to ask you some questions. Thank you. So, Mr. Valley, the court's going to make an inquiry regarding your decision to testify in this case. The inquiry is not meant to have any effect on your decision, but rather to document your decision on the record. Do you understand that? So after consulting with Attorney Smith, is it your decision to testify on your own behalf?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have a constitutional right to either testify on your own behalf or to not testify on your own behalf? Do you also understand that you're not obligated to testify?
Yes.
Do you further understand that if you were to choose not to testify, the fact finder would be instructed not to draw any adverse inferences from your choice to not testify? Do you also understand that your right to testify or to not testify belongs to you alone and no one, including your counsel, can prevent you from testifying or force you to testify? Do you feel that you've had enough time and opportunity to discuss your decision with counsel, including strategy concerning the right to testify or to not testify in your case? And you also feel that you've had enough time to consider the advantages and disadvantages of testifying? Have you understood the information that counsel has provided to you relative to your decision? Is it your personal decision to testify in this case, thereby waiving your right to not testify? You're making this decision voluntarily, Mr. Valley. No one's forcing you or threatening you concerning the decision that you've made here today. Okay. Have you understood all of my questions? Do you need any more time with counsel before moving forward? Okay. The court's going to find that the defendant has chosen to testify and has effectively waived his right to not testify knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily. So, Mr. Valley, you may be seated. Attorney Smith, are you in a position at this time to go ahead and present the defense of this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
So at this time, then, I would ask the clerk to please bring our jury in.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm not sure if I stated it on the record. The clerk sent me a note, but just in case I didn't, the motion for judgment of acquittal is denied.
I hope he told him not to get his hopes up. Diane G, we call him Small Seagal. Oh, she doesn't know about the ring.
So this is not like a public defender, right? Small Seagal. He's
I don't know. He might
hired
be.
his own counsel.
He might be a public defender.
Michelle?
Yeah, Diane G, look at this. This is on his. This is bracelets and a skull ring. And a messy bun ponytail.
Interesting fella.
He is an interesting fellow.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury. Counsel, to be turned off.
Guy.
Your Honor.
Defense stipulates, Your Honor.
Thank you. At this time, I would ask the defense to please present its next witness or first witness.
Yes, Your Honor. I would ask for Mr. Valley to be called to the stand and put under oath by the clerk.
Mr. Valley, please come on up. Please step into the witness box. Once you are in the witness box, please remain standing, and the clerk is going to put you under oath.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please raise your hand, sir. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God, or upon penalty of perjury. If so, please say I do. Thank you. Please state your full name, spelling your last name, and address for the record.
Diane. That's funny. Did you see our comment?
Thank you, sir.
You may be seated. Thank you.
True.
Attorney Smith, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is gonna suck.
Good afternoon, Mr. Valley. You're going to need to keep your voice up. Okay? We are competing with the fan in the back, and I see the court reporter nodding. She's not able to hear you, so you need to stay close to the microphone, speak loud enough to be heard over the fan, and you've got to give a verbal response of some form, yes, no, or whatever the answer may be, but it has to be loud enough to be heard, okay?
Yes.
There we go. You and I have met before?
Yes.
And can you tell us how old you are now?
I'm 20 years old.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask you one more time. You got to keep your voice up. I'm having trouble hearing you. I'm sure the jurors are having trouble hearing you.
I'm 20 years old.
You're 20 years old now? Okay, did you recently turn 20 years old? And are you in school now?
I'm not.
Are you working now?
I'm not.
Did you complete high school? Where did you complete high school?
I finished online at Foreign High School.
And when did you finish online?
2023.
Where did you go to school for high school before that?
St. Joseph High School in Trumbull.
And were you at St. Joseph's High School from the time you were a freshman?
Yes.
Where were you before that?
It's at East Shore Middle School. No.
Is that a public school that you've just described? And the school that you went to for high school, St. Joseph's High School, is that a private school? Prior to going to St. Joseph's High School, had you been in the Milford Public Schools since you were a child? Did you grow up in Milford?
Yes.
Did you grow up anywhere other than Milford?
I lived in Florida for 2 years.
Anywhere else in Connecticut?
New Haven.
When you say you were in Florida for 2 years, was that before you came to Connecticut?
I was in Connecticut and then I moved to Florida.
Okay. Did you go to any New Haven schools? Do you remember how old you were when you moved to Milford?
Very young. I can't remember the age.
Did you start your schooling in Milford or somewhere else? And who lived in your house with you as you were growing up?
My three brothers, my dad, and my mother.
And your three brothers, what are their names?
Raul, Derek, and Oscar.
Did you say the first one was Raul? You have a brother who's also named Raul. And can you just explain, is that a brother from, is that a half brother or is that a full brother?
Full brother. The name was passed down from my grandfather.
I see. And do you go by a nickname?
Yeah.
And what is that nickname?
Tito.
And what does that mean?
Like the younger.
Is that like Pablito or Carlito?
Yes.
When you were at St. Joseph's High School, did you have a circle of friends? And who was in that circle of friends?
Close to me, I would say James Albert, Tyler De Silva. Those were the two I was closest with. Everybody else was on the football team, and I was close with them too, but not as close.
That was Tyler De Silva and somebody named James Albert. When was the last time you saw Mr. Albert?
Yesterday.
And when was the last time that you saw Mr. De Silva?
In court.
Did you have a girlfriend while you were at St. Joseph's High School? And who was that?
Traficante.
And when did you and Ms. Traficante become involved with one another?
My junior year.
And what year was that?
2022.
Was that the 2021-2022 school year? And did you date Ms. Traficante the entire school year?
Say almost, not fully though.
And did you have any hobbies while you were in school?
Really just play sports, football, wrestling. And I was friends on the weekends or whenever I had free time.
Were you into fishing or hunting?
Yes.
Which of those, fishing or hunting?
My father.
You're not a hunter. Where would you go fishing?
My father on the boat, so we were going to the ocean.
Were you in the practice of carrying a pocket knife?
Oh, but when we went fishing, it was
Were you ever trained in how to use a knife? In May of 2022, where were you living? Same place you're living today? How long have you lived at that home?
About 5 years, 6 years, I think.
Mr. Valley, I'm sorry, I am going to have to ask you to just please raise your voice and responding. People are having difficulty hearing you. Thank you.
Around 5 to 6 years.
Okay. Prior to that, you had still been living in Milford, but just in a different home or somewhere else?
Yes.
And you were in your junior year of high school in May of 2022. Is that what you told us? Had you started applying to any colleges yet?
Yes.
Which colleges?
We're in Florida.
You told us you knew a girl named Mackenzie Traficante because she was your girlfriend.
Yes.
And how did you meet Ms. Traficante?
She was a cheerleader and I was on the football team, so I saw her quite often.
And did you take her to the prom that spring?
I did.
Was that your prom or her prom?
Her prom.
Why were you allowed to go?
She was a senior, so it was her prom, and they're allowed to bring anybody they want, pretty much.
And when did that prom take place?
May 13th, 2022.
May 13th of 2022? Did you attend that with any other couples, or was it just you and Ms. Traficante?
Yeah, I attended it with Tyler De Silva and whoever he went with. I don't remember who he went with. And 2 other people in my grade who wanted to go to the prom as well. Not today.
You mentioned knowing a boy named Jack Snyder.
Yes.
And you mentioned going to the prom with him as part of a group.
Yes.
And who was Jack Snyder to you?
He was a football team and a classmate.
Was he part of your close friend group?
So I was really close with 2 people, but I was friendly with everybody. So.
Had you known Mr. Snyder since coming to St. Joseph's High School?
No.
I'm going to repeat the judge because I'm having trouble hearing you. If I'm having trouble hearing you, I'm sure everybody else is. Okay? Got to really make an effort for us to keep your voice up. Are you nervous? I understand. We need to be able to hear you, though, okay?
Why not tell him to move?
And you told us
the
that you
microphone?
knew a boy named Tyler De Silva.
Yes.
Did you meet him when you came to St. Joseph's High School?
No, I knew him before.
And how long had you known Mr. De Silva?
Since I started playing football in Milford around the age of like 8, I would say.
Okay. And in May of 2022, how old were you?
16 years old.
So at that point, you'd known Mr. De Silva for about 8 years, you think?
Yes.
Would you describe Mr. Snyder as a close friend?
No.
Would you describe Mr. De Silva as a close friend? What makes him somebody that you would describe as a close friend?
I do everything. Tyler De Silva. Every free weekend we had, we spent together. Parties together. Just together all the time, pretty much.
Are you still close with Mackenzie Traficante?
No.
When was the last time you saw Ms. Traficante?
In court.
Here?
Yes.
When was the last time that you saw Tyler De Silva?
Here in court as well.
And when was the last time that you saw Mr. Snyder?
Here in court as well.
When we say the last time, from May 14th of 2022 until here in court, had you seen them at all?
Hmm.
When was the last time that you were close with them?
Before this all happened.
So you say before this all happened. When we're talking about this all happened, we're talking about May 14th, 2022, are we not?
Yes.
Do you remember how that day began?
Yes.
How?
Was the night before. I woke up, texted my girlfriend, and arranged to hang out with her.
That was Mackenzie Traficante? Was there anybody else at home at that time?
My mother and my younger brother.
And did you have any plans with them for that day?
Later at night, yeah, but for the day, no.
And what were they doing that day?
They were leaving to Florida on the same night to go visit my oldest brother and my nephew.
Were you planning at that point to go with Ms. Traficante for the day?
Yes.
And you mentioned that you had texted her. Did you end up making plans with her?
Yes.
And what did you do with Ms. Traficante?
We went to the beach and a little bit of hiking.
When you say you went to the beach, can you tell us where?
Milford.
Do you recall what beach that was?
Gulf Beach.
I'm sorry?
Gulf Beach.
Gulf Beach? And you say you went hiking as well. Can you tell us where you went hiking?
I know, like a little trail through the woods and stuff, and a little pier.
And what time did you meet up with Ms. Traficante that day?
I want to say early afternoon, but I can't remember the exact time.
How did you come to be with Ms. Traficante? Did she drive to you? Did you drive to her?
I went to pick her up.
Did you have your own car?
Yep.
And after going to the beach and hiking, what did you do next?
At that time, it was later in the afternoon, and we went back to my house.
In Milford? Yes. And what did you do when you got back to the house?
Just chill, relax, nothing special.
Was there anybody else home when you got home?
My mother and my younger brother.
And what were they doing, if anything?
I can't recall.
Did you have any plans for that evening?
At that time, no.
You say at that time, no. Did there later come a time when you did make some plans for that evening?
Yes.
And how did that come to be?
I believe Tyler had texted me about a party that was going on, and he asked me to come with him.
That's Tyler De Silva. And did you agree to go with him?
Yes.
Did Ms. Traficante go along as well?
Yes.
And how did you end up going to that party?
Yes.
And where was that party?
Shelton, 5 Lazy Brook Road.
And did you know the people that lived at 5 Lazy Brook Road?
At the time, no.
And how did you get to that party?
Jack came and picked me and my girlfriend at the time up.
And when you say Jack, that's Jack Snyder? But you owned your own car?
Yes.
Why was Jack driving this group to this party?
We all like drinking, and he was mainly the one who would drive us around and stuff.
So it was understood that there would be some underage drinking going on at this party? Did you bring your own alcohol?
I did not.
Did anybody in your party bring alcohol?
Tyler De Silva.
Were you with him when he got that alcohol?
He got it from his parents. We never stopped to get it.
I couldn't hear the end part.
We never stopped to get it.
You never stopped to get alcohol? Was that fairly standard for his parents to supply the alcohol when you were with him?
Yeah.
Did Mr. Snyder come to pick you up at your home?
Yes.
Was Mr. De Silva already with him?
Yes.
Was there anybody else in the car?
My girlfriend at the time, Mackenzie Traficante.
Okay. Anybody else other than the four of you?
No.
And did the four of you leave in Jack Snyder's car and go to 5 Lazy Brook?
Yes.
How long did it take to get there?
We're for 15 to 20 minutes.
What was it like in the car on the way there?
Chill, drinking, listening to music.
Loudly?
Yes.
Was that fairly standard as well?
Yeah, always.
Did you bring any alcohol in the car?
No.
Did you drink alcohol in the car?
Yes.
Did Tyler De Silva drink alcohol in the car?
Yes.
Did Jack Snyder drink alcohol in the car?
Yes.
While driving?
Yes.
Did you bring any weapons in the car?
No.
Did you see any weapons in the car?
No.
Did you know if anybody else brought weapons in the car?
No.
You told us it took about 15 to 20 minutes to get to 5 Lazy Brook. What time did you arrive at 5 Lazy Brook?
Around 8 or 9 p.m.
Was it dark already?
Yeah.
Was it dark when you left the house to get there?
About to be.
And what was going on at 5 Lazy Brook when you got there?
Upon getting there, we texted somebody who was already there to come show us the way in, and we walked up and went inside.
When you say we texted somebody, did you text somebody?
No, Tyler De Silva.
So Tyler De Silva texted somebody, and did someone come to allow you into the party?
Yeah.
Where did they meet you?
In the driveway.
Do you remember who it was?
I believe Will Sinjwald.
Will Sinjwald came to let you into the party?
Yes.
And who's Will Sinjwald?
He was in my grade. We played football together.
Did you see anyone else that you knew at the party?
Yeah, there was a ton of people from my grade, and I pretty much know everybody there.
Was this a party that consisted of St. Joseph's High School students?
Yeah.
Did you see any folks there that were not St. Joseph's High School students?
No.
And what did you do once you were into the party?
Greeted everybody. Started talking, conversating.
Do you remember what you were wearing that evening?
He was wearing Old Miss blue T-shirt, black jeans, and slides.
Slides. What do you mean by slides?
Not flip-flops, but they were a form of sandals, pretty much.
All right. Let's see if I understand what a slide is. Is this a sandal that has a strap that goes across the top?
Yes.
Just a single strap?
Yes.
And at some point, did you put on a neck pillow?
Yes.
And why did you put on a neck pillow?
At the time, I thought it was funny.
Okay. Were you doing anything in particular when you put on that neck pillow?
Yes, we were playing beer pong.
Okay. And is that a contact sport?
No.
So the neck pillow didn't have anything to do with the game of beer pong?
No.
It was just to be funny?
Yeah.
And at some point, did you also put on a motorcycle helmet?
I did.
And did you bring that with you?
No.
Where did you find that?
Next to the beer pong table, there was a shelf with a whole bunch of random items.
And is that where you also found the neck pillow?
Yes.
You put both of those things on?
Yes.
And how long did you have those things on while you were playing this game?
The motorcycle helmet, we were kind of passing it around. It's like a good luck thing when we were shooting in beer pong. It was often on.
Okay. So you would take it off, you would pass.
All right. I think this is a good place to stop because I'm tired.
Ooh. Ay, ay, ay.
It's getting good though.
Yeah, I mean, like, my heart is so heavy watching this kid. I mean,
I'm telling y'all, get ready. There's going to be a long deliberation, and there's probably going to be some holdouts. Like,
oh, I mean, it's like I look at him and I see my sons. I see all their idiot kid friends. But the fact is, he robbed a boy of his life, and he did it by choice. So it's just, I get it. I agree with you. It's going to be rough. I mean, it's rough to watch. I mean, my heart is breaking.
I think that the only thing that I'm caught up on is the he intended to kill him. I don't think he did that. I don't think he intended to kill him.
no,
I think
but
that
he's got several lesser includeds, though. Because when I was
Right.
Googling to see if he was in jail, like, there's a lot of lesser includeds on just that first murder count.
But if you don't want to murder someone, you don't take a knife to his heart. You know, how do you
right,
say
but I
that?
mean,
Repeatedly stab
How do you
somebody.
say that? Right, like he
I'm
went right to
sure.
his heart.
I'm sure he didn't realize what he was doing.
I don't think he
I'm
was.
sure that he yeah, I think he seems like, to me, this is just my opinion, right? And what does it matter? He seems like he was just like, you know, a silly, emotional boy, right? Like so many. Went to a
Mhm.
party, wanted to fit in, was acting silly, wanted to be liked, and then when he was rejected, he, you know, he fucking freaked out, and you know, but you can't do that. You can't kill a kid.
Egged on by the kid whose parents buy them alcohol and the kid that carries a knife in his car.
Was all awful, but he's the one who brought the knife and plunged it into Jimmy's heart. That's the thing.
I
know
think
it's
what's
awful.
interesting that came out with that last kid's testimony, which we haven't heard yet, is that they returned to the house in order to make peace. And I believe that because he said that this kid who was in the back seat was like friends with so many of those other kids' families. Like he didn't want this like to get to their parents, like trying to smooth things over. That's the first time we've heard that they went there with any other intentions than to finish the fight. So it's kind of interesting.
But you don't go
as
to
far
make
as looking
peace
at it
with
from a jury.
Right, but you don't go to make peace with a knife. So do you mean Tyler was going there to make peace? Raul brought a knife.
No, Raul didn't bring the knife. The knife was in the car.
Right.
No,
but
he said it was in his pocket. That
Snyder
last guy-
Snyder said that he has a knife in his car. It's just always been there. He
Right.
took it out of the thing and put it in his lap.
Right, during the car confrontation part where they were rocking it and throwing stuff at it.
Right.
And then when they went down the road, the defendant was asking where the knife was.
Yeah, but
And-
that was something that the last guy said. I mean, not the last guy, the guy before him said, but the Snyder guy, like
No, Snyder said that. Snyder said when they went down the road, he was asking where it was and that he gave it to him because he asked, did he put it in his pocket or did he clip it to his waistband? And he's like, I don't know where he had it on him. That's where I was confused earlier because a while back there was a kid that testified they went to the vehicle or the defendant went to the vehicle, the dome light came on, and that's when he thought he retrieved the knife before the stabbing started. But it sounded like the driver gave him the knife when they went down the road and he had it on him, but he didn't have it displayed or out like it
So
was in his pocket.
I think it's just the questioning then that's leading me to believe that that's not necessarily true. That
Yeah, I mean, it
People are
very well could be.
people are saying that he asked for the knife, but like upon questioning, that kind of doesn't really like jive, I guess.
But he had the knife and he used it, and that's all that matters to me. He had the knife. He chose to stab several people and to plunge a knife into a 17-year-old's heart, and he's gone now, and he's never coming back.
I
I don't
totally
think
get
he
where you're
meant-
coming from,
I don't
Janine.
think
I'm
he
just
meant
saying,
to
I
do
feel
that.
like that cross before last and this direct right now are going to move some jurors. I'm
Yeah,
just saying,
I agree.
I don't, yeah, like
Moving
I
me.
feel like
It's
he's
moving
guilty,
me.
but I
My
feel
heart
like
is
it's going to
broken.
be a
Yep.
deliberating, yeah.
And those people, I will tell you, they're just like me, right? I mean, Milford. It's funny. I actually applied to a spa in Milford where this courthouse is, and I hope I get it. But there, it's the same like demographic. It's like, you know, it's a very like middle class area. Just, you know, like working parents, just trying, you know, working hard. Some of them
But
have
these
to go
kids
to
are in private school.
yeah, but the kids are in private schools, but it's still working class area. These parents work their fucking asses off. It's like,
That's where I am. My kids are in private school, but we sacrificed a lot to get them
but
there.
the kids are not the families, most of them, although there are different, like to Diane G's point. Yeah, there are areas, there are blocks here and there are little hamlets that you know, they have nice big houses, but Milford, Trumbull, Shelton are middle class areas. And these kids that go to St. Joe's, like my daughter was going to go to St. Joe's. She went to Notre Dame instead. I struggled. I mean, I struggled to put her through. It wasn't because, and the Fairfield schools are better than the private schools, but in these areas, some of these high schools are not as good as the private schools, and most of the parents are not well off at all. They're not. I know because I went through the process and because I'm in these neighborhoods, and my feeling is that these are not wealthy kids. Like they may have a nice car, like a Pilot is a nice car. It doesn't mean that these people are rich. These parents work. It's probably like, you know, oftentimes it's
It was a hand-in-hand vehicle.
dual
That's
income
no,
dual
it
income families, and,
Yeah.
and they're just making ends meet to send these kids to private schools.
Yeah.
And they get scholarships too. You know, they get money, you know, if they get merit, if they do
for
well
academics and probably sports as well, huh?
Exactly. Right. So
It's going to be interesting, is all I'm saying.
yeah, it's sad. It's so sad. The whole fucking thing is awful. Yeah. This is, it's like lose everywhere, right? This kid
Right.
goes away, in my opinion. They're just like, you know, I'm reserving final judgment, but you know how I'm leaning. I feel like to me it's cut and dry. It's still heartbreaking. My heart is going to be broken if this kid goes away for the rest of his life. But that's how I feel what I feel he deserves, because Jimmy Jimmy's parents have a life sentence. They're never going to get their boy back. Not ever. So
And
we'll
it
hear
seemed
what he has
like
to say.
Jimmy's kids' involvement in the fight was very minimal. Like it seemed like it was just that one clip, like after he pushed the one kid out into the road, then all of a sudden he was fatally stabbed. Not like he was on the ground beating the crap out of, it's very sad. This whole thing is just sad.
Right, because it just it was just when that shit happens, it's pandemonium, and like you were, some people were saying, and Fairfield County is, I mean, wasn't in Fairfield County, but it's right next door. It's the same fucking thing. You know, the parents supply the alcohol. They're out of the house. They know that the kids, regardless of whether the parents are home or not, they fucking know that the kids are having parties, and these kids bounce from party to party, and a lot of them are sports kids, and it's school rivalries and team rivalries and bullshit. And it's like, it was pandemonium. That's what it seemed to me. It's just when you get that amount of kids and alcohol, whether it's girls or boys, it's fucking nonsense and bad shit happens.
And that's the defense's argument, basically,
Yeah.
is the pandemonium, the outnumbering, the feeling like the other person was possibly going to die from this fight that he's involved in.
But
I
he
just
put
don't see
himself there. Right.
Right. I just don't see the self-defense versus it almost started sounding like he went to aid his friend and that's not part of a self-defense argument in most states anyway. So it's going to be interesting.
It's going to be interesting. Yeah.
Gingy says she keeps a big one in her bedroom.
A big
Nice.
I don't know if
What
it's a
size
knife or
battery
not.
does it take?
No, she means a knife. for protection, right? Is that what
Yeah,
you mean, Gingy?
just for protection.
I have a hammer.
I have a hammer too. You're the only person I've ever heard that has a hammer.
Yes,
No, my
because it's
oldest
two
son has a
weapons.
hammer
It's
under his bed.
2 weapons
Hammers
in
are
one, so
dangerous.
don't fuck with me, Pete.
Exactly. I'll bludgeon you.
That's right. You're going down. I got my pepper spray
Not
too.
steal it quick.
You gonna get it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were definitely all
Yeah, the
cool.
prosecution has to prove its case, but you know,
But
so
you know what was
but it
kind of
seems as though the child, this boy, the child, the defendant, is admitting he was here, he was there, he went back, he stabbed him. So you know, I mean,
What's interesting, you are talking about the boozing. Like almost all of them have all testified they've had like 2 beer. But when you heard I don't know if it was the last guy or the kid before that, he brought 2 bottles of vodka. Like who drank the vodka?
like
Where did
that,
the
yeah.
vodka go? Because
It's like,
everyone's
tell
only
the
talking
truth,
about I had
but-
a beer or 2, but there's 2 bottles of vodka somewhere accounted for with all these people.
But they didn't ask about the
crazy.
vodka. They only asked about the beer. Why would I say I had vodka when I wasn't specifically asked if I had
They asked if you were intoxicated, had you had anything to drink, and they're all like 1 or 2 beers, 1 or 2 beers. Like
Yeah, but those
someone had that vodka.
get drunk off of 1 or 2 beers too.
Right. Well, Raul, so I showed the picture to my son, my 19-year-old, and I was like, oh, you know, maybe he's drinking Blue Whale. That's like my time. And he's like, nah, ma, that's vodka and Gatorade. I was like, all right. So you know that they were
That's
drinking.
what I
He had a
said
whole bottle
too.
in his hands.
The
What?
picture of the blue thing, like we
Yeah.
were just talking about that the other night in voice chat. I'm like, back in the day, we would mix hard liquor with Gatorade because it hit you so quick.
No, that's what they do now. Yeah, that's what they at UMass. Oh, that's a whole other voice chat. So my son got injured. My mass holes will know all about this. They have this thing called Blarney because at UMass, they're such fucking animals that they make them vacate campus the weekend before St. Pat's because the kids are just so like virulently, violently partying. I mean, it's just insanity. So what they do is 10,000 of them go to off campus and they drink these things called, I think they're Borgs. They fill them with vodka and they get blackout drunk. And my son got injured. Oh my God, it was a whole thing. It wasn't last like senior year, it was junior year. It was a whole fucking thing. They had to shut down a wing of the hospital because all these stupid idiot Zoom-ass kids came in and got injured. There was a kid that like had black eyes, and I'm like, oh, sweetie, come on, what are you doing? You know, like it's just like mayhem. But yeah, that's what they do now. They drink until they're fucking blackout drunk. And when it's with Gatorade, they make it so sweet. It's like they don't even taste it. I think they fill it a little bit with Gatorade and then they fill the rest. They take like a gallon and they fill a little bit with Gatorade and then they fill the rest with vodka and then they all just black out drunk. It's crazy.
Yeah, because it goes straight to your bloodstream because it's an electrolyte that they're putting in their system with alcohol. Crosses the blood-brain barrier extremely quick.
Toy, exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the entire football team. You're right, Toy. But again, he put himself there. He left, he came back, and then he stabbed him. So we'll see.
And then it sounds like he went to the car mid-fight but didn't retrieve the knife. So he could have stayed in the car. He could have jumped, you know, because the driver said he never got out of the driver's seat. So there's like
Yeah, but his
so
friend
many
was getting
chances
beat up.
for this. I mean,
His friend was
still-
on the ground with a whole bunch of people beating on him, and no one
I
was
don't
helping.
understand why he went to the car mid-fight if it wasn't to retrieve the knife. Because after the last testimony, it sounds like he already had the knife in his pocket. So unless he, I don't know.
I think he was intending to leave, so he was gonna get in the car. But when he got to the car, he realized that one of them wasn't there. Looked over, noticed that that one was being like attacked by a whole group of people, and he was on the ground, and he was the only one that was gonna help him.
Maybe. We'll see.
So how do you feel about escalating the violence to a level where there's a weapon involved when there's a fight, even though someone's getting badly beat up in a fight.
I think it's a really terrible idea, but it happens. I've seen it.
I mean, I know it happens, but I mean, would that be
It
common?
happened because the
Yes.
kid made a choice to go back with a knife. That's why it happened. They didn't have to go there. There were 20 kids stationary at a house. I agree. I wish that they hadn't been so, like you don't surround 20 kids, but that's football kid. I mean, like I hate to stereotype. It's like, no offense to football parents, but that's what happens with alcohol and just that amount of kids. And why did they surround 2 kids? I have no idea. I wish they hadn't done that. However, they were at this party. This kid came, he brought a knife and he stabbed someone.
No, asking even from an adult perspective. Like if we were out today with friends and something happened and a friend of ours is getting beat up by fists and kicks, would y'all feel like you're validated to get a weapon?
No, but we're adults.
And that's why I'm asking. Like,
It would,
I'm
it would
serious.
really,
Like, I don't know.
But yeah,
would
but like
depend upon the
teenage
situation.
hormonal boys, they act, they're stupid.
Nah, I mean, boys are stupid, girls are stupid. They're all
I
fucking
don't know
stupid.
that I wouldn't pull a weapon. I mean, at the same time, I wouldn't
Would you
use it
put
the
I
way
wouldn't
he
either.
used
I
it
wouldn't
because
either.
I'm an
I
adult.
wouldn't either.
But
Would you
But
put yourself
also, it's just different. There's certain
no,
people.
I would never be out at a party with a fight. I mean, I'm saying this is all hypothetical. Like this wouldn't happen.
right?
But
Right. It
I'm
depends upon
saying if
it's
I
case
was in that
dependent.
situation and like a friend of mine's getting beat up really bad by someone, I'm thinking, would I be justified to bring a weapon? And
No.
at what point would I be justified to use it? Like if she's unconscious on the ground.
Would you put yourself in that situation?
I
I
wouldn't.
would
I
never
wouldn't.
be
But
out.
I have been there in the situation at the house where the people went to, and there was someone that went into the house and grabbed a knife out of the kitchen and went out and stabbed someone in the head. He could have died. He didn't, but he could have. And the person that did it was freaking out after he did it. He didn't mean to do that, but that's what it escalated to.
That's what I'm questioning. Is
Right,
that
and there's a
level
difference
of
between
fear?
surviving and dying is another thing. I mean, and Jimmy can't give his side of this.
Right.
Dead. And Raul, for whatever reason it was, and I guess we're gonna find out. We'll listen to what he has to say, right? He chose, as a mobile party in a car going back and forth, chose to get a knife, retrieve it or receive it. He went and he plunged a knife into the kid's heart. He didn't have to do that, but he did it.
Right. And I'm sure if he could go back and do it again, he would have made different decisions.
Well, everyone
Oh,
would
of
make
course.
different decisions
Of course he
in
would. Right.
2020.
No doubt.
But that was not his intent, I
To
think.
Janine's point about he intended to murder him by stabbing him in the heart, that was one of 4. So I could look at it like the other 4 were minor, technically. I mean, there
Right,
was
that
a
it was
lot of damage
indiscriminate,
done.
but how do you prove that? The
I
prosecution's
mean,
going
if he was
prove
intending
that
to
it was
kill them all,
premeditated.
then I would expect him to be stabbing the others in the throat or heart as well. Like, I feel like he might have just been flailing, like out of panic and fear. But I mean, I'm just bringing this up as stuff to talk about. That doesn't
Right,
mean that's
panic
what
and
I believe.
fear, right. So panic and fear is self-defense or premeditation. So self-defense, like, oh my God, I'm going to get my boy. Or, hey, give me the knife, or I'm taking this knife and I'm gonna go back in there and just start stabbing. So you see the difference? One
No, I agree.
one is
The whole getting
self-defense,
the
but he
knife and
still
going back, I believe, is
put
completely unjustified.
put
I'm just
himself there. So
right.
so Jack didn't put himself there, but Tyler
I'm
and
just
Raul
wondering
did.
at what
And
point
only
during
one
the
of them had a knife.
fight could it have changed from a legal perspective? Whether he took the knife with him originally or went back to the car and got it. Like at some point during that fight, does the legal perspective change if a kid thinks another kid is close to death or severe injury? Like to me, it's very interesting to think about that legally.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, that was fun.
Good times.
We're not
Right.
gonna go.
Either way, he had the knife and he killed him. So yeah.
I think we'll be able to get through his testimony tomorrow.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
It sounds awesome, people.
We're used to Danny cutting us off mid sentence, Prince Lover. I thought we were about to do more testimony. Now I'm bummed.
Yep. That's why you gotta cut him off, because we're at 4 hours
Because
right now.
he wants to go ride turtles. That's what he
No, I
wants.
want to go ride the
Ride
go
them
sleep.
turtle.
No.
I gotta move I gotta build 3 giant quad sliders tomorrow that are 18 foot wide and 11 feet tall.
Oh my
A
god.
hot sun, so
One
we
of them is
understand.
upstairs, so it's all got to be
Upstairs.
carried up there. Yeah.
Gee, how many people does it take y'all to carry those door units upstairs?
Well, they come in pieces, so it's just one panel at a time. 2 people can carry one panel. Sometimes
Y'all
3
do
people
all
have
the
to carry
building.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to build the frame, put the side lights in, and put the panels in.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and
Is
it's gonna be
this a
hot.
house
New
that has air
construction.
More of that
conditioning or
stuff.
a new build?
What? How
It's
how
new
hot is it gonna
construction.
be?
Say it again.
How hot is it gonna be, brother?
Probably about 96 tomorrow.
With humidity about 110.
Yeah, because it just got through raining, so it ought to be
Yeah.
super humid tomorrow.
Jesus.
New construction.
Make sure you hydrate.
Hot. Hot. But
Yeah, you gotta post more of your work, Danny.
yeah, I know. It's hard to get good video because my phone's old.
Yeah, I have the same issue. My phone sucks.
But yeah, I'm definitely going to ride turtles. We got 20-something people in here. We need to go and
And raid. Oh,
and
we're
raid
gonna,
them.
we're gonna
See
do
if we
that.
can piss anybody off.
Yeah, let's raid.
All
Let's
right.
raid.
Yeah. Is it
Yeah,
is it
Ginger,
time to
Yeah.
raid yet?
All right.
Good night,
United
everyone.
we stand or fall together, right? Either
Yeah.
we
Right.
either we
If
go
Danny
under
and
the
Mary B
radar
about to
or
cut us off, have a
we
good
get
night, chat rats.
we get tossed out.
I
No,
hope
I'm
it's
waiting.
ready.
I'm waiting on you
Oh, okay.
to
Well,
finish your discursion, and then we'll do it.
I gotta go back. I gotta get Turtle Boy. I've got to go back and watch Brother Council, and now I've got to go back and watch his interview with this person that Mary B's talking about. It's gonna be a long night.
Who's that? Who is Mary B talking about?
Dana or Donna, sorry.
Oh yes.
Dana.
Her name is Donna. Okay.
No, it's spelled
Daily dose of Dana.
DNA, but we pronounce it Donna. They talk about
Oh yeah, Donna. I'm sorry. Daily dose of Donna.
Yep.
No, at least I got stuff to listen to while I do my chores.
Yeah, it's good. But like she said, the people in her chat aren't used to all that profanity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he made like the last live I watched of his, he did one of his rants about like, if y'all don't like when I say CUNT, then you're a CUNT. I'm like, you have to be a little bit more understanding. Like, not everyone. He's like, y'all should go to England. That's like a fun word. I'm like, but we're not in England. Not
I heard
everyone's
that.
like you.
I heard that. Well, listen, if we didn't love it, we wouldn't be in your. I don't know. I won't speak for all turtle riders.
Oh, I hate it. It makes me cringe.
Really?
But I'll deal with it.
Really? Oh my God, you're a champ.
I chose to make it an empowering word so that people can't use it against me.
You're a champ. Oh, I love it. I love being one, and I love saying it to others. It's part of my lexicon.
In the British way. In the British way.
Yeah, no.
Even back in the day when I cussed, I don't even think that was something I said very often
This
or
is
ever.
a Queens, New York way for sure. Yeah.
But I do appreciate it.
Janine from Queens.
Janine from Queens. That's right. Yeah.
This video is gonna get the most views. I can already tell because we're sitting at like 112 right now, and that's more than the last. I watched it last time. Bumped me up slow. So this is one of those. This stream made it bump up. So
Nice.
Yeah.
let's do it.
Yay. Thank you, chat.
Everybody go
We
back
love you.
and make comments on old videos and stuff like that too, because that helps, he says.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it does help to go comment on the video later after it's posted.
Yeah,
Just
I've
call,
heard
just
that
call
before.
Danny lame. Just go on every old video and say Danny is lame.
Everybody go put lame on the screen
Yeah.
because that's what I'm gonna do.
All right, that's gonna be my game.
All right, cool. All right, y'all.
Enjoyed
All
it,
right,
ladies.
y'all.
It was fun.
Yeah,
And
it
Danny.
was. I mean, it's heavy.
Danny.
It's a really heavy case, but yeah, I mean, we
The
always have fun
conversation
regardless.
was fun, is my point.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, no, right. That's my point. Yeah, we always make it fun regardless.
Dean's still here, so he hasn't crashed in Maine, right?
He's driving, right? Isn't Dean still driving to where's he going to Cape Elizabeth? Where is that? Mary, do you know where that is? Where is
Yeah, so it's a little bit south of Portland. So my sister has a house in Wells, so it's like in between there, but closer to Portland. He probably should be there by now. Yeah.
the question is, can Dean get a good lobster roll in Cape Elizabeth?
Well, probably not now because everything closes early-ish.
So which song y'all want on the outro?
He says he's going into voice chat, but not going to ride turtles.
I think the original.
The one that it's been on?
Actually, no, a new one because I have my rat is a little bit new.
All right, so I'll just play the intro as the outro until I get a. Well, I mean,
All right.
yeah, because I want to hear it again.
Everybody have a good night.
All right, brother. All right, Laleen, Mary B.
All right.
Dean,
What
chat.
time is
Love
it?
Oh, yeah. Welcome to the Rat House, baby. Where the truth ain't quiet, and neither are you. Where the Chat Rats crew slide in, pull up a seat, crime talk, cold facts, and a jazzy backbeat. We got stories to tell, got some justice to serve. So pour up that coffee or something with a swerve. There's Rat Daddy leading 6'5", a cool Toys the queen with the sharpest of tools. Dean's cracking jokes, Mary B's got the tea, and Lawleen lays the law down, real boss energy. MJ's got the fire, Gingy's taking names, Sassy's dropping Angel Baby's in the game. The clerk's keeping order, Misty's watching close. Pinky promises, keeps receipts, and she does the most. We're the Chat Rats, baby, worldwide and bold. Stories unfold while the crime scene gets cold. Puff, puff, pass, and the truth gets exposed. At the Rat House, baby, that's how it goes. Snap, snap. Cherry lights it up. Cherry lights it up, neon glow behind her head. Tombstones drops the facts that awake the dead. Connor's taking notes, Janine's on the clock. Petty the paralegal keeps the court on lock. Sweet woman, sweet, but she'll sting if you like. Calypso keeps it cool, got that island vibe. Prince Lover's in purple, that Texas pride glowing. Sherry's laughing loud while the facts keep flowing. Bum, 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 bum. Da-da-bum, ghetto. OG coming through, crazy-eyed cheese, oh you better believe. Robo-Rat clicks, sparks, gears in his head, breaking the code till the lies drop dead. Jump, feel the confidence, jump. We're the Chat Rats, baby, worldwide and bold. Stories unfold while the crime scene gets cold. Puff, puff, pass, and the truth gets exposed. At the Rat House, baby, that's how it goes. Crime solving cracks. Worlds are stage. That's a fact. Together, we're the Chat Rats crew. We ain't looking back.